Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kay, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today as free agency officially, unofficially kicks off, I should say. This is the legal tampering period where we get to really learn about the kicking off and the deals that are going to go through. We have the official start on Wednesday. It'll be hot and heavy throughout this week. We'll be covering all of the action here for your Seattle Seahawks as they walked into this free agent period at the start of all of this with quite a bit of cap space, especially after the recent trades with Geno Smith and DK Metcalf. So money to spend, places to go, people to see. How did they start off today? What was the beginning? Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold brought in as the first signing. This was expected. This seemed likely. This seemed all but assured last night as we were discussing this. And he comes in at a contract that to me is a best case scenario on this contract. If you're going to tell somebody, because I want to talk, there's the people that are pro Sam Darnold, and I don't have to sell you on this, you're on board with it. But the people that I need to maybe necessarily try and attempt to sell upon this, if you're going to bring a Sam Darnold in on a contract, you ultimately brought him in on the best possible contract you could have hoped to be realistic in bringing him in. You're going to get a 1 year, $10 million, $20 million flyer on Darnold. It's going to take a multi-year deal, but you find yourself actually, even off the adjusted early reported numbers on this, of it actually being 3 years, $100 million and not $110 million, which was what the initial reports were at. So 3 years at $100 million puts you at about $33.3 million per year on average. We are in blue collar contract territory at that point, no doubt about it. It's not a 4-year deal, it's a 3-year deal. There'll be an out after 2 years that'll be a very easy out for the team, I would imagine, once we actually look at the contractual structure of this. So while there may be a lot of reticence on loving this deal from a Hawk fan perspective on this, this is a lot closer to the Matt Flynn kind of contract that was given out, more than it is you giving out some top of the market rate to a quarterback that's had the one really good year, if you want to put that in perspective. And we all saw how easily the Seahawks were able to pivot if they realized that Matt Flynn wasn't the guy. I'm not trying to say I'm not in on this thing with Darnold. I can see how this could work for sure. We've got to get the offensive line, which we'll talk about in a second. But this is where you can understand to me that taking this kind of flyer on this player at that price is really low risk, high reward. And it's not you overpaying then for that 1 year of play. And I really do like that side of it. It certainly is that he's a much better quarterback than the other options. I presented last night a little bit of the Rodgers possibility as far as the upside, but that was much more likely to see the team fit to the downside of him and what he brings and all of that than it was the upside of it. And so I think even those folks that might be a little reticent on this one, and I know they'll be out there, have some reason to look at this and understand that, hey, there is a buy low, get high option off of this thing. It's not, you're paying all the money for the quarterback, and the average rate per year, the money in hand, the cap costs on the first yearly basis, the first 2 years of the deal, this far surpasses what you're going to look to have had to spend on Geno Smith for a guy that was going to be 35 years old, who I am not all that certain is really that much better of a player, if at all, really that much better player. I think Geno's got certain things he does better. I think in the clutch, for instance, sometimes dealing with pressure, I think those are things that Geno definitely does better, and he is an overall better player. There's a reason he's getting more of the money here, but you're getting a steep discount from what the Geno cost is on this here, and as well, you picked up that third-round pick on the flip side of it. So I think that there is some smart team-building concepts within this. Getting back to just trying to speak to those people that I'm already seeing on Twitter that are, yeah, and I get it. It's not to say I don't get it, but you're not sold long-term on Darnold. You can get out it after 2 years if it doesn't work. If it works out, great, awesome. You've got a value contract. You've got that rare blue-collar contract that just doesn't seem to exist in the NFL, where you're either being paid pennies or you're making all the money. There's rarely that real in-between road deal. John looked for it last time with Geno, found it there with Geno, had him paid about the 17th highest paid rate over the last 2 years, and yet you were getting top 10 level play from the position with that pay rate. So John's found a way to drive value on this before. This has the looks of being along the similar lines of there being a value model to this. Could Sam Darnold revert to the New York Jets Sam Darnold and become just a nothing? Maybe. But he's going to be put into an offense where he's not going to be asked to throw the ball 40 times a game. This team's going to run the ball. He's going to be asked to execute structured throws that, by the way that you are sequencing plays from Kubiak's standpoint of it, these should be throws that are schemed up in many ways to be open. And then it just is about Sam putting the ball on the right spot. And he's got the arm strength. He's got the arm talent to make every NFL throw. So he's going to be able to make those throws as you do it. Where you get into a little bit of trouble town with Sam is when you start to have to leave the structure. He can do some improvisational stuff, but it just gets more hit and miss as to whether or not you're going to get a good decision or a bad decision when stuff starts to really break down around him on that. All the more reason that you've got to get the offensive line figured out. But I was really worried with this Darnold deal that we were going up around $45 million. Some of that, what we were hearing live in the last night. So to get this down at 33 on a 3-year deal, to know you're going to get out after 2 years, to know that probably the first-year cap hit, folks, is going to be around $13 million. That's what he's going to cost this year. And so there's a lot to, I think, like about this deal, even if you're not fully on board with the Darnold. And for those people that are on board with the Darnold, you're getting a top 5 former first-round pick. I've long said that we've got to understand this quarterback position as one that is not just one where you either sink or swim. You're great or you're bad. It's not also one where after 2 years, you also have always the firmest grasp on that with a particular quarterback. It's the hardest position to play in the sport. And so you have to give it that extra time, those extra years at times on some players, if you can, to give them that time to let them develop cerebrally, neck up, and kind of get further and further into mastering the sport. I've called it the doctorate work. You've graduated, but now you're doing your postdoctorate work. And and it seems like with Sam, he's had the time to kind of do that. Seattle Seahawks once before went out there with a New York Jet quarterback, former washout, former flameout, former bust, and we're able to create a bit of a reclamation project. Darnold is much less a question by huge leaps and bounds than what Gino was when you were having him ascend to that starting role. So I think this is a move that could really work out in the Hawks' favor. It'll be interesting, though, to see what the other, of course, corresponding moves are in addition to this, because we are seeing linemen go off the board. Drew Dahlman just went to the Chicago Bears on a very reasonable contract that I'm sort of scratching my head at, trying to understand why the Seahawks wouldn't have been as willing to match that. I can only think that they weren't as high on Dahlman as some of the rest of us, because this deal came in below where I thought he was going to set a market like Creed had last year with the Chiefs and just basically match that deal. Dahlman didn't match that deal, yet Seattle was not in on it. The Aaron Banks money is ridiculous. I was projecting a couple of weeks ago, and it was off of the back of Sports Track, 3 years, between 3 years and 24 and 30 million, somewhere in that range. He got $77 million. You guys would not have been happy spending $77 million on Aaron Banks. That is bad money. If I'm throwing that much money at it, give me the upside aspect of it. Like a Tevin Jenkins at least gives you the upside of it for the money of that. Now, you got the injury risk with Tevin Jenkins, but at least you get the upside there on the other side of it when you're taking that risk to that side of it. With Aaron Banks, he is what he is. He's not getting any much better as a player. He's kind of in a lot of ways a lesser version of a Damian Lewis, in my opinion. And Brian guy should have been best suited to move over right guard at one point or another in his career. So I'm okay with passing on that one. The Dahlman one does sting just a little bit more, and you go, ouch, what was going on there? Why did we roll this one that way? But excuse me. Hopefully my donuts are showing up today in the right way on this. I'm worried on that one. 1 second here, folks. Donations are being weird. You guys here. Just in case my chat's updating on me weird today because it's not showing. Feed's being a little weird there, but it goes like that sometimes. So let's get over here and take a look at the signings so far of what is happening around league circles here at the moment. Go through a little bit of these deals, and then we'll get over to you guys in the chat and see where you're at. I know we got kind of caught just talking up some other stuff, DK last night, and some of the other things. So we'll stay with you guys here in the chat today on that side of it. Oh, I know it's wrong. There we go. It's like, why isn't the alert box showing? So you guys didn't have the donos come up because I was going live earlier and trying to get that straightened out with some stuff. So that's why that wasn't showing up. All right. I did see your donos, guys, so I will get over to those in just a sec. Arizona Cardinals start this off with some first value signings and then a big swing. They went Baron Browning, the guy they traded for at the deadline last year on a 2-year, $15 million deal, kind of a pressure machine guy. Couple of former Seattle Seahawks, Joey Blunt, the safety they got at the, I think, of undrafted free agent that they had on the roster at one point or another, bringing him back 2 years, $4.75 million, kind of a special teamer backup guy there, long snapper. And then Evan Brown, former center for your Seahawks, signing a 2-year, $11.5 million to return there as a left guard for your Cardinals there. Then you've got Josh Sweat going in at 4 years, $76.4 million to them. I think I feel a lot better about this with Sweat going to the Cardinals first. The prospect of what we're thinking could have been the possibility of Myles Garrett being the guy headed there, or some kind of big trade like that going there. Instead, it's going to be Sweat, and we'll see if the Cardinals do some more stuff on top of this, because they do still have some more money to spend. They got to get Trey McBride on a contract extension, but not going overboard so far. They're still staying very patient in their approach, but again, it's early in free agency, so I'm sure there's more moves coming down from them. The Falcons re-signed Jake Matthews to a 2-year, $45 million deal, another long snapper. Long snappers are hot right now. They're the new hotness. We got Ronnie Stanley's going to come back to the Ravens on a reasonable deal there. Makes a lot of sense. Josh Allen, of course, changed up his deal, basically tore up his deal to go 6 years, $330 million. As more and more of these quarterback contracts get signed, will make the Sam Darnold deal look all the more better. They also re-upgrade Russo, their high pick that they've been hoping to develop and who has developed here with time, which has been good to see. We have Khalil Shakir, 4 years, $60 million. Terrell Bernard. So Bills haven't done anything in free agency, but they have retained a lot of valuable parts and pieces on their own team that make a lot of sense there. Josh Palmer, 3 years, $36 million, has also been signed. That was a Brendan target that he was looking for your Seahawks to touch on. And so Brendan, I'm sure, is not happy about that one. Pretty good deal for Palmer. I don't know if I would have gone 3 years, 36 for him. I don't know if I've quite seen that level of play from him performative-wise. If you're going to go receiver that big, go big, or just keep it a little bit low end a bit. Panthers, J.C. Horn, 4 years, $100 million market deal there for the cornerback market. Wow. That's a lot of money. Tommy Tremble, useful tight end. Guy can do fullback stuff too for them as well. 2 years, $10.5 million. They bring back Dalton on a backup deal. Austin Corbett on a 1 year, $3 million deal to give them some depth there. We got Trayvon Mooring, a safety from the Jacksonville Jaguars, also signs the Panthers on a 3 year, $51 million deal. Edge Patrick Jones, a 2 year, $20 million deal. So the Panthers making some moves, looking aggressive here. That $100 million J.C. Horn deal. Chicago Bears have, of course, made some really good moves, I think, here along these lines. They got Jonah Jackson in a trade for the Rams, gave them almost nothing for that. Got Joe Thuney from the Chiefs, gave them almost nothing for that. They have also signed Drew Dahlman. They went out and got Grady Jarrett on a 3 year, $43.5 million deal. Jarrett's maybe not exactly what he was purely in his prime, but he's still a very good player. They also got Deo Ahadebeo. They got Deo from the Colts there on a 3 year, $48 million deal. So the Bears are throwing some money around. I like them reinforcing their offensive line. I do. But that's definitely a lot of contracts on some of these guys. I'd be like, really? The Dale's worth 3 years, 48? Wow. Market rate's the market rate, I suppose. Cincinnati Bengals have franchise tag T. Higgins. They've re-signed B.J. Hill on a 3 year, $33 million deal. Mike Gesicki on a 3 year, $25.5 million deal. Cody Ford, 2 years, $6 million. And then another long snapper deal. Boy, those long snappers are going hot this year. As far as free agency-wise, Samjay Perine, a little bit of help there at the running back position to back up Chance Brown. And then you got to Darrell Slayton on a 2 year, $15.1 million to be a nose tackle, help them out in the run game, reinforce the defensive ranks, if you were. Dallas got Osa back on a 4 year, $80 million dealer defensive tackle, another long snapper contract. They have not done anything out in free agency as yet, as the Cowboys haven't quite shown their hand on what they're looking to really do here at the moment. A team to kind of track. Just keep an eye on the Cowboys. The Broncos were able to retain DJ Jones on a 3 year, $39 million deal. That's a great deal for him. That's a lot of money. He's a good player, but that would have been expensive for where his age is at. They've also got Talona Hufanga on a 3 year, $45 million deal. Wow. That's a rich price. Those are kind of the prices I'd want to stay away from a John Schneider perspective. And then Matt Pert, backup offensive lineman, 2-year, $7 million deal. Detroit Lions got Marcus Davenport back on a 1-year, $4.75 million deal. They've also signed DJ Reed at corner position, 3 years, $48 million. So they lose Carlton Davis, flip in DJ Reed on the other side of it. That makes some sense. It's reasonable, feasible. Packers with a gross overpay, in my opinion. Just disgusting. 4 years, $77 million for Aaron Banks. You're making Aaron Banks almost a $20 million a year guard. I mean, that's worse than the Damian Lewis contract last year, by far. By far. The Houston Texans are being weird. They've traded for Christian Kirk, which is a fair deal when you're going to lose Nathaniel Dell all next year. Derek Barnett on a 1-year, $5 million deal is great value. Can't argue with that as far as keeping him retained on in there. You sign Sheldon Rankins on a 1-year, $7 million deal. That makes some sense as well. But they also just then traded Laramie Tunsil for a 2nd and a 4th round pick for an offensive line that was really bad last year. So hard to exactly say what direction the Texans are looking to go right now. But C.J. Stroud better up his insurance policy. That's all I'm saying. Colts haven't done a lot of anything other than reworking Braden Smith's contract. The Jacksonville Jaguars have been active, getting Patrick McCarry on a 3-year, $37.5 million deal. Cornerback Jordan Lewis, 3-year, $30 million deal. Eric Murray, 3 years, $22.5. De'Ame Brown on a 1-year, $10. That's expensive. Nick Mullins is backup quarterback. Johnny Munt is kind of an extra tight end. Kansas City Chiefs re-signed Nick Bolton, franchise tag Trey Smith, and got Hollywood Brown on a 1-year, $11 million deal. They have also signed Elijah Mitchell, the running back, and Jalen Moore, an offensive lineman, to a 2-year, $30 million deal. Wow, those prices are going through the roof on these linemen. They really are. The Raiders, of course, traded for Geno, re-signed Max and Adam Butler, and they brought in Jeremy Chin on a 2-year, $16 million deal. The Chargers have been pretty quiet outside of Dante Jackson on a 2-year, $13 million deal there with them. The Rams have made some moves here. They're retaining Stafford. They've got Garoppolo coming back as well. They are also signing Devontae Adams for a 2-year, $46 million deal. And we've got Poona Ford going there on a 3-year, $29.6 million deal. An interesting move there with Poona Ford there, who had his best year of his career with the Chargers last year, surprisingly, shockingly. But he did. Dolphins haven't done a damn thing. The Minnesota Vikings have just retained a couple of players. The New England Patriots retained Austin Hooper on a 1-year, $5 million deal. It swung big on Milton Williams, the defensive tackle from the Eagles, 4 years, $104 million. Carlton Davis, 3 years, $60 million. Harold Landry, 3 years, $43.5 million. Robert Spillane, 3 years, $37 million. And Morgan Moses, who's older than Moses, 3 years and $24 million. I'll tell you, there's a couple of off seasons ago where the New England Patriots, just after Tom Brady left, went on a spending spree, and it was obvious that they were trying to fill in holes that they hadn't properly drafted and developed. Some of this looks a little bit like this from my perspective on it. I've got to say, I'd probably be down as much as anybody on this day on New England and some of their approach here with some of these signings. Yikes. Saints don't got no money. They can't sign anybody. The New York Giants brought in Roy Robertson Harris at 2 years, $9 million, and Paulson Adebo at 3 years, $54 million to get their cornerback room remade. I'm still expecting we're probably going to see Russell Wilson go to the Giants at this point, if you're looking for a guess. The New York Jets are bringing in Justin Fields for 2 years, $40 million. Wow. The Pittsburgh Steelers are bringing in Donald Parham on a little low-end contract, but of course DK Metcalf was their big swing. San Francisco 49ers have signed tight end Luke Farrell, and they're expected to also be bringing in Joey Bosa. Hasn't been announced, I guess, so far, but that move is coming. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have signed Hassan Reddick to a 1-year, $14 million deal as he will try to reclaim some of his value back that was lost last year with some of the holdout and how that all played out. The Tennessee Titans are signing Dan Moore to a 4-year, $82 million deal. Another deal where you go, holy crap, how are we spending that much? Just yikes. What I would say there, just yikes. But that's what you're going to do. Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil are moving in trade to the Commanders. They're having an awesome offseason overall right now as it kind of currently sits. But obviously with that too is they made kind of a weird signing there with Javon Kinlaw. So they knocked it out of the park with the Debo, getting him for nothing. Laramie getting him for only really a 2nd-round pick. But the one you don't quite understand fully on this one is going to be the is going to be the Javon Kinlaw contract, where you just gave up a grip of money for him. I mean, you really dumped the assets there on that one. So that's your day. That's where we're at so far. We are in just the beginning stages of this, so I'm sure we will be breaking news here throughout the portion of the day here. And I'll be covering it here with you guys. So we're going to ride and get this thing figured on out and all that good stuff and see what's what and who's who and how this thing's going to go. So I appreciate you guys watching. If you could for me today as we're coming on in, hit that like button. It does help me out considerably when you guys do that type of thing for me. So I do appreciate it. A couple of donations here. God's Gang, thank you for the $5. Says, we are not tied to this guy, being Sam Darnold. With positive upside and saved money on a lateral move. And we got a third rounder. What a great move if it goes well. Anybody that's watched this channel, to your point in this God's Gang, knows that I am a big fan of being able to find value, being able to take, low risk on a high reward kind of player. And I've also been a guy that's really pushed hard about the fact that I'd love to try to find, if I can as a team, those blue collar contracts, because teams have gotten so binary on this, where it's either that you're paying them that 1 year, $7 million, $8 million deal if they're not on a rookie contract, or you're going on the high side up into that 50, 60 million. You're paying up Brock Purdy $45, $50 million, somewhere between that this year. Can we find a middle ground? Can we find an area that can make some sense for both player and team, and taking into account the fact it is still in a very important position on the football field? It's not just another spot. And it takes some creativity. It's going to take the right kind of player, like a Darnold in this case, that can see how you're doing. And look, the market also dictated this to Sam too, in addition to that. But I like it from that standpoint of it. The other alternative options weren't the best. Let's not forget that Gino wanted out of town and wanted as much as anything to go play with Coach Carroll. And that being that was at play, and that being what was at a factor here, you go, okay, well, this is a good alternative here. It doesn't prevent you, again, from going back and still drafting a quarterback either this year or next year, or drafting a quarterback both this year and next year, especially if you can get this offensive line in a good position at that point in the interim. Well said, God's Gang, and I share your feelings and thoughts on this one as well. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation. Mark dropping a bunch of donos last night as well. Thank you for that, Mark. He says, I was hoping the Giants would overpay, but we got them cheaper. It's a casserole signing. Not great, not bad. It gets the job done. Now, if we draft Dart, Milroe, Shock to sit for a year or two, great. It's an even better signing. Well, that's right along the lines of where I'm at with this as well, Mark. And I mean, I've not been the biggest Sam Darnoldite that you will find out there. He's been a guy that's been tough for me to get on board with, even coming with him back out of the draft. But I'm not the grand poobah on this. And in NFL circles, there's a reason this guy was a top 5 pick, and there is a reason a lot of really smart offensive minds really are enamored by his talent, and the hope that if that step forward comes in his development, the player that he can then become with that, and what you can benefit from. But it's very low end deal. We're going to find that there's definitely going to be an out after year 2 on this contract. You're afforded still the ability to go and draft those guys on the backside of this. It doesn't prevent you at that from still looking for that quarterback of the future. The Seahawks are sitting on this bevy of picks at this point, so you could kind of, wherever you want to go pick your quarterback, you can go pick it, especially if you do see a Shedeur Sanders drift into the first round where you're sitting at 18. It's like every literal round you could find a guy with some pretty good value who could be a real feasible quarterback prospect for the position in the long term. And I think it's a heady outlook on this, Mark. And even for those folks who I can get and understand that have a little bit of reticence with them of being kind of like you, like, kind of like see him, just go to the Giants. We'll take the 1 year flyer on somebody and just get through this thing. Eat our vegetables, have our fruit, eat healthy this year, and we'll be muscled up by next year. That's kind of how I was thinking with it too. But I don't mind this at that rate. Getting down to $33 million, getting that close down to that spot. That's a true blue collar contract. And like Gino's deal, I think we're going to come to find that the first 2 year actual cap hits on the Sam Darnold contract are going to see him right up in that same 17th to 20th highest paid quarterback in the sport, I would guess. It's a bold guess. We'll see when the numbers really come out, but that would be my guess. Along this, another man that dropped a monster donation the other night on the channel. Brother, I salute you. It's great to see you in the house as well. Long says, with a $20 donation, you're very kind. Wish you the best, but with that O-line, Jets regression seems most likely. Well, along this, you bring up a very good point on this part, and this is the biggest, I think it's a very fair point to say this is the biggest hinge point on this. It's not really where Sam's development is or what, is he going to come hugely forward as a player? He's come forward as a player. So maybe just can the brilliance of the offensive-minded ship of Clint Kubiak bring him further? These are all kind of factors with that, but at the head of this stack along this, to your point, is the offensive line. And as we progress further in this day, and as you get further and further removed from the available offensive lines that are options that are available on the open market, it starts to get a little bit more dire, and it's going to start to fall back to some similar things it has in the past, being probably older veterans, and then you trying to draft and hopefully get that development from them, the returns from that draft really quick. And if that's the prognosis, if that's the intended plan, I think that that's going to, in a lot of ways, set up Sam Darnold for failure, because he's not going to deal with pressure as well as Geno Smith. He's not going to get you out of these bad pressure situations like Geno Smith has the past couple of years. That's not as much his game. And you would hope that John would recognize within this, and we'll see as this day goes along. It is early. We'll see how it kind of rolls along through and what they do over these next couple of days to do this. There are options out there, but you've got to get this solidified for him to make him his best self. Even before you get the exceptional skill position players to Darnold, I want the line there for him first and foremost. Not only because it then benefits Sam, but then it benefits the run game along this in addition to that. And now you can kind of work off of that. So I hope I see that. That's the thing I'm watching for along this big time. But you're not wrong in the respect of if you put him behind the similar kind of line that you have recently, you're going to get much worse results than you've gotten recently. It's a completely fair point, and one that I share. I appreciate you for that along this. Really kind. You dropped a couple $100 donation the other night, man. I really appreciate you for that. You were absolutely unbelievable with your support. Feed Me More Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. He says, Drew Dahlman got offered more, but took less in Chicago. Wow. Wouldn't have expected that would have been a possibility of what was happening, but maybe he just really wanted to go to Chicago. Sometimes these East Coast, Midwest boys want to be East Coast, Midwest boys. They don't want to go out. They don't want to go out east. Where did he go to college? Oh, he went to Stanford. SOB. Well, that hurts. That hurts to hear and read that. If that's the truth on that one, feed me. That definitely is ouch. Because that was really, this Darnold deal looks even better if you've got Dahlman on the back of it and you're moving forward and you're going to be able to double dip in free agency. It looks even better. So, ow. But sometimes that's the way it goes. And the good news is that I think you can find centers in other places on that too. So if you take care of other offensive line spots in this free agent period, it's not the worst of ways that this could go if it does play down that way. Mark Sanchez, thank you for another $10 donation, Mark. Really kind of you, brother. Says John should sign a lineman today or tomorrow. It's okay to be a running team, but a running team needs guards to clear the way. John is stuck in a little bit of the 90s thinking on guards. I get that impression too a little bit. I think he probably already has a bit of a natural tendency on this, Mark, to drift in that direction where he doesn't necessarily have the highest value behind those guards in his thinking of it. And then he's, over the last 10 years, watched the position really go backwards. Look at Pumpkin's little foot right now. She's having a little dream. She's running real fast in her dream. Look at the little paw. Keep it on a little paw there as it's running fast. But I think the last 10 years and the adjustment has been that he is also seen there be less talent than even the prior 20 years at the offensive line position, because all those big bodies, as John has remarked himself, are now going over the defensive line. And so you have that natural probably pull to go that way anyway. And then you're seeing this transition as well from an evolutionary standpoint in the NFL over the last 10 years. And it only makes you think it more. But Mark, I feel like you feel on this, that you've got to get this guard situation rectified, and it can't just be on the back of hoping some rookie offensive lineman comes in here and saves the day for you. That's a big request of a rookie. It really is. And then there's no reason you can't kind of do both, where you both find the lineman and you go draft the guy just to make sure that you fully have taken care of it. But we've seen in the running game in recent years, when we've wanted to run with Coach Carroll and we didn't have those talented guards up front who could really move those guys off the ball, that if you don't have the guys that can move the ball, you ain't running very much. At the end of the day, you can get by with sequencing and making your formations look similar, play in and play out, and fooling and tricking defenders and giving them eye candy one direction to the left. But it does, at the end of the day, come down to, more often than not, your ability to drive those guys off the line of scrimmage, to create those holes. And we have not been doing so recently here, in a really, really bad way. I showed the stat that was up a couple, like just right at the end of the year, that was showing it, that I think the Seahawks were like averaging like 0.5 yards or something like that before first contact on average carry with the running backs. Meanwhile, the Eagles were averaging 3.4 yards before first contact. As far as the difference, Seahawks were 32nd, Eagles were number 1. So that's a stat that completely draws out, Mark, specifically from your lack of both ability to drive guys off the ball, but then in addition to that, allow penetration in the run game. It's a 1-2. I hope there's an adjustment there, Mark. And maybe there could be a trade here too. That's another possibility within this, because we have to remember, with all of this trade capital the Seahawks are sitting upon, that there's a potential that you could maybe go find that rare trade out there for a lineman from somebody else who might be willing to swing it, especially with you having the cap space. You know, it's a team that has maybe a lineman they don't like because he's a little overpaid, and they'd like to put their assets in different places. You go, hey, we'll take him. You get out from under the base. You only have to pay his base at that point. So there's a way this could go with it, in maybe a creative direction. We'll just have to hope and pray and fingers crossed and wish on the shooting star, Mark. Maybe a little bit of all that. Mark with another $5 as well. Thank you for that, Mark. Says, drafting Milroe seems more likely now. He needs to sit for 2 years, but we could use him like Taysom Hill. Other quarterbacks, Dart, Shock, and Shadur at 18. Well, I definitely can see Shadur and Dart at 18. I think Shock would be really rising up in a major way to get all up the way up into the first round with kind of some of his history. I would be surprised to see Shock, especially the injury concerns that are quite getting into the first round range of things. But I think you bring up a good point about Jalen Milroe, is that no matter what you think about where he will develop as a quarterback, and whether you may think he can never develop that, or you think he can become a ultimately fantastic player, you can bring him in for the first couple of years and pull value from him as a player, and utilizing him in that Taysom Hill role, in a fullback-like role, in a weapon kind of role. He's got to embrace it and be willing to do it. But with that as well, now that you've got Darnold, buys you the time to give him the long period of time he is going to need to potentially develop. But then you're also getting value, so he's not just sitting on the bench collecting dust while at the same time as that development's occurring. It could make a lot of sense as a direction on that approach with it. I definitely don't want to do Milroe anywhere in the first or second round. I can't do that. But a weapon piece that you get in kind of the third round as a development guy, I'm not going to get mad at it. That'd be fine. That'd be perfectly fine. I wish I just had more faith, Mark, in what I believe to be the certainty that he is going to develop to reach the upside that he teases. I'm not sure that I feel like he'll get there, but the talent is real. It is legit. There is no doubting that. Mark with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Mark. Brock Purdy's agent wants $50 million a year and is not budging. Makes some sense. Makes some sense. Well, it makes complete sense from their perspective. I can't say it makes some sense. It makes complete sense. You have Tua Tagovailoa and Trevor Lawrence, who've both been signed up over that mark on average, and he has been a better player than those guys. I mean, what do you say to him on that when the market rate is the market rate? So Purdy's people wanting that number is no surprise to me, and I know the Niners don't want to spend it. Wouldn't shock me on this at all if the Niners do a pivot on this. Rodgers does still remain on the market. Kirk Cousins may come onto the market in a release fashion by the Falcons if they don't want to really roll with that contract moving into the future. And the Niners could come back around on this one going cheap 1-year contract with this guy or spend $50 million on Purdy. And I don't think that they like the idea of doing the Purdy contract. I think they like the player, and I think Shanahan likes the quarterback, but there's a difference between liking the quarterback and player and liking that player at that kind of back-breaking price. It will be funny to watch them. I will laugh my ass off if they get Purdy even 45. I will be laughing and laughing. The 12th man plays. Thank you for the $20 donation. You guys are tremendous as always today. My unbelievable. I was 2.5 hours on reading the donos last night alone. So just I thank you so much coming right back today. 12th man plays. You are the man. At first, I hated the idea of Darnold, but the more I think about it and seeing the deal, I like it quite a bit. I'm in the same boat. Excuse me, one sec. Oh, allergies. I'm in the same boat as you are, 12th man. I think we're a couple people here as well felt that God's gang was feeling a little bit the same way below on this. And I've been with you on it where I was at first, there was nothing but revulsion at the thought of Sam Darnold. At first I ran. At first I screamed. And then I sat down and then I watched. And then I walked over and shook his hand. It's a little bit like that. So there is a feeling there with me as well of this of like, no, I don't know. This isn't the right time. Can't do this. What are we doing? We don't even have the offensive line in place. He's going to collapse behind that thing. Castle on sand. But it is at such a low price at this point that it's not going to cripple you from a cap standpoint. It's not a long-term contract that you're just stuck in for generations of time. There's outs. There's flexibility. There's value to be seen within this deal. And as you say at the end of this 12th man plays, the more I look at the deal, the more I do like it. The more I think about it at this rate, the more it goes from being 110 to $100 million, the more you go, okay. I think once we see the first 2-year cap hits on this, we'll go, okay. I think it makes a lot of sense. There's a price you wouldn't have wanted to go, and even at 35, even at the 40 spot, it starts to get a little 40 definitely gets sticky. 35 gets a little sticky. So they stayed off of that. There's not the 4th year on the deal, which means that much easier to get out of the deal that much faster if it doesn't work. And that's what I would have wanted if you got yourself in bed with this Sam Darnold situation. So, well said, 12th man. I thank you for the $20 donation, but well said. First, I hate the idea, then kind of come around as you start to really think about the details of it and kind of turn it over in your head. That's what I love about you guys is you're same as me on this one, where there'll always be an instant reaction, but you are always kind of still then kind of turning it over a bit though, and contemplating it and kind of, but let's try to think of this from this angle. Okay, but what about on this angle? Okay, this still allows us to go here. This still allows us to go there a little bit. And I think it's a great point, 12th man, and something that as much as anything today, we should probably kind of keep at the forefront of our minds, even especially to those that might have some of that reticence to sign up for the Sam Darnold train. Because I get it. I get it completely. Perfectly put on your part, though. One second. Spring. Spring. Rodney Press Show, thank you for the $5 donation, Rodney. Your thoughts on the Darnold signing? This could backfire and John will be gone. I feel this is a huge risk on John's part. I don't know if this would be the thing that necessarily stands at the front of items that are going to get John canned. I think, for instance, offensive line is much more of a threat to be a thing that gets him ushered out of town if he can't fix that. But I think just for like the last few reasons I was mentioning on this Rodney to 12th man plays on your donation just prior, all that kind of applies with this Darnold signing. I'm not a big guy on Darnold, but I can't deny the talent. I'm not a big guy on Darnold, but I can't deny the type of season he had last year with Minnesota when he got that true second chance in a lot of the same ways of Geno Smith back 3 years ago. And so putting all of that a little bit in perspective on this situation, I look at that price at $33 million and I go, that's not that much money to be spending, especially when you have the cap space. I mean, after you cleared out Geno and DK, you got the money. And there's a difference between having a lot of cap space and having maybe a little bit too much cap space where you got to go start doing things like just overpay to get the cap space filled up. And Hawks aren't necessarily in super danger of that, but that's something to kind of consider within this a little bit as well, too. And so Darnold, I think that this signing it makes a lot of sense. It's like 12th Man Play says below you on this, Rodney, where it's at first, certainly I had some, I'm not loving this on this, where this is at. But when you come around to the other side of it, if he fails, he's going to fail because you didn't build the offensive line right in front of him and get in the protection and give him the ground game. You're going to have a competent defense. You're going to have a competent offensive mind. You should have your 2 pillar tackles out there for him on either side. But can you build a fully cohesive offensive line that actually functions and works? If not, he fails, that fails. That's more the heat of John, but it's not really back to Sam. I know Sam can succeed if you get him the offensive line, but that's going to be the key. And that's a big key, and that's a big question. So is it a huge risk? I don't know if it's a huge risk. A huge risk to me, Rodney, would have been to give Sam Darnold a 4-year, $40 million deal. Huge risk would have been him to give him a 3-year, $50 million deal. But at a 3-year, $33.3 million deal with probably like a $13 million cap hit, where even if you really wanted to get out of it in year 2, you could, especially considering Seattle's sitting on a gargantuan amount of cap space next season. I don't think that there's a lot of ways to really look at this and get too hard-lined on this kind of deal. I do think this is as well, I will say this in addition to this, while Geno is the better player, it's going to be a much better route to me from my perspective of getting a 3rd-round pick back, not signing a 35-year-old Geno Smith to a $45-year, $1 million deal contract, and getting instead a 27-year-old former top 5 pick coming off his best season at $33.3 million with that 3rd-round pick in tow. I think that that's a better bet, that's better value, that's better money spent. Bottom line. Garth Knight, it's good to see you in the house, man. We got you earlier today. And thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I think John Schneider fell in love with Darnold when it started raining during his pro day in SoCal. Blame it on the rain. Blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah. Blame it on the night. A little Milli Vanilli. The kids don't know, Garth. Kids don't know about Milli Vanilli, man. Blame it on the rain. Yeah, I think that we know with Schneider, he's probably had an affection for Sam Darnold for quite a bit. With him going to some of the pro days of a Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, Darnold fits into that type. 6'4", cannon rocket arm, mobility. You know, that's apple of John's eye when he looks at a quarterback. He likes that kind of stuff, and I'm sure that that's definitely something that's had him with some affinity for Darnold for a good amount of time on that. So, especially seeing him put it together probably last year, finally fully in that Minnesota team. But maybe so, man. He was slinging it through that. He was slinging it through the raindrops, and John's like, "Yeah, that's my guy for Lumen Field." Can't deny he was pretty comfortable in I don't know if it was full on wet there, but it was moist in the stadium last year between the Vikings and the Seahawks. Good point there, Garth. Max Sherman, thank you for the $5 donation. Where are the O-line signings? Are we really going to be weak on the O-line again? Our O-linemen need some milk in them bones. Darn it! They do need some milk in the bones, some sand in the pants, get a little bit extra weight, get them on that bench press. O-line signings have not come necessarily super hot and heavy here yet today. You have your Micah Bectons, you have your Tevin Jenkins, you have your Ryan Kelly center out there still on the open market. Will Freeze is a guy a lot of Hawk fans love. That a lot of people have been on as well. So they're out there and supposedly maybe in on him too as well. So there's still some guys out there and available, Max. We've just kicked this thing off, really. But these guys will go fast and furious. And if you aren't dipping into a prime offensive lineman day 1, you're probably going to be out by day 2. I would say that is for sure. We've got to get the line right, Max. I think it's the place everybody in uniformity agrees in this fan base. Can we please get this line right, John? And they're begging. They're begging on their knees. They're begging on their knees with their hands clasped together, looking to the sky. Will John answer that cry? Will John answer that call? We shall see, Max. Thank you for the $5, man. I hope so. But you never know. John might be up to his old ways when it comes to that line. Until I see him do it, I'm not going to predict he's going to do it. Though we are hearing that maybe we were willing to offer more to Drew Dahlman than he actually ended up taking with the Chicago Bears. Jeffrey Thistle, Thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. Great to see you. It's great to see everybody in the house tonight. All my names in here. It's good to see. Darnold gonna look real good on his back all year. Well, at this rate, with the line you've put together so far, you set the stage for that as we stand. Certainly go get some stuff in the draft and make it work there, and maybe there is a couple signings here. I'm going to be patient with it. But as I've said, Jeffrey, on this too, as well, is you get through free agency and you get through the draft, and all you've done is do what you've done prior for 10 years. And they have a pathway and approach for the past 10 years of the offensive line that they've taken that has been the same over and over again. I'm going to call it out on them. I'm going to be reticent to believe it's going to work, at least for the immediate future. And I would be very shocked to see him take that same approach at this point, Jeffrey, with so much of the fan base. I mean, even the previous don't know beneath you. I mean, everybody is recognizing this. Everybody. It isn't just a small contingent of Hawk fans that are being loud. It's like the whole fan base begging. I hope he does, Jeffrey. We will see. We will see with this one. You are right, though. If you don't, that's the way that's going to play out. Jeffrey with another $5 donation says, we should have seen this coming. Too many national media members seem to have the scoop to be a coincidence. I don't know, man. This feels weird. Yeah, it feels a little weird, and this was definitely seemingly connected last night pretty heartily, and as far as just this was going to be inevitable, and by and large, it seems like almost to a degree. And it's kind of played out as it's played out in that way. So, not a coincidence that so many people were connecting to it, but I don't feel as super weird on this one. You got to do something in the quarterback position. You weren't just going to want to roll with really the cheapy, creepy Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, and then go with Sam Howell and draft a guy. It's, I think, a lot better from the team's perspective and them trying to sign up the rest of the team to say, okay, we got Darnold, and then we're going to get these other guys, so we're addressing this stuff. We've got a couple different routes this thing can go. And I'm okay with it on that point. If the price had been a lot higher on this, I'd be different, Jeffrey, but it's so low. It's such a really short deal, too, on top of it, that I just don't think that there's a really maximum amount of risk that you're taking on this one, especially understanding that from a money standpoint, we're sitting, after you move Chino and DK, with a lot of open cash on the books, both this year and next year and the year after that. And yeah, you've got to start getting some re-signings done with guys like Cross and maybe Mafe and some of these guys. But at the same point in time, you have plenty of room to get all that done and more. 12th for Life has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 11 months, almost a year. Thank you for that, 12th for Life. Who are your stick and pick players for us at 18? Great question. Who are my stick and pick players at 18? Who I am not moving. I'm 12 for Life. I'm running to the podium. Run into the podium. Saying, I don't need your 15 minutes. I need 60 seconds because I'll be gone in 60 seconds with this pick. I'll give you my guys that I've got where I'm sitting there at 18, and here I come a-running. I would say Michael Williams would be the one guy there if he dropped in there. I would say Malachi Starks at 18. I would go with. He'd be another guy that I would run to the podium on. Kenneth Grant. I'm running the podium, and I'm going to try to keep these 12-4 feasible, right? I'm not going to say, like Armand Mabou at this point is probably out of line. I would for Armand, but he's going to be top 10 at this point. I got to start treating it like that. I would do it for Will Campbell. Arante Arise at 18 would be two guys that I'd be willing to do it for as well. Kelvin Banks at 18. There would be another guy, Matthew Golden, at 18. I think all of these are really good value points at 18. Getting them in there, that's about the right spot to be picking those kind of guys. If Shedeur Sanders drifts all the way in the first, I'm open to it. I'm not running the podium, but I'm open to it if John's got conviction. I'm not here at the forefront with it, but that would be about it. I'm a little torn with Jalen Walker. That's the only one 12 for Life that I'm a little bit unsure on if I would with him or not. Probably would. But that good collection of players would all be the guys that I'd be saying, yeah, no need to trade back. These guys are worth it just to stand and grab. These guys can be difference makers at the next level. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez. If we get no O-line in free agency, I'm going to need John to submit his resignation. If he would have overpaid a couple of years ago, it would be a steal right now. Great points. Great points, Sanchez. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. And very well said on your part. And that if you hadn't have belayed this as much as you had belayed this, you wouldn't be in the pickle you find yourself within now. And that is absolutely valid. That's part of, as I've said, that I know that Schneider draws back when he hears about the pricing and all that and says, well, they're overpaid and overdrafted, and I don't want to spend that. And you go, John, I get that, but this is the market price. And not only does it become now the market price, but now you have to almost course correct because you've done such a bad job at ignoring this very important position on your football team. And so, Sanchez, I'm going to be watching this heartily throughout free agency and the moves he makes. And it can't just be you go and sign Kevin Zeitler and then you draft a guy in the second round and you're going, all done. It'll be good now. No, it won't. We know it won't. We've been on this ride before. We know that roller coaster does not stay on those tracks. Hopefully he's going to address it here, Sanchez. Hopefully we get something coming down today at least. Satiate this fan base. Because as you can see below, even on your donuts below, I haven't got to the chat yet. This is not just a mild pressing factor on the fan base right now, and smartly so. It speaks to the intelligence of this fan base that they recognize for what is typically a very undervalued position as far as fans go. Fans like receivers, fans like running backs, fans like edge players, fans like corners. So to have fans at this point, this hard-lined Sanchez to the point of saying, please, John, stop, John, stop. It's like we got to have a damn intervention with the guy. Yeah. John, your lack of valuing offensive linemen has to stop. You keep throwing away good parts, John, because you don't want to pay. I'll never pay. I think I got to do a bit now I got to do a skit of John having an intervention. I'll play John, and instead of it being, about drugs or alcohol or whatever, have it be about an intervention with him about offensive linemen. Fine. I'll do it. I hope so, Sanchez. I'm hoping, man. I'm watching with the same watchful eye, and if not, I will call it to account. We're not getting the resignation, but I will call him to account on it because it's absolutely ridiculous to spend 10 years having the same issue come up and bite your team on the butt, and you just kind of acting surprised by it into year 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, it's time for the adjustment hour. Kevin Lownice, thank you for the $20 donation, Kevin. Very kind of you on that donation, and thank you guys for all of your donations here today. As always, thank you so very much. Your support lets this channel do what it gets to do, and I do thank you for that. Kevin says, B, I'm super excited about this. Sam knows this offense, plug and play. He's also similar to Geno and way cheaper. Go Hawks. Great thoughts on this. I'm in agreement all the way down the alignment on this, Kevin, and that is a guy that's in sort of that pseudo place a lot of these people you see below in the comments are at, where it's like, well, this was in my path I wanted to go down, but it is smartly constructed, and more than the team making the moves I want you to do this, I want you to do that. Above all that, I want the team to make smart moves and make sure they're getting value and they're not overpaying and they're finding those value signings in the right places, and no better place to find a value signing than with the quarterback position. And you're right, Kevin. We went down this road once before with a flame-out former New York Jet, high pick, burnout. And we've seen with a couple of other guys that have gone through that city and found some footing in other places. Wow, my chat just totally juiced out here. Uh-oh. Hopefully we don't have a issue here. I'm putting it. Okay. Hopefully everything's good with the chat. Let me know if anything juiced up. My chat went weirdo town on me there for a second. Okay, there we go. Got it back now. It's kind of weird. That was kind of weird. What's out with that? But the other part that you speak upon here, Kevin, that is the smartly constructed part is first you got the money, you got the short-term contract, you get the lack of the long-term commitment. You're getting a guy that is very similar to Geno. I'm with you, the people that are pro Geno, that Geno's the better player right now. He is. He is the better player, but Geno is also 35 years old and is going to be significantly more expensive and is not, even if you're a pro Geno guy, significantly better than Sam Darnold. So you've gotten cheaper. Much cheaper. There's not that commitment there. And then you bring up the fact about the offensive plug and play aspect of this. Geno would not have been plug or play. Geno would not have had the familiarity with the background of this offense like Sam Darnold is going to have. That's a big factor here. That's a big factor worth considering on this. And that does mean plug and play, the right way to kind of put this, Kevin, that when he walks in, the terminology, he's going to be with it. Checks he needs to be, he's going to be with it. So Kubiak's not going through rudimentary starting points with him when he gets into OTAs. You would think ideally that they could be into already right out the chute a little bit more advanced stuff. And if your quarterback is more advanced along, he can usually then bring along the rest of the supporting cast a little bit more quicker with it. It's very helpful if you got the quarterback with that kind of command of the offense rather than he's just trying to kind of figure out and learn like everybody else a bit there, Kevin. So fantastic points on your part. I echo and feel how you feel with it. Where I think this is solid. I think this is really good, and it's hard to really kick at it too much to me. Even if you're kind of a negative Sam Darnold guy, that's $33.3 million. He'll be somewhere between the 15th and 19th highest paid quarterback in the sport over the next 2 seasons. Take out the average per year. Just throw that out. Just look at the first 2 years and the fact you can get out after 3 years. That's hard not to look at and go, well, that's for a former top 5 pick who has started to realize that ceiling. I think that's hard to really get too angry about that. Get angry about the offensive line for sure, but contract-wise, Kevin, like you said, I think there's a lot to support and to give them lauding on. They came out of this pretty good on that. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. John Schneider is a Walmart guy with a Nordstrom checkbook who annually walks into Nordstrom and is appalled to the fault of the Hawks. Indeed, he would rather stay in the Walmart area of things as he's gone typically down the free agent line of items. And that is where we get frustrated because you at times have had a lot of money to spend in the past. You've had $50 million to spend in the past. And at some point, I'll bring up the graphic, Garth, as I've shown it many times, of how you have spent that money and that it's a lot of one-year contracts. It's a lot of aging vets. It's not you really paying for value. It's you sort of trying to find that guy who's got a little bit of juice left in his toothpaste, a little bit of toothpaste left in there. He's got it all the way rolled up to the end, like you do with toothpaste. It's all the way rolled up, and you got a little bit left in there, and you just, come on, one more year. One more on my brush. Come on. And that's kind of a tough way to go. First, get some guy who's actually, maybe going in his prime, still in his 20s, still with a lot of good football in front of him. A lot better of an ideal way to go. But it's a great way of putting it. Walmart guy walking into Nordstrom's is basically as John, because you have had the money to spend. It's not that, well, we're always so limited by this contract and that contract. You've walked into these off seasons with money to spend. And you have before with significant resources to spend. And John can get upset about the cost of things, but the cost is the cost. The cap's going up. This is the way the world rolls. You can't be mad at the fact, you can't be mad at gravity or the way the waves flow and roll. You just got to kind of roll around them a bit. So let's evolve and let's adjust around this and we'll be fine with it. I've said, John's got the freebie here. We can literally overpay for just about any offensive lineman and the fan base is going to do nothing, Garth, but stand up and applaud loudly and whistle. Well said, though, there, Garth. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. The issue is our offensive line wasn't just bad last year. It was embarrassing. Even the casual fans can feel that. Well said, Jeffrey. And I feel the same way on this, where it's when you get the fans in uniformity like this on a given issue, this is the rarest thing I see on my channel. Everybody and many fans have so many different varied opinions and so many different outlooks on the team and what is the problem and what is working and what needs to be done and what needs to be corrected and all of that type of stuff. But here is the one issue that you do have, Jeffrey, where it's absolute uniformity of opinion amongst the fan base, in that I could take a poll right now about what's the number one position of need on this team, and offensive line is going to get 99% of the vote. Unless there's a couple people just trying to troll in here. And if it's an honest poll, that's where I would run. And you don't get that unless you've gone far beyond the line of just, they got those like needles they always show on the old cartoons, and it's like good, except you're in the red, and then you're past the red point where you've broken the needle, and it's now just pushed to the far other side, and it's kind of shaking like that. That's pretty much what we have going on here with the offensive line thing. And embarrassing is the right way to put it. And frankly, embarrassing is pretty much the right way to put it over the past 10 years. Russell covered up some of this with his scrambling and mobility and got away from it, especially when he was in his prime. But you got Russell broken. You got Geno Smith beat up over the past 2 seasons multiple times, taking a beating. This lesson, as I've said, has been the hardest lesson for John to learn here over his time. He's learned some lessons. Don't draft for need, draft for value. He's figured out other things and ways to do it, like, no, don't spend all the money on your safeties. There's other lessons like this one, though, Jeffrey, that it remains to be seen if he's learned it yet or not. I hope he has. I'm going to remain optimistic he has at this point, because I just don't think it's ever been as loud as this for him to get this fixed. If there's anybody in that building who's been hearkening him forward to try to change his perspective, they've got to be sitting there loud as ever, and finally he's got to be hopefully starting to listen to them, or he just will always forever be unwilling to do it, and we either sink or swim by draft and development, and that's just the way it's going to go. It's kind of like the Mariners, where Mariners will never spend money, so it's got to be that they just create this incredible farm system, and then that'll be the way that they get to the series. Very narrow pathway of finding success in the back of that. B. Schneid 5. B. Schneid, thank you for the $2 donation. Rank these wide receivers: Ted McMillan, Luther Burden, and Marcus Golden. Ted McMillan is my number one wide receiver on the board. My comp for Ted McMillan is Mike Evans. I'm very interested to see what Ted runs and where he's going to be at with that. His testing times will matter on his pro day or how he does go. Because if he's out there running some 4.7-ish or 4.65, it's going to change the game a little bit with him, where Evans was at least able to run a very legitimate time when he was coming out of Texas A&M. But I see the same skills, the same freakish ability to go up there and get to contested catches and get to, even create separation and route running at his size, which is usually very unusual. McMillan is a real fine player. Don't quite have a blue chip grade on him. Do have a solid first round grade on him. I am not as big on Luther Burden. I'm a middle second round grade on him. He is only a slot guy. There is some confusion at times in the fan base with him and Emeka Ibuka. Two names that get mentioned a lot as connections to the Seahawks, and understandably so, as we do need a wide receiver. But both of these guys play in the slot, and you already have a slot guy in JSN. So you're not doubling back down for 2 slots. You're not going to place 2 slots on the outside. It's just not going to go that route with it. Luther Burden has got to be off of everybody's board. I would be gobsmacked if Luther Burden was even a possibility, much in the same way I'd be gobsmacked if Emeka Ibuka was the pick, where I'd kind of be wondering what we're doing exactly, is those guys are 2 guys that just fundamentally work out of the slot. Golden is a Z receiver. He's an outside guy. He is a guy I have a first round grade on as well. So I would put Tet at number 1. Top 10 pick. Golden, top 20 pick. Speed for days. Great route runner. Solid hands. Just creates separation constantly. The speed shows up on tape with him as well. Can take the top off the defense. Good yak guy in addition to that. I've got the top 20 grade on him, but Burden is kind of a middle second round grade. But love McMillan, love Golden. And I wouldn't mind if McMillan were to slide to us. I would super applaud that pick. Home run pick. I don't think there's any chance of it, but I'm with it. Washington Fistquest, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm a big Geno stan, but now is the age of Darnold. It is the age of Darnold. I'm the same way on this. I have no shade to throw at Geno Smith. I don't blame him for any of the way that this went with him going to the Raiders. He was a great player for us. He deserves to be revered as the fans are revering him right now as he's leaving, and people are kind of licking their wounds about it, going, this sucks. I don't like this. I get it. I understand it. It's well-founded frustration. But at the same point in time, this pivot is not one where they simply took the money they were going to spend on Geno and now are spending it on Sam. They went for the cheaper option. They got the 3rd round pick back in return. This feels more like what smart organizations would do, as opposed to what a kind of a lame, boring, we're going to just keep trying the same thing again and again kind of organization would try to do. And that's where this could have, to me, more of an opportunity to push us outside of mediocrity. There's a more boom or bust angle to this with Darnold, I think, than would have necessarily been there with Geno. And I like that part of it, Washington, Fish Quest. So I'm in much the same way. I love what Geno did for us. I'll look fondly on his time with us here. But at the same point in time, as you say, it's the age of Donald, man. It's the age of Donald. Let's roll. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. He says, I can dig it. Was initially 100% against Darnold, but seeing the contract, I'm down. Go Hawks. That's where I'm at with it too. You get mighty nervous up about 38, 39, 40. 45. No. You hear it down at 33.3. You go 33.3. Justin Fields got 240. That's the feasible part about this, is that at that contracted rate, that's not shabby at all. That's not bad at all. And it is enough, I think, at the heart of what you're saying, the heart of a little bit what FishQuest was saying too. In addition to this, Peter, it is a little bit of enough to move a person who found themselves a little bit more founded in a standpoint of thinking, I don't think I'm gonna be really in favor of this Donald thing, to shifting you over a little bit, because you can recognize that value. And nothing is ever about just a pure yay or nay on a player. It's also where the situation is at, what you're trying to do, what the cost is going to be. It's always, as I say, the complicated items you got to kind of pick through to get to the real true answer in the heart of the matter. But that's at the heart of the matter of this, is the value is right. The contract is good for the team. You can get out of it very feasibly if it doesn't work, if he is as bad as many foresee him to be. And so you can still go and get that other quarterback in the future, both this year and next year, if you wanted to. And so you've maintained your flexibility for the position in the future. You've improved it in the short term. You've got some upside for it into both the short and the long term of this. Because if he does work out, if he does turn back in a Pro Bowl season, you're getting a Pro Bowl season with a quarterback being paid about $30 million per year. And I would reckon to guess that every other Pro Bowl quarterback that you'll see in the AFC or NFC at that point, outside of a rookie contract, are being paid far more money than that. And a lot of guys that aren't making the Pro Bowl making far more money than that. So I'm down too, Peter. Great outlook on it. I share it. I feel it. Go Hawks, brother. As that's my outlook to it with this. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. What do you say to the haters that say he only did 1 year and he had JJ and Addison at wide receiver? Well, definitely Sam Darnold had some things working in his favor to help him improve and to, get him to reach that top end of things. I think it was a combination of both the receivers, TJ Hawkinson, O'Connell. Aaron Jones was a functional running back for him. They ran blocked pretty well. Having a good defense on the other side of it, God's Gang. I think all of this, man, spring is definitely here. Kicking in today. I think all of the people that would be a little bit anti-Sam would say the combination of all of this elevated Sam and made him look at his best. And we are not going to give him that same collective supporting cast to raise him up to make him look as good. And to that, I think that there is a fair point to be said within that. You're not quite stacking that up as much as far as especially the skill position players where you stand right now to be able to give him. But the cupboard is also not completely empty, God's Gang. It's not going from the best receiver situation in the league to the worst. You've got some things here to work off of with this team. You've got some great backs. You've got the development of Barner. Noah Fant's still on this roster, and he's fully capable. JSN has shown that he's ascending to being one of the top slot wide receivers in the sport. And we know that they're not just going to sit on their receiving core as it stands right now. So the receiving core is going to get better. Some people, I don't know why they look at the Hawk receiving core and they go, well, JJ Addison, then this is just going to be what it is now, and it won't get any better from now till we get to the start of the season. Yes, it will. You're going to draft a guy. You're going to find somebody out there in free agency or probably likely a trade for another wide receiver from somewhere, and it will look a lot better at that point. So I don't really lean into it as much as that. Certainly JJ's the real deal, and he's going to make a lot of quarterbacks look real good, and Addison's really solid. But I don't think they're necessarily the purely best even 1-2 punch in the sport last year. Maybe up there. and it helped. There are fair points to it, God's gang, but I think it gets oversold just a tiny bit on saying that was all lifting Sam up and that Sam had almost no kind of hand in his own development and improving as a player within that. That's where I think it would get a little bit more pushed beyond the marker of where it really lies on that, where they sometimes say the answer lies somewhere in the middle on that. That's where I would say on that one too. Martin Lawrence has been celebrating 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Martin. Will Freeze and Josh Myers, worth spending cap on? I'm not a Josh Myers guy at all. I don't see a lot there that is worthwhile. Will Freeze doesn't have a tremendous long track record of playing at a really good level. Gave you that flash last year in the way for a collection of games, and so maybe that's starting to turn on with him. But I think there's been other people out there in the hemisphere of this, the blogosphere, if you were, that are much more will-free guys than I would be. I wouldn't hate it. It's at least a capable veteran you're bringing in, but I also don't think that you've gone out there and really gotten a solidified answer in that signing at that point. You're doing more of the, let's take the flyer and hope here. Albeit he had a really good year through that last part last year, you're still, to me, kind of going more into that line of like, well, we don't have a long track record here. Let's hope this small track record we can rely upon to be the new standard. I'd much rather, when we come to deal with the offensive line, be going for more certainty and less of the get-by guys. Let's stop with the get-by guys. Let's stop with the, if it all works out and this still stays clicked in, let's get more of the, hey, let's get some certainty there. I don't know if it's likely to happen at this point, but that would be more what my angling would be for Martin, would be less of looking at these kind of guys like this in the past, especially with Myers, where I don't see a lot of the draw with him. He's got the familiarity of playing within the scheme, sure, but I don't think he's played particularly good within the scheme. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I absolutely hate gravity. I get it. You're not probably alone out there on that one. Rilo Damac Music, thank you for the $2 donation, Rilo. Do you honestly think John will invest in the offensive line? Well, I think he will, because of the fact that it has pushed so hard into overdrive here recently with the fan base being in such uniformity. It is not a smattering of fans. It is not just the nerds like myself out there. It's not the casuals and it's not the diehards. It is in the full collection of the full-throated voice of the 12th man that they are saying out from the distance, John, get us an offensive line. And in looking at this team through decades of experience watching it and monitoring fans as they go through the offseason and as they swing, and especially this modern age where we have online and you get real quick reactions from them and you can really get a pulse of the fan base of where they stand, there's never been any one point in time in the Seattle Seahawks history, so you think of John Schneider's time here, there's never been a time in Seattle Seahawks history where there's been more clamoring to fix the offensive line from the collective voice of the 12th man, Rilo. So I think he's going to invest in it as much as anything because he's being yelled at so loudly to go and get this thing done. It's such a unique situation a general manager to find himself in. Number one, guys don't tend to last 15 years in one place, but to last this long, to have this issue, to have this long standing of an issue that just doesn't get corrected. I think that this is the year that finally happens. It's making a bit of I've called it a prediction wish. It's a wish prediction. I'll give you that. I'm not basing it on track record. Lord knows that. But I sure would like to see him do it. I'll tell you that too, Rilo. Sure would like to see him do it. It'd make me feel a lot better about this upcoming season and the future. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, John's words talking about O-line was perceived need. Yeah, I caught the perceived need comment he made a couple weeks ago, went back to back on the 710 with comments back towards the offensive line, which fit to form of what we've seen so far today in the lack of movement on the offensive line. And so you do wonder a little bit about, look, as Rilo asked below, do I think he will? I think he will, but does John have also this tendency, which has been very hard-lined, not to do so? To not try and really hammer this. Yeah, he does. Can't deny it. We've seen it. We've been down this road many a times. So it very well could be his outlook on this situation is that it's not as bad as fans think. They're overstating it. It's all the coaching. I mean, that's a little bit of my worry here with this too, is it's just he really puts it on the back of Grubb, and he puts it back on the offensive line coach. And he's like, no, they were the problem. No, Waldron and Dickerson were the problem. And that's where you start to, rather than changing the broken inherent philosophy that you have there, you're sort of looking for the patsies a bit. I feel like Coach Carroll did a little bit this with defensive coordinators at the end. No. It's this guy. No, it's this guy. No. It's this guy. No, you need to change your ways. We'll see, though, Daniel. We'll see. It does remain to be seen if that's the way that this is going to truly roll or not on that side of it. That's for sure. Beloved Crenshaw, thanks for the $2 donation. Does Leslie Frazier have any say in free agency or the draft? I think that it would be pretty... you'd be leaving a resource on the table to me, beloved Crenshaw, if you weren't having a Leslie Frazier with an active voice in that room. With his past history as a player, as a coach, as a head coach, in multiple organizations, I mean, you want that wisdom laid to bear in looking at these players. Does he have say and he can say, get this guy or get that guy? I don't think he's got anything close to that, beloved Crenshaw, no. But I do think that this is a voice that when he speaks, both John and Mike would be listening to him, especially when it comes to a player and whether to go for a player and upside of a player, the ability to develop a particular player. I think that they would definitely be listening to him, but not necessarily having a pure say. It's probably decision by decision, depends on and how much he has probably passion to one player or the other on having an individual opinion, player by player on that. But you'd want a guy with that many decades of experience in the sport. You'd want to lean on his wisdom. Jeffrey and Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the Jets have the worst QBR since the NFL started tracking. It's been an organization that's just been bereft of any sort of forward-thinking philosophy. They are a team perpetually in a scramble drill, and they want to be aggressive. That New York media market is definitely going to be hard on players and probably push and creates a sense of urgency and a sense of impatience in there that doesn't, I think, always help them as they flow through coaches and flow through general managers. They certainly have not been able to figure out how to develop the quarterback position. They've drafted many guys through there, and they just cannot seem to understand the right pathway and approach to get those guys developed properly. But bad organizations are the way they are, Jeffrey, for a reason. You don't get here, and a lot of people will wield the doom and gloom with our Seahawks and John and Jody and all that, and I often say it's like we're not anywhere near the bad area of things as far as our approach to things like some of these other organizations out there that just have almost catastrophic bad ownership, rudderless direction, and hard to see much hope in their future if I was a fan of that team. There's a couple of those out there, and the Jets are one because of that. It fits and tracks that they find themselves in the pickle they find themselves in. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Gundy. Sam Darnold is better in a Kubiak system that he's familiar with than Geno is in a Grubb system. It's a great question. I think that Geno is really well suited into the Grubb system. The problem with the Grubb system is that it needs the pass protection. There was too many 7-step drops, but the part of the system with Grubb that I think fit really well with Geno would have been the spread system conception that was at the heart of it. And what you see in Geno, Jay Gundy, and where he's going now is he's going to the Raiders and Chip Kelly's offense. Well, what's Chip Kelly's offense? Though it has some NFL modifications within it, spread system concepts. So I think Geno's fitting to being kind of a ball distributor back there, trying to get the ball out quick. A lot of shotgun looks with sort of an RPO kind of look to it, even though he's not a threat to run. I think, getting him to do that where he's not doing as much turning his back to the defense off of play action, and he's asking him to lean as much into his legs in that way as a bit of an older player. I think that there's something valid definitely within that, Jay Gundy, and saying that that's not necessarily as much that fit into this offense versus staying in the spread system for Geno. You know, you shotgun, you hit to back foot, you let it go. Back foot, let it go. So that's, I think, a better fit. Whereas, like you say with Darnold, you got a little bit more of, I think, that functional mobility at times. Like Geno, you get him in the open field and he runs for it, and he'll get up to speed fast, and he can bust a 50-yarder or whatnot. But play in and play out, you don't really always feel the functionality of his mobility. And in this system, it's a lot of the under center stuff, play action with your back turned and whip it back around and go find your man. And looking last year, for instance, we'll take a look at it if maybe we get some time today. We'll get some time today, but looking at some of the advanced stats on NFL.com that they supply on this, some of the advanced stuff, there was a very keen difference between Geno in his play action percentage from under center, or just play action in general. The play action with Geno versus the play action with Sam Darnold last year, there was a big measurable difference between both the completion percentage and the CPOE, the completed percentage over expectation. Both of those worked much better in Sam Darnold's favor, and he will be doing much more of that within this offense, and Geno wouldn't have maybe have fitted as well to that, Jay Gundy, to your point. So yeah, Darnold's a better fit here. He's got the familiarity in addition to that Geno did not have. And that does give a bit of a leg up to him, especially even if you want to think, well, okay, Geno might be a bit better as a quarterback right now, but at the same point in time, you get the better fit, you get the younger player, you get the familiarity with the scheme. Does that kind of somewhat offset a little bit of maybe that slightly better player that you might have in a Geno on the other side? I think it could. I think it could, for sure. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate the donation. Great question, by the way, too. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. Gar says, Niner fans in the chat don't think O-line is important, but I call them, I can tell them is pay Brock, fancy boys. Yes. Yeah, dude, we got some Niners in the chat. Jeff Logan says, remember how good the Cowboys looked after they invested in the O-line and then let it fall apart again? Indeed. Cowboys get the line right. They were actually probably their best version of the Cowboys teams we've seen over the last 25 years. And second, you see it kind of fall apart. Same thing with the Chiefs. Like so many representations and examples of this that you can go out there and find of when you have teams that build this right and when they let it go and when it's good and when it's bad. And it's very easy to track. One more reason why I sometimes just don't quite understand John's perspective on being so reticent to embrace this. And thank you guys for hanging out with me there in the here in the chat. I've been a little bit late to get on to you guys over in the chat. Just as a note, if you are looking for me to respond to what you got to ask in the chat, I just do ask if you can put HN, Brando, Brandon, B, even B, I'll notice, because we do have a lot of inner discussion in the chat a lot of times here. So I try to kind of be able to pick that out as we get more and more people. And especially over the next couple of days, we're going to have a lot of people in the chat having inner discussions and whatnot. So just make sure if you do have a question for me, comment you want me to read, if you can just put B, Brandon, Hawks Nest, S-O, hey, S-O. You can call me that too. That's all right. I can take it. Alien Wizard, we can still get Cam Robinson, Zyler, and Amari Cooper. That's true. Michael Hyde says, look on the bright side. At least Niner fans are also freaking out right now. Well, that's good. It's always a good day when the Niner fans are freaking out too. That's the key there. Watch Fish Quest. If we get Freeze, probably better for price. He signs day 2. If we don't, I look forward to crying about it. Jeff Logan, build O-line, keep Hal, and draft a quarterback this year or next, and add pieces where we can find them. With Hal, we can overpay more talent to get in the door. True. We do have Hal in the 1-year contract, but I love your approach, man. Let's go. Mark Abercorn, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hans, I'd love to trade down to your mention on moving back down. That'd be great to get down a little bit in this draft too. Even pick up more picks. The more times I can pick from about 12 to about 80, the better from my perspective. That's where really, to me, the true heart of this draft lies. The true meat of this draft lies. Mahoyoho, Darnold, $33 million. Why are the Hawks not picking up free agent offensive line or wide receivers right now? I'm sure they're making some moves in the background on this, Moho. But I think they were in on Dahlman. It does sound like Dahlman took less money to go with the Bears based on what I was hearing earlier. We'll see if that was the case. But I would say they're going to find or figure out something here. We are still relatively early. It was just 9 o'clock that the tampering period began. So, I mean, theoretically here, they're just talking to these. I know they all talked before the tampering period, but, they're probably not advanced far down the line and where they were at with it to that point. BLM says, thanks for whoever gifted me the membership. Absolutely. We've had a few people dropping some gifted memberships in lately. It's been very kind. Sugar Rush, Chat GPT has Tyler Booker atop the list as the draft can stop Eagles pass rush. Well, I think people are going to be surprised even after the combine experience. He is going to go in the first round. That's going to be a shocker to some folks, but NFL circles really like Booker, leader in that Alabama locker room. Blacks, Vikings also basically had no depth behind JJ and Addison, and Hawkinson only played the last 5 games of the season at tight end. Great points, New Blacks. Great points. Definitely didn't have, I can't think of who the receiver was mine. Wasn't it Rieger? Jalen Rieger or something like that was their number 3. And no bounce on Mark, no bounce today on anybody. We're going to definitely have some varied opinion on the mods today in the chat. So I'm counting on with, there being a lot of people that are going to be in their feelings from a mod standpoint. We're going to have a lot of people in their feelings about, DK moving and wanting to go with Geno and not being on Sam. And I don't share all the feelings as far as how hardline some people will be about that, but I do really understand it. And I know that that's going to cause some people to get a bit in their emotions with it, Mark. But to Mark's point with this, definitely try to today as we can keep this respectful. There will be disagreement on this. But these will be one of those days, Mark, where we give a lot of room and rope on this because the understanding's got to be with it that it's going to get a little bit at times potentially today hot and heavy with that because there are people and you can feel it online in some of those emotions. So we'll roll with the punches on that. But I do ask you guys, as I always say, if you do want to debate or get into with somebody, just attack the argument, not the man. Little lit baby bug says, do you think it was a good idea to trade DK or keep him for Sam Darnold was better for Seattle? Well, I think DK was asking for a trade, lit. So if you have a player get to the point that they don't want to be in town and they're up for contract like this, and it's not going to be where you're taking a tremendous amount of pain to move on from that player, I think you acquiesce to the player's demands at that point. Football is not one where it works really well by holding a player begrudgingly in-house. It doesn't tend to work out too well. They made the best of what was a bad situation. There's a lot more leading up to the DK that was beyond just him moving. That was more about why it was leading up to that and could have been avoided long ahead of that. But team didn't take care of their P's and Q's on that, and that this is the result of that. Kind of the way that it will roll with it. Is Sam Howell going to be better for it? I don't think it was down between Sam Howell or DK on this lit. You could have very well have let Geno go, kept DK, and brought Sam Darnold in here, and there's your combination. So I don't think that it was either or on that. You had enough cap space where it didn't have to be. It was more about both with Geno and DK, they asked for the trades. So the teams could have been kind of quietly pushing them out in the background at the same point of this, but they actively made these kind of things happen as much as anything else. We'll have to see if the end result of this will be for the best. But I like it because I do think that at the end of the day that this offseason needed to have a shakeup. I was less about it has to look like this and this and this. It was more about, look, we're stuck. We're in purgatory. We're not moving or making progress. We're just in the same place every year, which is not a bad place. It's just a mediocre place. It's just a barely good place. So we got to shake this thing up and then try to see if you can kind of reset it a little bit. And I think that John Schneider has done this with these moves rather than just trying to do more of the same. Now he just needs to get the offensive line figured out here, Lit, and we'll have this maybe figured out a bit. Brady Banta, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Brady, I really appreciate you doing that. Folks, if you could for me, please do join Brady. We're about to just climb up over 19,000 subscribers today. If we can punch all them through, we started the day about 30 away. So if you do sub up today, you can help us get over that mark as we are on the hunt this offseason to get over 20,000 subscribers, and we are motoring along. Thank you, though, Brady, for jumping up and joining the channel. I appreciate you doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $20 donation. Michael, really appreciate you for that. Very kind. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Hear me out. Hear me out, B. If John Schneider won't draft linemen, then we should replace our linemen with blocking tight ends. Every offensive play, Coobs can pick a tight end lineman at random and report them as eligible. Because they tight ends, we'd pay them tight end money. There you go, Michael. Well, once back in the day when you track this system and this zone-based system all the way back to the Broncos back in the day, Michael, it was at a time where every NFL team was going for the heaviest offensive lineman that they could find. The bigger, the better. And what you had with Mr. Gibbs as the offensive line coach and Shanahan is that they drifted over into the other direction and they said, we're going to go super light with our offensive linemen and we want mobility. Well, it worked 25 years ago, Michael. Maybe you go back to that same well, you just go more extreme even now. Like, oh, you guys all like your 300-pound guys? We're going back to 265 pounds across the board. We're going to have mobile blockers. We're going to be able to move in space. We're going to pull all over the place. And then, like you say, we got eligible tight ends every which way but loose. It'd be a creative way there, Michael. It'd be a creative way there. You never know. You never know. I do hope, Michael, we get at least just one lineman signing today. Just make us feel a little warm and fuzzy. Just give me a one, John. Just give me one today. Give me a Tevin Jenkins. And I can lay my head on the soft pillow tonight. Exhale. And I can feel like, okay, we're on the path here. We're on the path here. Let's just get there. But it's inventive, Michael. I'll give you that. It is inventive. And thank you for the $20 donation. We're going to go back to that well from 30 years ago. Instead of going 290, though, we're going 265. Ultimate mobility. Ultimate. God's Gang, thank you for the $20 donation. What free agent wide receiver could Seattle be looking at? Any ideas? I would think kind of like Elijah Moore is a guy I was thinking about when we were sort of turning over the beginning of looking at some of the free agent receivers that were out there and available. I think that he's a guy that makes a lot of sense because he's a little bit of a smaller guy. He's certainly a guy who's done a lot of slot stuff, but I think he's also a guy that can do some outside stuff with his skill set. Even going back to college, that was within his game. I don't really have anybody that really stands out to me as somebody that is a strong draw for me at this point from the receiver position on the open market. Moore's a guy, but you've got so much age out there across the board with some of these guys. Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Brandon Cooks. These guys are ancient. Mike Williams is injury prone at 30 years old. I don't want that. DeAndre Hopkins is old as hell. Robert Woods is getting old as hell. Darius Slayton is okay, but I don't want to pay Darius Slayton any legitimate money. Josh Reynolds, Devin Duvernay gives you at least a return guy element. I wouldn't mind grabbing him because he at least gives you that as the floor and he's not going to cost a lot. But KJ Osborne, Demarcus Robinson, Nelson Aguilar, DJ Shark, Mac Hollins, Tyler Boyd, Zach Pascal, Zay Jones. I mean, I kind of run through that list and I'd love to give you a name here, but God's Gang, it's all pretty weak. I'd much rather probably try to just make a trade of like a 4th round pick for a guy or something at this point with those options, because not only are they weak options, but you're going to be actually giving them some money in addition to that. And I mean, Amari Cooper's been mentioned in the chat, but Amari Cooper looked like he had the fork sticking out of his back last year with the Bills. Guy went to the Bills with a chance to go win, a chance to go out there and really contend there, really one of the first times in his career, and he was shot. He was like a shot fighter out there. Ooh, MJ Seahawk. Thank you for the $20 donation, MJ Seahawk. You guys are very kind with these monster donos like that. I really appreciate you for that. Says, what's up, Hawks Nation? We need to sign an offensive lineman. Not excited or down on Darnold, at least it's a shame. Not excited or down on Darnold, at least it's a change. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results. It is the definition of insanity. I thank you for the $20 donation, MJ Seahawk. And it is one that will drive me crazy about this team, is there are times where we are very slow to learn certain lessons. The drafting for value, for instance, took us about 7 straight drafts of bad drafting before we finally got to realizing, oh, maybe we should draft for value than reaching for need. Maybe that'd be a better approach here. Likewise, with this offensive line, it's been 10 years of mainly bad to almost horrifically bad, given the individual seasons. Plenty of time to course correct on this. Plenty of time to recognize the approach that we're taking here isn't working on this. The draft and development approach and the signing the butt-ass old free agent who's almost shot is not the right approach. And hopefully, that's not what they're going to do again this offseason, but it certainly is not out of line to think that it's a possibility, MJ, because it is what you've done for 10 years. Not 3 of the 10 years, not 6 of the 10 years, 10 of the 10 years, every individual year, you've built a bad line. There's like maybe 1 year in there you can find where it was kind of respectable, but it certainly wasn't dominant, certainly wasn't top of the league, certainly wasn't even close to that, even in that one good year if you can find it. So I hope this is the year they finally pull the lever, MJ Seahawk, but you never know. We're already late in the day here a little bit on this to where they haven't jumped so far, but there are still some good linemen out here in free agency. There's still plenty of options. They still have plenty of money. They've got draft picks to maybe go make a trade if that's an available item out there for them. But I would be very surprised here, folks. I would really be shocked if John takes that same pathway he has in recent years. For where we stand now, for where the team stands, for going out and getting a Darnold. It just seems like right now, as much as ever, is the right time to jump on this and to do something, more major at the position than just trying to get by. But we'll have to see, MJ, because you never know. He is very hard-lined in his ways, is Schneider in certain respects, especially as it concerns the offensive line. Thank you again, $20 dono. Kevin Lonice with another $20 drop. Double dipping on me, Kevin. Thank you for that. The double dono drop with the big 20. Says, B, I'll talk to you about quarterback, but like our general manager, I'm going to ignore the O-line. Go Hawks. It's all about the QB, baby. It's all about the QB. And I think that's a fair enough approach with it. I mean, there's nothing good to talk about with this O-line. It's like Mama always taught you. If you got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. And that is definitely where this O-line is at right now until we get a little bit differently. But I don't know how John doesn't look at it by taking the same approach. That approach fails, that his job is in legit jeopardy, especially if you come through a season where you only have 5 days. Can you imagine this? John takes the same approach. You come into this year, Darnold doesn't deal with the pressure as well as Geno does. Darnold gets broken. You end up getting out to the end of the season where you have only 5 wins, 6 wins maybe. How that doesn't then put John's job in jeopardy, where offensive line again is at the forefront of the reasoning for why you find yourself in that bad situation. And because you didn't address it properly, because you didn't want to pay the price, because you thought they're overpaid and they're overvalued. And that just draws me back along to the line on this, Kevin, of just going, there's no way he can take this line again. There's no way he can go down this road again. It just seems beyond comprehension to me at this point. It's not impossible. And MJ, I didn't talk a little bit about the donation you put in there about Darnold. I'm not excited or down on Darnold. I think there's going to be a wide variance of opinion with Darnold from the fans. Some are going to be really hyped. Some are going to love the value like I do. Some maybe not super hyped on him, but then love the value. So it'll be a bit all across the board, and I get that on it. But I think the parts you talk about with the definition of insanity, the need to shake this up. I was the proponent of this coming in this offseason. People say, what do you want to do? You're a general manager, Brandon. What do you want to have happen? I said, you got to shake this up. We're stuck. We're in purgatory. I can recognize that's exactly where we find ourselves. And the only way you get out of purgatory is by shaking it up. It's not little minor moves. It's minor moves that keep you reinforced into purgatory. You got to make some major moves. You got to move off things you maybe don't want to move off of. That's what a shakeup is. It isn't just all good things are happening. Sometimes it's a little bit of pain left to bear. But that little bit of pain in the immediacy is paid off in the long term when you really are getting, as I like to say, the fundamentals clean. But a shakeup was required here. We want to get back to a contending status and not merely a fringe playoff team. This was going to take some kind of shakeup. And why I'm in overall favor by the direction and approach of this team so far this offseason. I share all the worries and concerns that you see here in my chat with the offensive line and what's going on with that, and their approach to that. And those are all valid. But as far as the general direction this team's taken, the signing of Darnold, that shakeup I wanted to see happen, the taking the one step back to take the two steps forward, I'm seeing all the signs of that. And so on the grand picture, the bigger picture of this, they're making the right moves here, and they're moving in the right direction of this, I think. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $10 donation, Jay Gundy. McDonald comes from the Ravens, who seems to breed O-line starters. Hopefully, he'll be able to influence John Schneider into building both sides on the trenches, but extra attention to the O-line. Thoughts? I would hope so. If you're not going to go into free agency and you're looking at things like this Aaron Banks deal and you're saying, look, Aaron Banks, 4 years, $77 million, we don't want to be anywhere near that. Okay, we are only going to do the offensive line. Well, okay, then you've got to hammer the offensive line in the draft. And that means it's not just about taking one offensive line pick in the first 3 freaking rounds. That means you take 2 or even 3 offensive line picks in the first 3 rounds, especially having all of the multiple picks they have. And McDonald, as far as wanting all of his little parts and pieces to be everything fitted to what he wants, and I get doing that, and I get, structuring and throwing all these resources at the defensive side of the ball, I get that. But now you're paying Leonard Williams $20+ million. You've got a first-round pick on Byron Murphy. You're paying Jaron Reed 3-year, $24 million. You're paying Ernest Jones, your inside linebacker. You're paying Julian Love a big contract. Uchenna Nwosu's got the contractual investment, 2 second-round picks off the edge. As we approach this draft a little bit from McDonald's perspective on this, I don't know that there's really a whole hell of a lot, especially if this line has these holes he can come to really expect that needs to be more having extra stuff really dumped into his defense, especially not at the forefront of what the picks they make are, and that you go this other direction with it if you do. But I would think he would have that influence. The Baltimore Ravens have won by and large as a centerpiece point through the years by making sure that they have those offensive lines and defensive line, the trenches on point. They're going to be famed for having their Ed Reeds and their Ray Lewises, and quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson have come through there, and the Joe Flaccos, but it's really been what they do in the trenches that determines their ultimate success season by season, and why they're in the mix every season is because that trenches are built right, and they draft and develop really well. But we're going to have to hammer it if we want to try to replicate that, and hopefully he is in his ear in that way, and I think you're right. I think Jay Gundy, he is in his ear in that way. I think he was trained as well. Remember with this Jay Gundy, not just at the sort of feet of one Harbaugh, but both Harbaugh brothers, who are both in uniformity in their outlook of how to build proper teams and to build contending football teams. And I just have to think that influence would definitely factor in heavily on a guy like Mike McDonald. Understandable why maybe last year more of in his mind it'd be the forefront of driving to get those pieces for his defense and get the defense right. But now as you get things kind of in alignment and structured up, and you got your 2 edge rushers, you got a rotational backup, you got your starting front defensive tackles, plus you got your backups for that. Yes, you need a nose tackle, but you got your 2 starting inside linebackers, your 2 starting safeties. There's a lot here already that you're kind of fitted and set with. So more of maybe the drive then at that point, Jay Gundy, to go offensive side of the ball, and specifically offensive line really, really, really at the forefront of this. I hope so. I really do hope so there, Jay Gundy. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Garth with a double dip of $5 donations back-to-back here, actually. He says, if we get Russ to back up Darnold, Niner fans will be shaking at their YMCA showers. We bring him in, Garth, just so that when he plays the Niners, because he owns the Niners, and he's in their head. So what we do is we have Darnold start all of the normal games, but whenever we get to the Niners, out comes Russ, just to throw the Niners a curveball. He handled that organization. I'll tell you what. Even when he was with the Broncos and the Broncos were bad, Garth, he was still beating the 49ers. It was wild to watch. He had that organization's number. It didn't matter who the coach was. It was great to watch. Russ is a backup, huh? Boy, hard to see that from my perspective of it. And the mighty will have fallen if he's coming back here as just to be a backup. But the market is also getting lean for Mr. Russ across the board as far as things stand. So it's also not necessarily straightforward that he's going to have a starting job offered out there, and maybe coming back home ain't the worst way to go if that's the case of it. Garth with another $5 says, Pumpkin, save your strength for the draft, unless your mysterious ways can land us Freeze. She's working on Will Freeze right now. I mean, yeah, she's looking out the window right now at a bird on the grass, and maybe that Will Freeze isn't at the forefront of her mind, but it's somewhere in the back, so she's working her psychic energy. Every time I check with her, she says these linemen are getting more expensive by the moment. So it's getting thin from her standpoint, Garth, but she's doing what she can. You know, she's doing all she can. Sometimes the forces of John Schneider's ignoring of the offensive line are too strong for her to overcome. She's looking at me and she's like, he just won't psychically listen. He just won't psychically listen, Garth. I don't know why. I appreciate you, brother. Very kind with all the donations, man, and thank you for that support. Michael Green, thank you for the $5 donation. Can we sign some O-linemen, John? Also, thoughts on being able to draft Emeka Egbuka? Probably could have got New England's pick instead of the DK trade. You possibly could have gotten the New England pick in the DK trade. I think the part of that, Michael, that's the real key with that is that DK Metcalf was on a podcast with Kay Adams about 2 weeks ago. She is a New England fan. She asked DK Metcalf, hey, do you want to come to New England? DK was very, very succinct in saying, no, I don't. And with players like that, they'll always be like, they want to keep all the doors open of possibility so they can maximize out returns. It's not often you get the player who just flatly says, no, I don't want to do that. So I don't think DK wanted to go to New England. And New England was not going to trade for DK unless they could put him on a contract extension. The same way the Steelers weren't going to trade for DK unless they could put him on a contract extension. So it was really just never on the table from that standpoint. Now, he didn't have a no-trade clause, but again, New England wants the contract done. They don't want a rental for a year that they got to give up max draft capital to make that happen. As far as Emeka Egbuka goes, this is one we're speaking to a little bit earlier on this stream as a name that gets mentioned quite a bit, Michael. And this is a name that gets mentioned quite a bit also in addition to Luther Burden. And so it would seem if I'm trying to kind of read, Michael, a little bit of what I'm kind of getting from Hawk fans is that a lot of you guys out there, Hawk fans wise, really love Emeka Egbuka and really love Luther Burden. Okay. And I get that. These are really fun players in this draft. They're very dynamic wide receivers. But all positions in the NFL are specialized. And in the NFL, there are 3 types of wide receiver positions. There is the X wide receiver, there is the Z wide receiver, and there is the slot wide receiver. They are all separate positions. A Z wide receiver doesn't necessarily do stuff that an X wide receiver does. A slot wide receiver doesn't do what a Z wide receiver does. And so I think that as I get sometimes a sense from the fan base on this a bit, it would be well suited from some because it gets mentioned, not just by yourself, but it is mentioned really, really often on this. And I understand the attraction in itself to the players and liking these individual players. But walking through this, I kind of don't get this on the grand scheme of things. And let me bring up, if I can, here some data to kind of show you this. First off, slot wide receivers. We have a slot wide receiver on the roster. We have a top 3 slot wide receiver on this roster currently in Jackson Smith-Njigba. And I'm bringing up something here I want to show you. Okay. So, Michael, we've got Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's already our grade A, awesome slot wide receiver. Okay. And so everybody right now, really pay attention to this because this is a really, really good point I'm going to be making for those people that are Luther Burden folks or for Emeka Egbuka folks. Like, this dream of these 2 players, you can love them, but it's not happening to the Seattle Seahawks. These 2 players are not coming to the Seattle Seahawks unless you're trading Jackson Smith-Njigba. You're not going to be operating off of the 3 wide receiver sets that you did prior. First off, Michael, So this means that it's already going to be naturally hard to get Jackson Smith and Jigba on the field, which means that you're already going to have to force him out to that Z wide receiver role. He's not going to play the X, but you're going to have him in base situations in 21 personnel and 12 personnel, having to now operate as a Z, which is not necessarily his strength. He is more of a pure slot. So I mentioned to you about Emeka Egbuka and Luther Burden. When we go to these two guys and we look at them in college and what they did in college and where they were aligned in college and how they were utilized in college, there is something that stands out very, very clear from these guys. These are the PFF snap counts. So these are analytic snap counts that give you an exact representation of where the player played, where he was aligned. So what you will notice on this is that this is Emeka Egbuka. Okay. And I'm going to bring up this bottom section right here. The top line is going to be 2024, as you can see here, Michael. 2024 with Ohio State. And if I go right here, I want to show you guys this piece of data right. Yeah. Okay. That's the important point to look at right there, and look at it all the way down the alignment of it on this one, Michael. 81.1% of the time aligned in the slot. So he's a pure slot receiver, and you already have a pure slot receiver that you're going to be trying to move out to the Z. You're going to have to kind of misuse out to that spot, just make sure you can keep him on the field. So you're not going to bring out two slot receiver, because you're only running two wide receivers then. You're not going to run two slot receivers out on the field at the same time, neither of who can really take the top off the defense at that point. So this is, and I'm not harping on you with the Michael, it's as much as that these two guys get mentioned more than any two wide receivers in this draft, more than McMillan, more than any of the wide receivers anywhere else in this draft. The two receivers I hear more about from Seahawks fans are Emeka Egbuka and Luther Burden. And you're right to like them. You're right to really have an affinity for these players and go, man, that's a good damn football player. You're right on that. You're correct. But they're at 81% slot snaps in college, and players do not go from the slot to outside wide receiver at the pro level. The transition does not work that way. If anything, it works the opposite direction. You're an outside guy going to slot, or if you were a slot at the college level, you're remaining a slot moving on into the pros. So you've got a guy here at 81% in his final college season out of the slot. Emeka Egbuka is a slot wide receiver. Now let's go take a look here, if we can, over at, I want to take a look here at Luther Burden and show you this as well, because this is another guy that gets brought up a lot. And again, I want to show you it's kind of the same sort of story here with him. Okay, so we've got Luther Burden here, fan favorite, really loved in what he brings, right? And rightfully so, good player. But again, we come back to right here. 85.3% of the time he's aligned up in the slot. So both of these two players, it gets brought, and Michael, that's probably about 3 times I've already heard on these other guys with this, just since we started the stream today on this, but there's just no connectable point of them coming to the team. So it's like we got to toss these guys away, is that there's no option for them. They're slot guys only. That's not a bad thing. It's not like it's not like a scarlet letter on their chest or something that you're that way. We've saw with Jackson Smith and Jigba that guys can be dynamic game breakers from the slot position, that they can be number one wide receivers from the slot position. And Luther Burden and Emeka Egbuka might become that at the next level. But if they're going to become it, it's going to be out of the slot. It's not going to be on the outside. So I like Egbuka a lot as well. He's an absolute Michael dog with the ball in his hands. He's a very good route runner. He's got the short area quickness to get open and space fast out of the slot like you need. He has all the prerequisite skill set you would want for that slot position, but these guys will not be moving to the outside. It's not going to happen at the next level. They're going to remain there, and then by that means, you got to take them off the Seahawks board. They are not in play for Seattle at all unless there was some gravitational drop of these players through this draft. But good question on the DK thing, and I think, Michael, you are right on that, in that I think that DK was very likely, you had better trade capital to be giving over to New England, that they would have given you more back in return. Not significantly more, it would have been an earlier second round pick, but I don't think that DK was probably willing to sign the contract extension there. It's a guess. it is definitely a little bit of a guess, but I feel strongly on that one. R. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez. I don't love it, he says, but it's better than paying Geno. I would rather go Rodgers or Fields and save even more money. We'll find out when contract deals come out. The details will be very important in this one, to your point on that, to pay attention to, because you never know. And we always got to remember with the initial reports on these monies that it's always the agent that's leaking out these initial contractual details, because they're of course trying to sell other potential clients on signing up with that agent. And so this is the game that sort of is played a little bit in that way. But I'm kind of the same way all the way down the line on the Sanchez. I don't think I would have gone for Fields, because Fields would have been a 2-year, $40 million deal. So you're still giving him some money, and it's not like he's coming in creepy cheapy. Aaron Rodgers would have come in creepy cheapy. And my whole thing was to try to kind of lean into a bit of that rebuild, to say, look, we're not ready right now. Let's get the parts and pieces that don't work here, to get all of the part and pieces right, to get the offensive line first before we get that quarterback of the future. That was a direction I was more leaning towards. But this is a direction that I can sign up for, because I think there's intelligence behind it. And when you look all the way down the line of the intelligence behind it, first, to your initial point, you're not giving Geno Smith $45 million, and say you're giving this guy like $33 million per year. That's a big deal to go 7 years younger at the position for a quarterback like this, who gives you about equivalent play when it's all said and done. And you're getting the 3rd round pick back in addition to this, as he's just a street free agent, so he doesn't cost you anything on the front side of this. That 3rd round pick shouldn't be overlooked as well, though I know it's a little bit of a later 3rd round pick. And as you say, with the details of the money of this contract, I think what we're going to come to find out, Sanchez, is that the first year of the contract is going to be butt low, and that the team is going to be able to get out from under the contract after 2 years very easily. So I think it'll be even harder in retrospect on this to look back at the deal and really poo-poo it or get down on it, because of the fact that so many of the parameters of this deal look so good towards Seattle's favor of it, even if you're not the biggest Sam Darnold guy. But I share your outlook on it basically exactly down the line on this one. And thank you for the donation. Tajan, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Tajan. I appreciate you doing that. Welcome aboard. TheSeahawksNest, thank you for helping us get a little bit closer to our goal today. Trying to get up over that 19,000 mark if we can. We're kissing it. We're kissing it. Mike Skinner says, I'm not saying fire John, but I'm going to be sharpening my pitchfork and lighting my torch in preparation for the bargain deal interior O-lineman for another season. I'm really just fed up with his strategy. I understand, Mike. I understand completely in regards to this, and I get it. And I will be in the same mode as you, as far as definitely giving him a lot of hell if he's going to take the same damn direction once again. How many times have we seen it not work out? Zaydam Pax, Brandon, what do you think about Alec Ayanamor? I thought he displayed significant effort on tape despite low production. Yeah, and with the Stanford College program, I think you've always got to give a little bit of room on that one, Zaydam, because there is so little of in their recent history there. I know that they've moved on from David Shaw, so it's not necessarily the same as it was there with him, but they're never really an offense that's necessarily always felt like they've gone super pass heavy, in my feeling from them and watching the tape. He's a receiver that would fit to this offense. Good size, strong through the route, can deal with physicality through the route, press coverage, can play X, can play Z, strongly built, a little bit bigger than average with a long catch radius and strong hands. He's a tough prospect to get a read on. Just 2 years of solid production. An offense that had him run a very limited route tree with mainly hitches, over routes, and go routes. Good contact catcher, good body control. Also good ball tracker. Their quarterback suddenly hit him with the back shoulder. Their quarterbacks would suddenly hit him with the back shoulder and just spots it in the air, and he'll still get his body and his hands in the right position to make the catch. He's a red zone problem. For his size, he'll probably get near that 4.4 time was what I was thinking. I don't think he tested at the combine, but quickness and change of direction are average. His route running is solid. His hands are not quite elite, but very good. He gathers the ball after the catch very fast, helping him turn into a runner quicker, which does aid his yak. But other than really running hard with the ball in his hands, I don't think he's breaking a lot of tackles at the next level. I kind of saw him as sort of a Packer kind of receiver. You think about those Romeo Dobbs, Dontavian Wick types. This guy's kind of an alignment, I think, Zaydon packs with that type of receiver, in my opinion. I think I'm going to end up dipping him more into kind of a third round area. I've had him for a long period of time in the second round, but the more that I think about it, I think I'd rather have a Savion Williams. I think I might rather have a Trey Harris. So I'm going to put him more, I think, when it's all said and done, into kind of that third round. But he's not a bad player. Just hard to get a read on fully. It gets a little bit sticky on that one, you know. Justin, you have a great one, man. Talk to you soon. Alien Wizard, Steelers and Giants fighting over Rodgers. How sad. Isn't that just typical? Bomber Cooper Kupp in a Seahawks uniform would go hard. We can get back against the Rams for signing B-Wags. It'd be worth it just for the pain and the heart it would cause the Ram fans. On says Ryan Kelly to the Vikings. Oh, Will Freeze opens up the Seahawks, so another guy goes off the board. Mark says, B, I'm still upright, is all I can say. Yeah, we all, man. Yeah, we all. Probably a pivot to Freeze. Yeah, probably pivot to Freeze. MJ Daniel, are there any wide receiver free agents out there worth looking at? Not really, MJ. It's an old crew of guys that don't get you, they're not going to cause a lot of excitement. So we got Ryan Kelly, 2-year, $18 million deal to the Vikings. We couldn't float that. Golly. Zach says, Burton's just my favorite wide receiver. I don't want him, though, but he will be the best wide receiver in this class. There's no doubting these two guys' talent. Emeka and Burton's talent is legit, 100% legit. It's just, it is just that little fly in the ointment on this situation. SL, if you ignore the O-line situation, we really got Geno-level quarterback for less than what DK was asking for. He might be stingy, but when he gets the deal done, John usually wins. That's fair. Yeah. Definitely fair. Yuquan Huang, Brandon, what do you think about this next couple of moves? Kevin Zeitler, draft offensive tackle, draft wide receiver, draft defensive end, get either Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, or Amari Cooper. I don't want an old-ass receiver that's got nothing left. Diggs is coming off a torn ACL. Cooper looks done, and Allen is old as hell, and he's always got injuries with hamstrings and stuff that he's fighting through throughout the year. So no on the older receivers. Yaquan, that's been kind of the approach for 10 years when it comes to the offensive line. Sign a vet like Kevin Zeitler, who's 35 years old and may completely fall off a cliff next year, like we've seen with guys like Gabe Lucas and Laken Tomlinson, and then you go draft a guy and hope that'll be enough. It's kind of been their approach prior. I don't think that it will set the stage for success, especially not for success in the immediacy. So I would be a bit down on that overall as far as moves go. It makes sense going for a wide receiver, makes sense going for another defensive end because the value will be there to take those guys, and the need will be there, especially for wide receiver. But I think you're going to end up kind of having the offensive line a little bit light at that point. Copper-wise, what about Besh? Besh, as is said below there by Thrillhouse, is one of my favorite wide receivers in the draft. I have a second-round grade on him when I think many people out there will have a third-round grade on him Copper-wise. I think he's just about the closest thing to a carbon copy of Cooper Kupp that we've seen since Cooper Kupp. And he is a Z outside receiver who plays a smattering of slot snaps. Kieran says, where you played aligned as a wide receiver and what you're capable of is limiting belief. There's slot receivers, sure, but after that, any serious talent can and should be moved around and plus multiple roles. I just can say I just disagree on that. My history of studying football, Kieran, has been pretty hard-lined on this, and I don't think that it's evolved somewhere new now in recent years on this, which has shown that suddenly now slot guys can work on the outside. It's been a pretty hard and fast rule and not a controversial one at that, Kieran. It's a pretty straightforward, accepted way of the way this goes. But I suppose we'll see too, right? Because if we come back to this one in a year from now, let's check in on Luther Burden and let's check in on Emeka Buka and let's see how many actual snaps they're getting on the outside and where that slot percentage truly is. I would probably estimate that it's going to be fitting to right about the same thing as it's always been, keeping in mind that the teams that go and take these wide receivers carrying that are going to pick Emeka and that are going to pick Luther Burden, those are going to be your teams like a Rams team that's going to stay in a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. Not necessarily Rams picking him, but just that they're going to be leaning into that like 70% of the time they're in 3 wide receiver sets to have that guy out in the field all the time. You're going to have more of these offenses. They're going to run with more of the I formation stuff, less of the 3 wide receiver looks, like we kind of are. The 12 personnel looks like we kind of are. I don't see those guys going to those kind of offenses, but we'll see. Maybe you're right on that. Maybe I'm wrong. $360 Hawks Nest. How you feel about the Arizona receiver at 18? I love it. He's one of the few X receivers we got in this draft. Play on the outside. He can get off press coverage. My comp for him was Mike Evans. I don't think he'll quite get to where Evans has got to in his career, but I think it's a pretty fair comp. A lot of the same skills that Evans utilizes is on the back of McMillan. He's a lot of fun. Good rise, Hawks Nest. Would Golden and Besh be a good fits for us? Absolutely. You could double dip on those 2 receivers, and your receiving core looks a lot better than it does right now. They're both legit, very legit. Abney Prime, what are we doing? Ryan Kelly Center is off the table now. We better sign guard Will Freeze or guard Brandon Sheriff or guard Kevin Zeitler or guard Eagles Micah Becton. What the hell is John doing? Well, it would appear that he's a little bit up to his old tricks. John, as we know, is not a big guy on putting a lot of resources into the interior offensive line. And so far through the first 7 hours and 20 minutes of free agency, he has fitted a form of that, and the prime guys are going off the board, and it's going to be fewer and fewer remaining. That would appear to be what it is, but we'll just have to see if it does going to play out that way. Mike says, how much cap space do we have after Sam Darnold deal? We don't know the exact details quite yet of the Sam Darnold contract, Mike, so we'll have to give it about 24 hours for the over the cap to update to finally see the numbers on it. Or we might get the release of it here while we live stream today too. If we do, I'll update it. But I don't think we do. Jimmy Thomas, is Jasavian Williams any good? If so, where would he go? I've got him high 3rd rounder, Jimmy. A lot of fun player. Really fun player. I think there's some rough edges to him as far as route running goes that you got to kind of clear up with him, but great contested catcher. I think he was like 90% win rate on contested catches this year, which is just phenomenal. He's freakish at 6'5". He's like a Cordell Patterson where he's bigger, but he's really uniquely able to just work with the ball in his hands, just be dynamic with the ball in his hands. I mean, he's just like Cordell in that way. So one of the more unique receivers in this draft at his size, the skills he brings. Still a guy that's developing, still got some work to do with him. That's why I've got him in third round. But the raw skill set of the kid and how he moves and speed and size is top notch all the way down the line. Evan, I thought it was a $37 million deal 1 year for Sam. The first year cap hit might be up higher. I hadn't seen before I went live. I was kind of scrambling, so somebody might have an update on that where we might learn that the cap is up higher than that. But maybe they front loaded the contract in that way. Randy Roberts Brando, draft Kenneth Grant, left guard Donovan Jackson, cornerback Darian Porter, wide receiver Jalen Noel, edge David Walker, Jackson Haas. Your analysis? I haven't had a chance to take a look at David Walker yet. Darian Porter doesn't really like to play the run. I'm not really big on taking him that early for a guy that's not as good as a run defender, in my opinion. He can take away the ball, and the upside's legit as far as a cover man goes. Jalen Noel's fun. I'm a little worried with him at his size and his ability to win on the outside, Randy. Another guy that might be a little bit more into just kind of more of the slot realm range. Though there's some legit speed to him with the 4.39, so he might be able to work off the outside, and he's pretty physical, so he can sometimes get off some of the press and stuff that you deal with on that outside. He's a lot of fun, though. Kid's a baller. Grant, I've got no problem with that. Or Jackson. Those would be my favorite of your two picks within there. And Jackson Oz is the best blocking tight end in this draft, and a guy that should be able to line up from the fullback, because he's not only the best blocking tight end in that you put him heads up, and he can just push the guy off the line of scrimmage. He's the best blocking tight end in moving to the block. And that's what you'll have fullbacks do in this offense at times, is you got to go 6-7 steps before you're going to get to land your block. Can you land it accurately? Can you drive that guy out of the hole when you do land that block from the fullback position? Oz can do that type of stuff. So he's a lot of fun player, and I think he gives you still some ability, some functional ability as a pass catcher too. Every bit as much, or if not more so, than what you were getting from Farrell Brown last year. But I haven't quite had a chance to get to David Walker. CD Woods, thank you for the $5 donation, CD. Appreciate you for that. Hey, do you have a link with your draft board and prospects? I would love to be able to go through that in my own time. I'll put something out today. I got to do like screenshot, but I'll try to put it up on the community post, CD. I'll put it up right now if you want to take a screenshot, but I'll also try to push this out for you if I can onto the community post here on YouTube, so you can see a little bit later. I got to take some screenshots and whatnot of it to have it show up. But let me get this down. I'll tell you what, we'll do it like this. I'll take myself off for a second. Oh, where'd he go? So take a screenshot if you could of this. I'll give you, yeah, we got our first round. I probably need to. Thanks, dude. Okay. So there's our first round right there. If you want to take a quick screenshot of that. Fifth round, a little bit deeper here. Kind of into the fifth, sixth, seventh round of things. You see there with their first round talent on that. And so, quick screenshot of that. Hit your snip on that if you can. I know what the problem is here. Hold on. There we go. And I'm going to move a little bit of this around. Like I said, I think I'm going to be knocking Elikai Moore into third round behind. I think I'm going to put him behind Savion Williams and Trey Harris. So this is always a little bit in a bit of a movement, CD. Like this isn't the final way the board will sit. It's just kind of how I've got it updated at the moment. It's always in a little bit of a state of flux because I'm always going back and looking at these guys and kind of cross-referencing a little bit between the two of them. Defensively, here's my defensive side on this one. So if it's in bold, of course, those are my blue chip prospects as far as how I've got them graded. But here would be my defense if you want to take a quick screener of that. And then the low end guys down here on the bottom side on the fifth and the sixth round in that area of things. I've got them on the bottom side. Take a quick snip of that. So I will try to get this though, if I can, for you guys up on the community post. I've just been kind of holding out till I had the board well rounded out, so to speak, all the way around, and it's coming along, but it's a process, man. I think we're about 212 prospects in at this point, CD. So we're making some headway. But keep an eye out on your community post. I'll try to get that posted for you after the show today if I can. Thank you for the dono. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I consider a day 2 offensive line signing a fail. Well, it could be that, especially if these linemen go as fast and furiously as they've gone so far here today. And you're left with picking over secondhand parts. If it's a guy like a Tevin Jenkins or it's a guy like a Micah Becton, and you're actually getting something that's value, then I'm with it if it means day 2. But just get me value, hell or high water, as far as my stance on that part of it. But it's not encouraging, to your point, out the gate on this Sanchez, to be so quiet when it comes to this offensive line. It seems to be a little bit more of a feeling that, oh, well, we're standing in kind of more of the same. And as I said, there's uniformity of opinion on this within Seahawks fandom, but you guys can even feel this on just the donations. How many donation after I've read, donation after I've read, donation after I read, are you feeling from individual fans telling you, I'm tired of this, I'm fed up with this, what the hell are they doing? Why won't they do this? This is not to where you can, there's Seahawks fans that love to do it. It's a contingent of the fans that feel this little spot. No, it's a lot of these people that feel in this way of it, where they're just at their wits' end. And I don't get how John can be so tone deaf to this at this point. He is literally going to ride or die on this philosophy outlook. And I don't quite get why you wouldn't change. Like I said on this, there's a home run win here for John, where you come back, and even if you overpay for any of these linemen, the fan base is going to be thrilled and applaud it. And he can be standing there going, well, I don't think it'll work out. But at least it's a different direction than the one that you've taken for 10 years. And you never know. You might just surprise yourself with this one, John. But we got to wait. We still got to be patient on Sanchez. It's still, with being relatively early in the day still as of yet. Got to see how it kind of flows going forward with it. Noah Lansing, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, trade for Bradbury for center. He played with Darnold. He did play with Darnold. Maybe a way that they look to go. Trade is a possibility here at this point. I would maybe try to see if, from Minnesota's standpoint, are they just going to look to maybe release Bradbury at that point and save the money on him by doing that? A possibility there. Bradbury was your 27th rated center. So I think from the Seahawks perspective on this one, Noah, they would probably look at Oluwatimi and say that he's probably better right now than what Bradbury is, especially if we have to trade for Bradbury. He's 27th is kind of in that same territory of guys like Austin Blythe, Evan Brown were for the Seahawks at that center position prior. Just not an upgrade, and part of the reason why they're going for Ryan Kelly is to go and get that actually more certain upgrade for the position. It's not a bad idea, just not a particularly good player at this point. Cooper Gay, thank you for the $2 donation. Does someone check on Brendan? Laughing out loud, he's going through it. I'm looking forward to this Thursday's show. I've heard a lot of talk already in my chat about Cooper with the fact the last couple of days it's been a rough road there for Brendan on this one. So I can only imagine. I might have to be talking him off the ledge on Thursday on the B&B show, Cooper. I might have to be like Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon 1, you know? Strap the handcuffs to him, and we're both jumping off down to the baggie below. Poor guy. I get it. I ain't pushing back on any of the frustration towards the offensive line in the least. It is understandable. It's warranted. It's not out of pocket. I feel a bit of the same way in that realm of it. So I get where people are coming from going, this is stupid. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. It's time to run some mock drafts with our shiny picks. We've been around the same topic circle enough. Offensive line is bad and still unaddressed. We also need a wide receiver. You're right. You're right about that, Jeffrey. I think it's a good time for us to go and do a little bit of a mock here. So let's see where, just let me double check here where the chat is. I want to make sure I'm losing anybody here on a question, but let's get over to that. I like that idea, man. It's a great idea, Jeffrey. Let's roll with the mock. So updated mock with all these picks, kind of mock. Spencer, I say sign a veteran with a high upside like Cup and draft Ayana Moore. I'm going to have to learn how to say this damn name. Ayana Manor. I'm just going to call him Manure. With one of the second or third round picks. Good way to go, Spencer. Not a bad way to go. Cup could be the guy that they go to look to target. That'd be a move I could completely see. Philip, hey B, would this be something, Hawks? Something we could do? Find a solid wideout like A.T. Perry, played for the Saints for maybe like a sixth. Big 6'3", 30-inch vert, 4.740. I mean, it's a way to go. You can look for kind of just a value trade out there, Philip, and having all these picks like they do have. As you guys can see here, I'll show you these are the picks we're basically sitting on when you factor in the comp pick aspect on top of it, where you got a lot of picks early, a lot of picks late. Maybe you can go find a guy out there that's on a contract where a team wants to offload some salary, but is still a very functional and good player who helps you out, who improves you at the position. I've thought, Philip, a guy like maybe even Rashid Shaheed with the Saints could be a guy like this. They could look to target the receiver position, get their big play threat if they could go out there and they could find it. Nicholas says people keep talking about Brendan crushing out. I haven't had a chance to check out his stream. I've been so busy the past couple of days, but people are talking about him like he's getting apoplectic or something, in which maybe he is in the way they're discussing about him, but that's tough to hear for Brendan. Hang in there, Brendan. Hang in there. Jay Higgins is our new X. That's the one that I'd probably like to go over Alec. If I'm going in the second round, give me Higgins. I think I'm a little more certain in my outlook of him than I am of Ayana Moore. Zach, guess what kind of wide receiver they met with at the combine? A wide receiver who plays 75% of his snaps in the slot. Like I said on this, I'm as always with us, as I was yesterday with the DK thing. I'll make predictions and believe that I'm in a certain place of it. And if I'm proven wrong, then so be it. I'll own up to that on it. I will say that just merely meeting with guys at the combine does not necessarily mean that that's a guy you're going to draft. And so it certainly could be indicative of true interest, but it also could be just doing some legwork on a player. But when it does come to, at least with Emeka Ibuka and Luther Burden, those are guys that are outside guys. If you're talking about, I think, Jalen Noel, who they met with, I think he had a little bit more of playing on the outside than those guys. But again, we'll see on this. Maybe it is as was presented by Kieran above. This is the new transition that has been moving through. Like I said on the DK thing, I ate my crow on that yesterday. I thought you could get a first-round pick for that on an outside guy. You can. Maybe that's the new going rate when it comes for receivers. And likewise, maybe now we're going to be moving into a new era of slot wide receivers being able to work on the outside. But I do go off of where I'm at data-wise on this position and these players, and recent data has not been that we've got a cacophony of slot receivers at the college level that are coming to the pros and playing on the outside. It would be a very new transition, and certainly not to where we've seen an influx of it occurring across the board time and time again either. Kieran says, HawksNest, my point with wide receivers is, yes, guys have routes and spots they excel at, but tell the defense we are never going to line up different and make sure and make you guess the defense. That makes you easier to read. A big part of this offense, Kieran, is lining up in exactly the same way with the exact same formational look. So in actuality, that's a very big sticking point of this offense. It's the antithesis of a grub offense, which different formational look after different formational look, Kieran. It's also an offense that's not heavily predicated on 3 wide receiver looks. When it comes to these receiver positions, all of them have an individual skill set, historically speaking. And I'm with you on that. I could be behind the 8 ball on this, on that you're thinking ahead of the curve and I'm thinking behind the curve on this. But the curve has been the curve up to this. That's the part I'd like if you guys could kind of acknowledge on this, Kieran, and the understanding of it, so we know we're at least on the same page of this. You're advocating for this is where the game is going, which may be right and may be private, but can you also acknowledge and admit on this that where this game has been at, and recently, not 1985, not 1995, not 2005, but in this recent last few years, is that an X receiver is going to atypically be a bigger receiver, 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". He's going to be on the line of scrimmage. He's going to have to deal with press coverage because he's on the line of scrimmage. So if you have a guy who's got shorter arms, if you got a guy that's missing speed, if you got a guy that's missing size, you're not going to put him over at the X receiver. A Z receiver is a yard off of the line of scrimmage. So if you have a guy that is a little shorter, who's got a little bit of the shorter arms, now that is a guy that can sometimes work out there at the Z versus the X, and where you have an opening for some slot guys to be able to do that. But then they've got to have the speed to still get by out there. And if they don't, they're going to be very limited in working out there off the outside as that guy who might be short-armed and not as much speed. Because if you're missing the speed and you're missing the arm length, you're not creating the separation. You're going to get into contested catches situations, and that ball is going to get dislodged by the bigger, more physical cornerback that's on top of you. So this is how it's traditionally ran. It may be moving in another direction, but that's where it has been. And as far as like different formations, you're going to see the same formation time and time again with this team on the field. They're going to run every little different look out of it, but they're not moving those players' alignment to different places at that point all over the place in the way that the scheme and the formation goes about it. Dak says, so Sam's contract setup, if it doesn't work out, there's a small cap if we cut him year 2, probably. I could see that. Alien says, you should sit down and talk with John Schneider, Brando. I would like to. Doesn't have to be an interview, doesn't have to be on the route. Just let me sit down with you and pull your ear for a moment, if I could, please, sir. Flag Sabbath says, mark my words, Freeze will be on this team. Dean says, quarterback Sam Darnold signed a 3-year, $100 million deal, 55 guaranteed. Yes, sir. CR Banks 18, Jackson 15, 42 B Morrison, Higgins. I like it, CR. Steve says, now I'm ready for the draft. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. We'll get a mock going here in just a sec to Jeffrey's point. I think we are due to run one here. Mock draft time. Here we go. Yeah, we'll get one running here. TD Woods, I've been seeing Kelvin Banks slip more and more. I feel like he's great for us at left guard. I thought he is like the few interior offensive line prospects we didn't meet with. Yeah, and sometimes these guys don't meet. It's a bit of that. It's a bit of that game that's at play. That always meeting doesn't always determine interest necessarily, and sometimes you're trying to hide your intentions, especially if you're worried a little bit about Banks being, if you loved him, about him being grabbed before you pick at 18. But he's an interesting player and worthy there at 18. Cooper Kupp is wide receiver 2. It's a possibility on that. Definitely could be a guy that's in play there. For sure. I could see it. All right. Be right back here, folks, and we'll run a mock. Oh, man. Do. Hang in there, Brennan. Kevin Klein, does Bobo have a much bigger role this season? I don't think so, Kevin. It certainly is possible if you don't address the receiver in a major way, but I don't think that he's part of the answer going into the future on this one. Unfortunately. Or not unfortunately, but just is what it is on that one. A little bit, I would say. JRD, thank you for the $10 donation. JRD says, we need another receiver. Let's sign Tyler Lockett. Better than nothing. I'll tell you this. When you're looking at Keenan Allen and Diggs coming off of his torn ACL and Amari Cooper, who looked completely spent at the end of the season for the Buffalo Bills, I just assume as much go back to Lockett if we're really trying to pick through these kind of options out there on the market. Kupp isn't bad either. If that's the option out there, he's not going to cost a lot of money either. But I mean, Lockett's better than those guys. I'm taking him over that. That's for sure. So we'll see how it kind of rolls out with that situation there, JRD. But yeah, I'm. These other names are not good names out there across the board at the wide receiver position. So you could do worse, and he's not going to cost a lot bringing him back if you did, unless Tyler's looking to try to go out there and get to a contender, or if there really is an offer out there. I wouldn't think there would be, but again, it's a thin wide receiver market, so maybe that pushes a little value to Tyler's pocket at that point because it is just so weak out there. Well said, JRD. I think I feel kind of simpler on this one if we're going to go grab one of these items. Like, Keenan Allen? Ugh. No. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Darnold will throw for 100 touchdowns over the next 3 years. Ooh, Randall's got the positivity he's bringing today, and I dig that about you, Randall. Let's go, man. I hope you're right on that, and I would love to see it. I know you are very hyped on this Darnold signing, and it's coming in at the right price, and I think if you can get this offensive line in front of him right, he certainly has the capability of hitting those kind of numbers. But to me, that's going to be as much the key of this deal as anything, Randall, is can you get this offensive line in a good direction? Can you get this thing actually propped up in the right way to be able to maximize Darnold at this time? And we will, that's the part we will see with. All right. Thank you for the donation, though. And I love that you are as hyped up as you are about it. I'm feeling pretty good about it, too, but, you know. Oh my gosh. Try to get to this thing. There we go. All right. Let's bring my camera up here. We're going to run a mock today, and we're going to run our mock draft. Where's my mock? Where is our mock draft at here? There we go. So, what we're going to do is, we'll go with this. Let's go a little randomness. It's good there. Let's go with that. Okay. So we're going to make a couple of trades here to try to replicate the situation that we're dealing with. Okay. So what I mean by that is these are our remaining picks as it stands. So first, second, third, fourth, got those picks in there, but we're going to add one more extra pick on the deal because I want to come away with. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think on a perspective of this, we're going back over here to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need 2 more picks here. We need the, essentially we need the, I think they got the Gina one in there on this. The Gina one's in here so far, but we got to get the, the DK one and one more comp. I'll leave the one more comp pick out. We'll just do the DK. So let's first make a trade, and we're going to go with the Steelers. 53 is what they'll offer me, and we'll give them DK Metcalf. I think they did this something like this too, where they went dirt. And then he's only that. Hell with it. Let's go with this. All right. Okay, so we've got Malachi Starks, James Pierce, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Kenneth Grant sitting there. Let's go with Mr. Grant. It's my guy. That's my dude. It's my dude. That's my guy. Wait, why don't we have our Geno third round pick in there too? What am I missing here? 50, 92. Yeah, so we didn't get the damn pick in there. Come on, PFF, get with it. Yeah, make me do all your work for you. Okay, Steelers. Raiders and 73. Okay, now we're back here. Ooh, McMillan dropped. I don't even care. I'm taking him. Second round, we come back here. We got Shamar Stewart, Zweisinger, Strepo, Arante Arce. We're also picking in 3 other picks. Wow, offensive lineman going fast in this draft again. Boy, Shedeur Sanders is a heavy draw here, folks. Oh, shoot. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. God, I just messed up again. My bad, guys. Sorry, this is the hard part about doing these mocks on the fly. You're trying to do 18 screens and you didn't open up the screen. Well, I'm going to have to reset this again. Okay. It's my bad. I'm a little rummy today. Come on. All right, let's try this one more time. This is the hard part about running these live. I know you guys love them, but it's kind of a lot of moving parts trying to run the live stream, interact the chat, get the live going. Okay, let's go and do this. Here we are, mock draft season. Okay, start the draft up. Oh, move these trades. Steelers, DK. 53, offer trade. There you go. Trade again. Go find the Raiders. 73. Geno Al, offer trade. Okay, so let's see if you guys can see everything clearly. Bang, you got there. Boom, that's all done. You can see clearly there. We're picking here up at the first round. We got Malachi Starks. We got Kelvin Banks. Matthew Golden down here. Gray Zabel. I'll go with Will Johnson. Quarterback. Next round, no on that. Shamar Turner is a no there. Yuck. Oh, this is gross. Ew. Ariante Arce. All right, so Will Johnson, Ariante Arce. Come back here now. Oh, this draft went wonky on me big time. Big time. All right, we got Marcus Imbo. Get my other guard. I hate this draft right now, to be honest with you. I want Mason Taylor. Just knock this thing out. We come back. Let's go with Savion Williams. Let's get a receiver. Come back here with 137. Boy, this draft did not break in my favor at all. Even the first pick that I had to select was just crap town city right from the jump on this one. I'm not going to like this draft at all. I want to redo. I want to redo. All right, we'll go with Quinn in the 4th. Seth McLaughlin, get the offensive line. Since we're not going to go in for agency, we'll go here and grab it now. Yuck. I like Ricky White quite a bit. I got a 4th round grade on Ricky White. I think that'd be my best value here of these guys I'm looking at. I like LaQuinn Allen too from Syracuse. You just don't have the room for him really. Ricky White. Grab our safety and then come back here last round. I've done Smail Mondin a couple of times. Smail Mondin. Well, I'm not proud of this one, you guys. So, not my favorite draft that I've run here. So, take of it what you will on that. But it is what it is. It is what it is on that one. Try to do better on the next one. Still kind of getting used to having all these picks and where to pick the right guys in the right spot. All the more reason to run more of these to kind of get a better understanding and idea of it, you know. So I'm not loving this one. It'd get the job done, but I'm not loving it. But you get your offensive line figured out. Get a couple of receivers in here. Mason Taylor will be a solid 2 tight end sets guy out there with Barner. Ricky White also gives you, with Savion, I think, two guys that can go out there and get some snaps out there at the receiving core. Maybe your safety of the future in Crawford, and Mondon, a piece you can use in there as a real athletic, explosive off-ball linebacker. Do. I didn't like that draft, though. I did not do good in that one. That was not my best work. Kirk Stemmer, have you seen any of the details in the Darnold deal? It seems like they front-loaded a little bit, Kirk, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Let me see if it's got it on that over the cap. See if it's up over there yet. That'd be pretty fast. Nope. I've kind of been live or prepping to go live today, so that sometimes removed me from being able to do as much of the investigatory work on digging through to figure out everything. But I think I've heard that it's a front-loaded deal. Jordan says the Niners are just going to let their O-line suck next year. Maybe. Might look like we're trying to do. Maybe they're just looking to hammer it hard in the draft. Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos. Kieran says, I understand this new regime is going to be trying to do the everything looks the same out of the hand kind of pitch. Offensive minds don't think this guy can only play X, Y, Z. They scheme. I'm with you, Kieran, on you're ahead of the forefront on this one. You might be just the market setter on this and that this is where the game's gone. But I'd love you to acknowledge if you could for me on this, because that's where I think we've got a bit of a disconnect. The way you're speaking about this is sort of like it's just understood that this is the new normal out there. That slot wide receivers work on the outside and that it's ubiquitous a bit. And I can understand you thinking that this is maybe where you think the game is going. But traditionally, for the past 35, 40 years of football, offensively speaking, that's not the way that this has worked. That's not that's not the way that the West Coast offense specifically, Kieran, if we want to try to drive down to something more specific, how the West Coast offense has worked over that time. So I'm certainly fitting to maybe what is the old thought process and mindedness to it. But the game that you're speaking about and the way you're speaking of it is somehow that now it's just you're moving guys every which way but loose, and slot sort of is just it doesn't matter as far as a label on a player. As was said above there by Jordan on this, Kieran, JSN's not playing on the outside, and he's not going to be as effective if you ask him to play on the outside, especially when you're going to be doing it on I formation looks and asking him to play the Z receiver role. He's not going to be good in that role. He's not going to get as much separation. He's not going to get as many catches. He's not going to get away from that coverage as well as he will when he's lined up in the slot. And there's reasons guys go in the slot, and there's reasons that guys play on the outside. And I think that the way you're describing this, I think, is a bit of an overstatement in the moving of personnel around and how that works. So you could be ahead of this, but again, as I said on this prior to this, the way that this is fitted to form, this isn't a controversial opinion on my part. This isn't me speaking somehow out of like, well, this is just my personal perspective on it. This is the outlook of how teams and evaluators and front offices and head coaches and offensive-minded people have looked at these positions, historically speaking, and to a man on this one. So you might be ahead of this, but I'm certainly not in crazy town and looking at this as this has been the way that this has worked up until this point. And especially when it comes down to looking at a guy like JSN, Kieran, you can't sell me on the side of it that he's going to be just as effective you put him on the outside as when you have him in 3 wide receiver sets and he's in the slot. It's a different style of player. And you take a Luther Burden, you take a Mecca Buka, and you move them to the outside. The brass line, bottom line tax of it is that they are less effective as a player on the outside in generating separation and making catches and getting the yak after the catch. All of the stats go downwards when you put those guys to the outside. So can you do it? You can do it. But are they as effective? Are they good as a player? No, they're not. There are maybe the one rare breed of a Justin Jefferson type that you could point to on that, but that's the rare breed versus what is by and large the rule of thumb for the position. And as I always say, we don't count on the anomalies. We count on kind of the rule of thumbs when it comes to these kind of predictions. But I'll acknowledge, I'll give you some ground on this to say I might be behind the curve on this one, old in my thinking with it. Certainly was proven so yesterday with the DK signing or the DK trade. Gary Slayton signed. All right. Dogzilla, I'm surprised at the EJ contract. Hope his knee's okay. I think just arthroscopic surgery. I'm sure he'll be okay, Dogzilla. Do I think they'll sign Cooper Kupp? I think they'll try. There's probably going to be some competition there for his services. Alex, Najee Harris, the Chargers is crazy. Where did J.K. Dobbins go? I think the injuries are just too much with him. Too much to get around, too much to get over. Yuquan, Brandon, what do you think about this? I would have traded DK for next year's Steelers first round or second round pick than this year's. I would have been open to moving DK for a future first round pick, Yuquan, but I wouldn't have wanted to do it with the Steelers. Because the Steelers are a little bit like the Coach Carroll teams in Seattle, where they may not go there and make playoff noise every year, but they're always going to win a certain amount of games. They're always usually going to win more games than they lose. So your whole hope when you move for the future first round pick is that you've got that stock option that has a much more likelihood of paying the dividends than it doesn't. And on that one, you're much more likely to be looking at as a first round pick that's in the late 20s. Now that's significantly better than this year's second round pick. I'll give you that, but it's not enough significantly so. If I'm swinging for that first round pick, I'd much rather be swinging for a first round pick at the very least I think is going to be in the teens. And the Steelers just don't have that recent track record, and pretty thoroughly so with Mike Tomlin there at the helm. Seattle KO, I hope the O-line's getting buffed to complement Darnold. I do too. I think the whole fandom feels that. Spaces, who did we get in last year's free agency? Evan Brown? Blake and Tomlinson was last year. Yuquan says, Brandon, do you think about this? Just respond to that one. I wonder if the Niners are going to draft with third pick. Last year was a kicker. I think this year will be a punter. They like to keep their fans on their toes, man. Or Skylar Pumpkins licking your draft. Probably. Random again. One more draft. That was an awful mock on my part. I got to do much better on my next one. How did Monda drop to the 7th? I don't know. He probably won't last that long. They always have a couple of guys in these mocks that are a little bit in the later variety that shouldn't be there. He'll be gone by probably the 5th. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Randall says, is Elijah Moore only a slot guy? Loved him before the draft. He's got mainly slot feature, but he's more of a kind of a guy that can do some 50-50 stuff. I remember watching his tape with Ole Miss and him being utilized out on the outside at Ole Miss a little bit more than some of these other players. He's going to be super cheap as well, so it doesn't cost you a lot. And at the very you're getting at least some insurance in there for a JSN at that point at a very cheap rate, which I can understand that more than drafting a guy high as an insurance policy, especially if it's on really only a 1-year prove-it deal, which is what I would expect more to be on about. But he can do a bit of both. He's got a little bit, I think he's got enough legitimate speed on the outside to still make some of that work, where if you are a smaller guy, then you got to have the speed to the outside to go. And I think he does give you that. But I'm not even like hugely in on him. It's just kind of like casually, I'd be okay with it. Real House John's playing online poker with a stiff white Russian. Tim says, can we finally put to rest that it's John Schneider's philosophy on the O-line for the last decade? Why would we put that to rest, Tim? Kieran says, TheSeahawksNest, I agree. Your perspective is correct from a traditional point of view. Also, yes, I would not want a core of all slot guys and expect them to all consistently win. All right. No, I think we're kind of on the same page overall in this. And again, too, it's where definitely I could see potentially a game going, Kieran, where we're watching across the board, position by position, where things are becoming more melding into one more than ever before. Tight ends are becoming pseudo wide receivers. Running backs are having to have wide receiver skill sets with that. Safeties are needing to be able to be both free safety and strong safety now. There's a lot of this sort of kind of bleed over across the board. So it is also where maybe the game is going from the structure standpoint of more of you being able to work around this kind of thing a little bit. All fair. BB says, Dan Viennes on X said the deal with Will Freeze should be finished soon. Well, that will provide some Hawk fans some satisfaction. Everybody being like Teddy KGB right now. I feel so unsatisfied. Like a young man coming in for a quickie. That's good news. Luke, Jackson Dart or Sam Howell? Jackson Dart in the 3rd round. Sam Howell if we're talking Jackson Dart in the 1st round. Last Second Sports, guys. 49ers overpaid for a backup tight end. Are you scared? I've been shaking all day at that signing, Jesse. All day. I've been like, look, they finally got their long-term answer at tight end and a backup. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone with that major signing and on a value deal at that. The belt strap tightening is real, Jesse. It's really, really real. Good seeing the house, brother. Hope you're doing well. I am fired after that mock draft. I deserve that. That was an awful mock. Kieran says, if this draft goes poorly in real life, think we can just call a redo in the middle of it? I would hope we could. I would definitely have gotten myself fired on that one. Slowly one, no, Kenneth Grant wasn't available in that mock at the top, unfortunately. Seahawks are re-signing Lake and Tomlinson. I'm looking for confirmation of this. Oh my God. Twitter sucks sometimes. We're trying to find stuff. I don't know where you guys are seeing the Lakin thing. It's not coming up here on my deal. Okay, I don't know where you guys are seeing that, so I don't know if it just make sure too, guys. I know that there's a lot of like troll, funny, haha. On a day like this, I really don't want to do the mock. There's the Seattle signed this and it didn't happen. So do me the favor in the chat as well as also please don't just post like Seattle signed this guy for the $40 million in this contract if it's not real, because this is what this can lead to is a little bit of confusion then, which isn't really good for the clarity of what people are trying to figure out on a day like this, where the whole point of the show is to try to figure out what's really happening. I know it's really funny troll-wise to be like, oh, we signed this guy for 3 years, 40. It's like, it's not that funny. Like, let's really put the normal signings out there. 40. I'm going to go just the bottom of the chat here and just stay along. I'm going to stay at the bottom of the chat today. I know I typically go through all the stuff, but we've got so much interdiscussion going on with the chat. I can't quite pick what you guys want as far as questions or not to me on this one. So I'm going to just kind of stay at the bottom and pick up what I can kind of pick up here today on that side of it. Austin Bidolf, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Austin, welcome aboard. Patrick Morehouse, thank you for as well subscribing. Folks, we're trying to get over the 20,000 subscriber mark if we can. So today, these guys are helping us get over that mark with the 7 on up as they are doing. If you aren't, can you do that for me, please? And hit that like button. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. What's your grade with the current signings? Well, I'm a little uncertain of exactly all the current signings here because you really only have Sam Darnold, as I understand it. It sounds like maybe the freeze thing is coming down here, but hard to kind of say too. So we've got the Jaron Reed 3 years, $25 million deal. I don't quite really get it myself. I would give that signing like a C. You're putting a logjam in front of Byron Murphy on top of signing an older player for a pretty big contract at that point. I understand he brings leadership. I understand he comes off a really good year last year, but he's not really a nose tackle anymore. Darnold, I'll give it a B. I'm not a fan of going out and giving a lot of money to a quarterback when you don't have the offensive line on point. And so that part does ding it down a little bit to me because you're getting a guy like this, you need to have the line on point to get the most out of, in my opinion, which you don't. But it's really good value. You're not giving anything up for it. And then I would give an A to the Ernest Jones. So C, B, A would be the 3 signings that I would post out on that mark. The Jones was a great value. Hard to beat that one at all. I mean, they did a great job on that one. They came in way, way under market rate, I think, for that. That's a good signing, a good re-addition back onto the team. Closes up one more hole. And I'm totally good with that one, Mark. So that one really good. B, C on the other side of it would be about where I stand on the other 2. So can I get confirmation? Did we have Blake in his, or not? Or was that just somebody was trolling in the chat? They were trolling in the chat. They're lying. Yeah, I don't get, I come back around again and again. Just, I don't get troll humor at all, man. I really don't. Like, it is the most just low end sort of form of humor, quote unquote. You know, I really, it's especially hard because, guys, I'm trying to like be accurate with you guys and give you what's going on and updating you. So it's like, it just sends you down now a line of, you know. I'll be back in a sec, guys. Oh. People love to do it too when it's in the draft season. It's like it's a fun game people play when we get to the draft day too, where like it's an enjoyment of the chat to sit there and just start running through a bunch of names, especially if they know it's names that I don't want to see posted in there. And so then they start running through it, and then just leads to a ton of confusion, which I hope it was funny. Good. I'm glad it was hilarious. I found it just tremendous myself. Mark Sanchez, the re-signing of Job was a good one. I'd give it a B. I don't know if there's a lot of upside to him as a player there, really, as far as it stands. But you know, it's fine. You know, it's depth. I think that it's not really going to move the needle, though, really one way or the other, I think, for the team. It just gives you kind of flexibility to be able to really draft at that point, not for need, by getting some of those extra cornerback bodies in there, I would say. CR, have a good night out there in Germany, CR. Thanks for checking out the channel. Kieran says, I don't like the Jaron Reed signing either. He's fine for depth, but he's being paid like a frontline starter in his prime. Yeah, good way of putting it there, Kieran. And I do not know what this means really for Byron Murphy. There are only so many snaps to be had at the 3-tech position, and maybe they are going to look to move him to the outside, and that's the direction that they want to go with it. And I can be open to that maybe working. Maybe you can become a power edge in this defense. It does feel a little bit, though, that at the heart of this is a little bit of what's been at the heart at times of this team and this approach to especially prospects that they draft, which they have this almost reticence to play the player at the natural position where they're best. They seem to want to always kick them off into a place where they're less effective as a player, less productive as a player. And it doesn't make sense that they keep kind of going to this well and time again, whether it is an Ethan Posick or a Jordan Brooks playing the will linebacker role when he's really a Mike. I can point to guy after guy after guy after guy that they've done this with, and you go, man, I don't quite get the approach here on that one as to why it makes a lot of sense to take this direction on this one. As you'd think, look, he's could be a phenomenal 3-tech. That's where you want him. You don't want to create more of a log jam to make him have to wait longer to go get the ability to go up there and to be that. Tim says, Brandon, thank you for your content, time, and effort. I appreciate you, Tim. Thank you, man. I appreciate all of you guys watching today, too. I know there's a lot of different options out there to be watching on Free Agency Day. I appreciate you watching this for sure. It's all good on the thing with it. BJ says, did you say the Hawks were trying to sign Freeze, or did I hear wrong? Nope, you heard me right on that one. We're getting reports from Dan Viennes out there saying he's hearing from his sources on this that a deal seems to be imminent for a Will Fries. Fries? Better start saying the name right. Ortiz says, $33 million a year is okay for a quarterback of the caliber. I'm okay with Sam at 33. We have him for 3 years. We get a rookie next year and have him sit 1 year behind Sam. Sounds good. Yeah. You can see the plan within that, War Chief, and why they want to go that direction. And look, it worked for us 10 years ago with rocking the 3 quarterbacks like we did. And the cream will rise to the top. And you never know, you might hit on a quarterback like you once did with Russell Wilson in the draft. And this is a pretty equivalent kind of contract, dollar for dollar. It's more overall, I understand that. But as far as when you take into account for inflation, it's very similar to the Matt Flynn kind of contract as far as, real true percentage of cap hits over the 3-year period and what it's due to be. I think we probably front-loaded this one a little bit more than Flynn's deal was front-loaded, but it's in line with it, Colton says, am I right to basically view the Darnold deal as a 2-year, $55 million really? Is it 37.5 in a year one, 27.5 in year two? I'm understanding that on it, Colton, by what the chat's saying was the contract. Even until, and I've been live for about 3 hours today, so even up until the point in time I was going live, right before we did this, it was still, some of these numbers are coming out, so we'll know in 24 hours for sure about the exact numbers, but it does sound like it was a little bit more of a front-loaded deal in order for them to then get the opportunity if they want to get out from under this in year two and quickly if they want to. That's what that would set the stage to be able to do. So it does appear to be that. At the very minimum, I would say that there's going to be an out after 2 years in this deal, and there might be an out after year one if they front-loaded it with that 37.5 on the front side of this, to your point, Colton. So it is a bit set up in that fashion, yeah. Versus backloading it like you might have thought they would, where there's going to be, you get out of year two and there's a little bit more dead money you think you're going to have to hit once you get out from under it. Copperwise, have we seen any reports of players visiting the facility? Not as of yet. Mick, I like the shirt, Pete. Thank you, Mick. Thralls, Trevor, Lawrence needs to run from Jacksonville. You better he does. Jeremiah, cute ass cat. Thank you, Jeremiah. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. She needs a little bit of love. You need some loves. Gary in Hawksnest, yes, the Jaron Reed signing is totally ruining the potential for Byron Murphy to excel. I do have more traditional view of defensive guys playing their natural positions versus offense. Ha ha ha. Amen. Amen. And hey, maybe edge works for him, you know, maybe they can make it go out there for him in that way, and that's the creative kind of, you know, he's got the quickness and speed certainly to work out there. He'd be a load coming off the edge for any kind of tackle, that's for sure. Whittemus, how would you feel about Freeze, given we have 3 right guards? I think Freeze is probably an upgrade over whatever we have in-house right now, Whittemus. Maybe not a monstrous upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. So it wouldn't... thought he was more a little bit left guardish, too. No, he's a right guard. That's right. I was off on that. But he's better than what you got in there. At least a little bit more certain than what you got in there, Whittemus, by a good measure, as long as he can stay healthy. Nick, anybody sign Jody Bosa? Not yet. It does seem like maybe it's a matter of time before the Niners do. Kick up, Brandon. It's from a friend who works in the organization, and IG. She says Freeze is close to agreeing to be a Hawk. There we go. There we go. That'll satiate a little bit people on that right now, I would say. Funny money, I want fries. Slayton and Judon. Sounds like Darius Slayton's been signed by the Giants. He's re-up with them. Metro says, don't buy much into Dan Vian's source. He was doing some next level thinking to get to that. We might get Freeze. Okay. War Chief's the guy who won the draft, Jihad Campbell. That's my run to the podium guy. Would have been for me too, War Chief. Definitely you're out of that one now, probably, unless you really think you can run edge. That'd be really the key on that one. Van D says you need to tell Brennan take a chill pill due to spiraling over the Darnold signing. I have to go check this out. The way it's being talked about is like apocalyptic over there. But I would never try to tell anybody how to react to this stuff in that way. In fact, I'm really a guy that, as much as anything, I certainly will make my case and try to get people to a certain line of thinking on things. But I also will always say with this that people have the right to their opinion with this and their outlook to it. And I'll be hardlined on it. I'll fight people on it, but I'm also as open to being wrong as anybody else, and that they may be right on it. And Brendan might be right on this, you know, and that I think it's okay to have a reaction of sometimes having revulsion at what you're seeing. And when you have been in the position, and I think over the last 24 hours, I've seen this from some Seahawks fans. Like, you know, I had a Seahawks fan saying online the other night that we're somehow spoiled. It's like, spoiled how? Been 10 years since we've been doing anything. It's been a while. It's been a bit. I think there's reason to be a little bit fed up with certain approaches of this. It's not where I'm at from my mentality-wise, Van Dees, as far as where I'm at. I'm much more hopeful. The team is taking much more of the direction and track this offseason that I was advocating for and that I wanted to see. So I'm good with that. But I can understand people being a bit on the other side of this one, if Brendan is, and being a bit fed up with what they're saying and not understanding the plan and feeling like maybe some of this is just reactionary as opposed to having foresight. And they might be proven a bit right on that one with it. But Brendan's passionate, and I'm passionate. And people will accuse me at times of being super mad and upset about stuff when I'm just maybe frustrated about things as much as being upset. And I think there is a bit of a difference. And it's the way this sometimes goes. You know, you want your guys to care who do cover this stuff, be it me, be it Brendan, be it anybody else. You want them to be not placid, unfeeling fans that are just reporting without any kind of dog really in the fight. You want them to have the dog in the fight and to care in that way. He'll make his peace with it. It's just a process, you know, it's the 7 stages of grief thing. Rob Anderson, Gino is not better than Sam. Plus, he's 8 years younger. I never liked Gino, Mr. Red Zone pick man. Indeed, he had a lot of red zone picks last year, that's for sure. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. What team spent the most money today? I think it would be probably the Patriots. If you really want to get down to it. Patriots signed a $100 million deal, a $60 million deal, a $43 million deal, a $37 million deal, and a $24 million deal. Bears are kind of in there too a little bit. They've thrown some money around today as well. But not quite to that same realm. Patriots got them beat. And I don't like the Patriots signing Dogzilla. It feels like a couple of years ago where they went on a spending spree in free agency because Tom Brady went out to the Buccaneers and had success. And so they're like, oh, this is a bad look for us. We got to spend now to overcome this. And it didn't work out well for him then. I don't think this is going to work out well for him now. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Mark. B, we got a second round pick for DK because the Steelers took his entire salary. Would you have wanted a higher pick or this extra cap space? I think we got to give this time to see how this really played out and what the truth of the scenario was. Because I think a factor of this that we don't really know of yet and has not been reported at all as part of this whole factor has been DK Metcalf and how much was DK Metcalf driving the situation. Because while the Steelers were willing to take on that contract that was remaining there on the books, which really the taking on the contract's kind of a bit of irrelevancy there, Mark, because it's the final really option bonus that he has of the year on the current deal. It essentially is the bit of the extra money you're saving. I think some of this is going to be driven by where DK was willing to re-sign and was he really willing to go anywhere like a Patriots on an improved draft capital. I don't think that the savings would have been enough to where if you have the Steelers offering to take on all of his contract and you have the Patriots offering their early second round pick and not willing to take on the contract and they just want to give a new deal out. Well, then I don't think Seattle turned that down in that way. I don't for the extra cap space. I think that would have been more driven by DK saying, I'd rather go to the Steelers than I want to go to the Patriots. Seattle come back and they like, here's the options of the teams that we're willing to make these moves with. Which one do you want to go with? And from Seattle's standpoint, it was all pretty much an equivalency probably at that point. But this is around what you were going to get for DK. I don't think that there was a significantly better offer on the table beyond what the Steelers were giving you for the second round pick. I think that's as good as it was going to get, just about. And it's eye-opening, and I was completely wrong on this one and thinking we could get the first round pick. And it certainly is going to have me adjusting with my look into the future when you're looking at the wide receiver position about targeting those guys and what really the cost should be if you're going to trade for one, understanding that this is the new price a little bit. But I think that the team got all that they probably could get when it was all said and done there, Mark. I don't think it would have been a lot of cap difference of space, though. I think you just had the option bonus money from this year was really, when you talk about that savings, that's all that's really there. Because the base would have changed anyway on the new deal that they were going to make with them. And the base clears out anyway. Spencer says, everyone is so on edge here. John has this franchise pissed off right now. This is what it feels like to take a step back to take multiple steps forward. Feels like this fan base is spoiled sometimes. Well, again, we'll come back, and I don't quite feel the spoiled thing comes into this play with it, Spencer, in my opinion. It's been 10 years as a team since you've been a contender. And that's where, to me, my heart more goes out to people. I mean, I feel like you feel on this, where I understand that this is what taking a step back looks like. And that's why I'm not in freak out mode. I'm not super angry. I'm not beating up on this. I'm not anywhere near that. I'm not. I'm more encouraged by the direction they're going than discouraged. So I'm with you completely on what you're saying with that. I think that when it comes to the fan base being spoiled, if you came back in 15 and 16, they'd be a little spoiled here on the back of two Super Bowl. Yeah, that'd be true. But when you're 10 years of really like 2 playoff wins in 10 years, I think you start to get outside the context of being spoiled as a fan base. And I think you start to get to a spot of, man, it's 10 years we've been waiting. Like, there's only 3 other teams in the NFC that haven't been to a conference championship other than us in that time period. The Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins since 2017 than us. I think these are all things that, to me, lead to there being a lot of validity behind somebody being frustrated, especially too, Spencer, when you're not only frustrated because it's been a lack of 10 years of success, it's the same guy in charge running at the forefront this lack of success. And you start to earn a little bit of that measure of trust from the fans when it has been that long. And that's where I come back to, even though I don't feel that way myself, I can share an understanding where they come from on that. I'm not saying it emptily. I really get where they're coming from on. And I don't think they're being spoiled or emotional. I just think that there is a sense here of, man, we're seemingly sometimes making the same mistakes. We seemingly sometimes don't always have a vision in place. We are seemingly avoiding dealing with this offensive line in the proper way that needs to be dealt with. It seems like we're making the same mistakes every year, and they're seeing some signs of that again heading into this offseason a little bit. And I think that that's going to raise up some hankles, and I can get it. Haley says, I do wonder if Kubiak can elevate Darnold the same way he did Carr. Otherwise, Darnold might look like Cousins when he left Minnesota. Very true, Haley. Very true. Hopefully he can. And I will say, you don't get this line right, he's probably a lot likely to look like that. Tim, DB21. Just updated on the message there, Tim. Where'd you go? Oh, sorry, Tim, I lost your little message in there. My bad. My bad, man. Repost again if I miss it on it. Puff, thank you for 39 months, Puff. Almost 4 years as a Hawks Nest member. Get out of town, man. Says, Yo, B, how you feeling about the state of the team so far? Hard being a lifer sometimes. Let's go. This team, I like lifer, like we're in prison. Let's hope this team will surprise us all this year. Go Hawks. Well, and this is a little bit perfectly in alignment with some of the discussion we're talking about here in the chat of taking the step back this year and me advocating for that and us seeing a lot of that step back in our approach this year and our moves that we've made. And I feel good about that. I feel like you've gotten stuck in purgatory and that the only way out of purgatory is to do the kind of moves that we've made this off season. You don't dislodge yourself by just maintaining serve and keeping the same approach. I think if anything, you just reinforce yourself and you strap yourself even more into that table by kind of maintaining what you were doing. Now, they got to follow it all the way through. It's just the beginning, but initially I'm encouraged by the fact that you didn't sign your 2 biggest contracts you'd have on your books right now, and especially for a quarterback at 35 years old when you didn't have the team quite ready to make that go. And so even in this contract they've given out to Darnold, I think is a much more economical deal from the Seahawks standpoint of things. I think they can get out of this very easy. I think it doesn't hold them back from still going and drafting a quarterback. So it has very little risk associated with it at that point. I am a little concerned with the approach of the offensive line still. Will Freeze will help. If you go get a Will Freeze and you go get a Tevin Jenkins, I'll feel a lot better about the situation. Certainly, I think the Hawk fans would feel a lot better about this situation, but we just got to kind of watch it and see how it kind of turns and shifts on that side of it. But overall, I'm encouraged. I wanted this. I didn't want to put the pedal down to the middle. I thought that we would be scrambling and find ourselves falling just short of the mark if we tried to angle for that. Better to try to get, as I like to say, the fundamentals clean and get yourself down to a spot where it's just bad money off the books, bad contracts off the books, turning this around, getting the stage set for the quarterback of the future, doing it properly and right. And the reason I push for this so hard, Puff, is because if you do this right, fundamentally speaking, you set the stage for not only having a better chance of turning into a contender, but a better chance to turn into a sustained contender and not just a 1-year flash in the pan here, then you're gone next season kind of thing. TD Woods, even if we get worse, do you think John buys himself a year if we get Freeze? I don't think that alone would do it. No. Holiest Hand Grenade. Thank you for the $5 donation, Hand Grenade. Kind of wanted to get A-Rod just so we can mess with Tom Grossi with Seahawks legend Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, that would have been interesting. That would have been, it would have been fun. And you talk about the Hawk fan base freaking out already. Oh my goodness. Oh, they would have gone ape shit on that one. They would have lost their mind if we brought Aaron Rodgers in. I think we're the fan base that hates him the most. If I was to take a measure in the pulse of this fan base over the last week talking about the potential of it, he is the one they do not like here at all. No on Rodgers, Hand Grenade. I'll tell you what. Jeffrey Thistle, we're going to need the full picture on this one. For the freeze contract, you're meaning, Jeffrey? Absolutely. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. He says the Steelers are going to end up regretting that DK contract. Very, very possible. It's a lot of money to give him. And one of the worries that I had with DK and giving him this contract is while he is not an older player, does DK's game age good? Well, you know, is he a guy that once he loses a step or two is still going to be an effective player in the sport? And I think there's a lot of validity behind having some of those questions in regards to DK and this contract and where it stands and all of that. So it's something that you had to ask as part of this puzzle. It's part of why I say the reset thing is a good thing to me, because the timing wasn't just right. It wasn't just about how good DK is or whether he's worth the money. It's also about where his age is at, where the team's actually going to, when the team is actually going to be to a state of contention versus where his age is at and how his game is advanced versus what you're then paying him. Terribly complicated, but you have to factor all that in when determining what to do with these kind of contracts. And Steelers with DK, I think it possibly could end up being that way, for sure. So a lot of it really depends, too, on what they're going to do with their quarterback position there in addition to this. But he is going to an offense, I think, that is well suited for DK with Arthur Smith there. And a lot of under center play action, bring the safety down into the box, get some single stuff on the outside, run off that. I think that there's a lot of opening there for DK to have a lot of success in there, especially with George Pickens as the counter punch. Is who you're going to double team, who you're going to single up. It could work. It could work. And especially if in the short term it works out great for them. If in the long term they got to pay the price for it, I think they'd be willing to do that, Cameron. But who's the quarterback who comes in there now? Are they really going to go with Rodgers? I mean, that just seems so wild. DK, Rodgers, Pickens, Tomlin. Boy, that was not on my bingo card. If it goes like that, man. Jeffrey, let me know in the chat too what you meant on we're going to need the full picture on this one. I missed it on that. Robs, thanks for the $2.79 donation. I'm not going to lie. John is starting to piss me off. Do something. Understandable, Robs. You walked into this day with all of this cap space to spend, and you've signed Sam Darnold. And John seems to be doing his typical thing of, I'm not going to dip my toe into wave 1 of free agency. I want to wait till wave 3. And we know how that goes. That's why I say people getting a little bit annoyed about this is understandable to me, because you have been down this road many times before. Not one season, not 2 seasons. This is 10 years of you heading down the same road of an approach every offseason, especially as it concerns this offensive line. And if they get Will Freeze, that's helpful, but Will Freeze is not groundbreaking. He's fine. He's an upgrade over what you got. But he's a former 7th round pick whose prior 3 years to this past season, the guy couldn't even carve out league average play for the position. And then he plays 5 games this year, and he plays solid. But that's not anything close to being certainty for the offensive line that brings you any real. I think he's an upgrade over what you currently have, but that doesn't make him a substantial overall upgrade to the unit as a whole with his addition. It helps, but it certainly doesn't move the needle like some of the other top offensive linemen in this free agent class. I get it, Robs, and you are not alone. Trust me on that. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation, Jeffrey. The thing about wide receivers is I don't remember the last bad wide receiver draft class when almost all wide receivers work out right after the draft value drops. The thing about wide receivers is I don't remember the last bad wide receiver draft class when almost all wide receivers work out right out of the draft value drops. running back and offensive line value on the rise. Yes, I think what you're saying a little bit is that we've seen in recent history wide receiver contracts really explode and continually go through the roof and just on this trajectory of more and more and more. They're almost now approaching these wide receiver contracts into quarterback contract money. It's getting into that place of things. And that maybe we're going to see a bit, I think, and if I'm misreading this, let me know, Jeffrey, but I think what you're saying is inherently we're going to see a bit of a course correction on this now, where because of there being such good wide receiver talent coming out of these classes, that now is going to start to cause less of those teams being willing to divvy out quite that amount of money, especially when we're talking about now getting into 35, 37, $40 million a year. That's just going to be proving to be just a little bit too much for teams, even with the cap increases. And that at the same time that's happening, to your point, I think we are certainly seeing the offensive line value raise. I mean, more than any other position in football right now, offensive line is raising up above all else. It's been in large part, I think, devalued for years for probably some good reasons, but now it is starting to elevate and raise. And running back, I think a little bit. We saw some more contracts last year in free agency given out. I think some of that had to do with Jeffrey. You had so many good running backs out on the market that were still really good. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Swift out there. The guy out there from the Cowboys that went to the Tennessee Titans. There was kind of a variety of guys in that particular free agent class that were so good. I don't know if we've quite seen that level of that many good guys coming out in this particular draft, or this free agent class, I should say, as far as signing goes. Now, some of that's obviously pushed a little bit too by the fact the running back class is so very good. But I think you're right. I think wide receivers we're seeing with maybe now last year, you had Brandon Ayuk, where you were hearing the best the Niners could get from Brandon Ayuk was a second round pick. We got DK going for a second round pick here. I think the two tandems of this could be that we see both the wide receiver contracts start to kind of hit their ceiling a little bit. And then we see that if a receiver like this gets moved, unless they're a Megatron-like talent, then now maybe the new price is more a second round pick is what you can hope to get back in return. I think you're right, Jeffrey. I think this is definitely a way that this is at least shifting a little bit. You know, maybe it's not a sea change, but there's a little bit of a slight shift to this. Cody Funk asks, what other free agents are you wanting besides O-line? I think we all want Freeze or Jenkins, maybe wide receiver, or save that for the draft. I think wide receiver is one that you save for the draft. Let me, I'll bring up for you guys and show you a little bit of what we're looking at right now as far as the free agent wide receiver class goes. So you can see right here that it's just not good. Well, it would help if I bring it up. All right. So we've got our first guys that are signed off the board here. Palmer, Slayton off the board, Braxton Berrios, Justin Watson, Diami Brown. All these guys are already gone. So already a very lean unit and crew is already brought down even further at that point. Stephon Diggs coming off a torn ACL. Keenan Allen, very old at 33 years old. Amari Cooper, he's done. Brendan Cooks, he's maybe at least somewhat workable, but I don't want that. Deontay Johnson doesn't even want to play football. Tyler Lockett, DeAndre Hopkins looking old there with the Chiefs. Mike Williams, injury prone as hell. Robert Woods, old as hell. Josh Reynolds, a little bit older, doesn't excite me a ton. Devin Duvernay doesn't give you a whole lot there. So you can see on these names, there's just nothing here. There's just really nothing here. Maybe an Elijah Moore could be interesting. But everything is these are all just Jags. Just a guy. Or guys at the end of the road, I would say on that, Cody. So I would offer that free agent-wise, receivers really doesn't have much it really gives you as far as an offering there. Other position-wise, there's, I think you still got T.R. Tart, the Chargers defensive tackle, still out there on the open market as a defensive tackle who could be interesting. There's maybe a couple of corners like Asante Samuel out there that you could look at a target in that way. I think, Cody, what makes this really hard with this a little bit is that really the team doesn't have a ton of needs, a ton of holes. Yeah, you got the offensive line. Yeah, you got the wide receiver core. But as we look at, for instance, the defensive line right now, you got your two edges. You got Uchenna backing them up. Your interior, your three techs deep right now with a guy that can play a little bit of nose tackle snaps and Byron Murphy. You got your two starting inside linebackers. You got your two starting safeties. Tariq Woolen's on the roster. You brought back Josh Jobe on the other side of it. So, he's still in there with Nehemiah Pritchett. And so you're not lean there. You could certainly upgrade or find a better player out there at outside corner. But there's not a lot of guys out there to go target for what is also in addition to these positions, lean positions in free agency, I would say in addition to that. On top of the fact that these positions, wide receiver, cornerback, Cody, these are ones that are going to be actually fairly strong in this draft as far as the depth goes. And so I think wide receiver is better suited to probably try to take care of this in the draft, unless you can make a trade. I don't like the free agents that are available out there. I think you're overpaying. You're eating up cap for a guy that's not going to give you very much play at that point on the other side of it. I don't have a lot of other names, though, for you at that point, because you're only trying to really lock in and address certain real positions here. And I don't see going after an edge. It's a deep draft for edge. And so it's receivers, edge, tight ends. I mean, these are all positions that would be a theoretical, a little bit of a need, but that I'm going to go find those in the draft. Better options in the draft. Better options, cheaper options in the draft at that spots. And I just don't see the holes in other places for them to really isolate and target. This is all the more reason why I want them to hammer so much, Cody, the offensive line, because you don't have as many other holes you have to go and fill up or fill in. So you can afford to swing more swats at individual spots. I'd like to do that more because of it. But we're kind of cornered in and not in a bad way on this. It's more because there is more of the roster set up than not, that there isn't more holes that there's out there for you to address. But you're not doing running back. There's no tight ends out there either. It's a lot like the wide receiver class. And again, this tight end class is so good, Cody. How do you not try to take a tight end or two in this draft, especially with all the picks that you do have? Black Thought Brown Dreams, thank you for the $2 donation. He says in Schneider, we trust controlled chaos. Well, I put it in the title of my video last night when we went live. I said, order out of chaos. And I do believe in that. That's what we seem to be doing right now. And maybe it's working. Maybe it's working here, Black Thought. So see if Schneider can keep this rolling. Give us Will Freeze. Give us one more lineman. Let's finish this night off with Will Freeze and Tevin Jenkins. We're going to feel a whole hell of a lot better when we get into day two. You'll get a lot more optimism burgeoning out at the seams with this fan base at that point. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ Seahawk. That is very kind of you, brother. I've been a Hawk fan for 42 years. I thought it was over when Galloway, Sean Springs, and Tez went. Glad changes are happening. I hope Darnold is like Hasselbeck. West Coast offense, great for defense. Me as well. If you can have a Hasselbeck-like career, that would be pretty cool from Darnold's perspective coming here to Seattle. And one thing that we've had to deal with through the years of Seattle as a fan, especially folks like myself and yourself who have been here through so many decades, is that we've had to taste the moving on of heroes here and champions here and revered players here over and over again. Now, this is something that I think every city goes through to a certain degree, but I think in Seattle that we've had to face it as much as any franchise and any kind of sports out there. You just go down the line of the guys. Mark Langston, not a lot on a Mariners team to root for in the 80s. Langston, great pitcher. You end up moving him. But you move him, and you get Randy Johnson by moving him. There's also there's an upshot to it, which is what maybe some people can take some hope in the moving of a DK Metcalf here. But Tom Chambers, basketball, gone. Original kind of hero on that. Then you had Gary Payton and Sean Kemp after him, guys that you moved at one point or another and they weren't here for their careers. And they moved on with still a lot of their career left to still play. Ken Griffey Jr. and Alex Rodriguez. The names are many through here. Many. It's never fun. It is never fun. It always sucks when it's a player that you love so much. But as you've been through it through so many years like I have on this MJ, there's also a part of it that you do get a little bit callous to. You do get used to, and you do understand that this is a bit of the normal operating business, especially in football, where everything moves at about twice the speed of other sports. The rate of speed, the rate of careers, the rate of turnover. And it's a one where you just have to embrace that chaos, embrace that change that's always going to be ever happening and ever going on. And one more reason I always say that it's, yes, revere the players, yes, celebrate the players, but never get lost outside of the fact that it's about the team. Love the players, love the coaches, definitely. But at the end of the day, it's always about the team first and foremost. Kevin Lonice, thank you for 34 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says just one O lineman today. Well, if Freeze is going to be the guy, then Freeze is going to be the one guy we probably get. But look, the day's not over, and you know they're going to be burning the midnight oil and working some deals from the background of this. So I don't think that this is fitted to be necessarily the only thing that we look to do. Just this might be the starting point to working our way now to the next, Tevin Jenkins, as I say, Tevin Jenkins and Will Freeze. Everybody's starting to feel a whole hell of a lot better immediately at that point, Kevin. Board Skyler, thank you for the $5 donation board. Or Skyler, let me call say Skyler, maybe get right. I was out on Darnold, but now that he's our guy, let's give him a fair shake. Let that man work. Revert your anger to John Schneider not giving us our linemen yet. Yeah, was not the biggest of Darnold guys either on this Skyler, but he's got to get the support at this point. The guy's been the kind of story like Geno Smith that you can really easily root for. Not given a good landing spot in his first destination there with the Jets. Adam Gase is his head coach. Any quarterback in that situation is much almost guaranteed to fail at that point. And so him failing out there does not mean that this guy can't come along. He was a very young player coming out of college. I mean, he's still, I think, at a point right now where like he's younger than some guys that have just barely been in this league. He was a baby when he came into the league. And quarterbacks develop with time, and they get better with time. And certainly this isn't to be aimed at Darnold, especially considering the contract is in a very feasible state for our Hawks. He didn't hold us over the barrel, and we're paying some $45 million contract. And it's like, it's all very much a blue-collar contract, very workable in that you can build a roster around this contract without it being something where you're going, well, we couldn't handle this guy because we're saying that we got Sam Darnold on the books. So it's a very workable deal here in how they've set this up. And yeah, the anger's got to be towards Schneider at this point if there's any anger, and it should be specifically towards him if it is about not dealing with this offensive line. But let's also give it the time. Let's also wait and make sure that we've all these real prime offensive linemen off the board before we jump to that anger. Because you might find that you get real anger and you jump down his throat here a little bit on this one, and then you come to find by the we get to 10 o'clock at night tonight, we've got our two linemen added, and it looks a lot better. Maybe it's not the prime time guys. Maybe it's not Drew Dahlman and this guy, but if it's a Tevin Jenkins and a Freeze, that would be pretty awesome. I think I'd be pretty close to about as ideally happy as I could be at that point if you went with those two as the 1-2 punch here. Thank you though, Skyler. I appreciate the $5. Robbie Red, thanks for the $2 donation. John Schneider has his eyes on Bo Callahan. Hashtag Mac, no matter what. No matter what, Robbie. Who would be the Bo Callahan of this draft? Probably Shadur, huh? So you might be right, Robbie Red, especially if he dips down to us at 18. I'm going to call you a prophet if you're right on that, because he is kind of the Callahan of this draft, is Shadur. There's not a pure Callahan of this draft. He'd be the closest. He'd be the closest in the vicinity. Him or Quinn Ewers. Robs, thank you for the $7 donation. What happens is that when we have this extra cap to re-sign mid-players like Woolen, instead of investing in offensive line, which your future quarterback will have to play behind. What happens is that we have this extra cap to re-sign mid-players like Woolen instead of investing in offensive line, which is your future quarterback will have to play behind. Yeah, he's dumped these assets in other places. And that's been the frustrating part about this, is that we can't merely go back to it and say, well, Jody's being cheap because she wants to sell the team and she wants to keep the numbers down so the prospective owner who will buy the team gets to have free, full, clear cap space when he takes over. But that's not, of course, been the case. The team has been willing to spend money. It's just that they spend their money weirdly. They spend it on these one-year deals. They spend it for aging veterans. They spend it for devalued positions. This has been a bit of that approach in prior years, and we'll see if it maintains in this year. So far today, we've not had those signings, but of course, a big part of these signings is they tend to come in day 2, 3 of free agency. So they may be coming as of yet, but I would agree with you. Comes down to paying Woolen some big, huge monster contract, or we could have had a really grade A offensive lineman in here instead. That's silly not to go with the lineman instead. for a guy in Woolen that does have deficiencies to his game. And you could have got a clean, good, all-around offensive lineman on the other side of it for that cost if that was going to be the other way that you went. We'll have to see with the Robs, but this is where there's completely valid frustration in this. And that we've been down the road before. We've gone down in it. It's been here. It's happened. So would like to avoid it and not have to go down that lineman again. That's for sure. And I'm going to be watching closely to see if that's what John's going to do this offseason. You better believe it. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. What does it mean for the 0 to complement the D? The O to complement the D? What that means is you're going to have an offense that's going to be balanced, number one, Dogzilla, because if you have a pass-happy offense, you're going to have a lot of tendency with the pass-happy offense to see it run into a lot of 3 and outs. It's pass-happy, can lead into holding penalties, can lead to sacks, can lead to second and longs, taking the running game away, getting you very quickly off the field without actually eating much time. If you have an offense that's more dedicated to the running the ball and remaining balanced, just in their general nature by and large, that team then, offensively speaking, is going to be able to keep control of the clock, at least keep it balanced to where now that defense is not getting gassed out at the end of the game because there's too many 3 and outs over the course of the game. The secondary part, I'd say that the O complements the D is how you play the game as far as taking care of the football. Not throwing interceptions on the wrong side of the field. Not giving the defense, putting the defense in a predicament in that way. Being safe with the ball, being, sure with it, where you're going from a quarterback's position on that, not being kind of flippant with it. I think those would be the 2 main ways that an O complements a D. Control the clock, control the ball. You do those 2 things, I think you're helping out a D, because that does mean that on their side you're getting time of possession, and then you're tending to put that offense on a long football field if they're going to go score, which sets the stage up better for a defense to then have success. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you, Mark, for all your donos today and yesterday as well, man. 05 draft was historically bad at wide receiver. Best wide receiver in that draft was Roddy White, and he was taken in the 6th round. This draft is shaping up a lot like 05. It could. I think it is a little bit better than the 05, but I will acknowledge that the recent receiving classes that we've had come through here have been so much more significantly better than this one. There's a lot of slots in this wide receiver. There's not a lot of outside receivers in this draft. And so it does get a little lean on that side of it. It does get lean on the side of it. I will say the thing that you do like a little bit is that you do have players that do fit to this offense at the receiving core, who would slide right in, and I think it would be able to find some success. But I think that it's very valid to say this is probably pretty close to that 05 crew. I think you'll get more than a Roddy White, but it may not be a whole lot past that. I'm going to get a little more coffee, folks. One sec. Yeah. Well said on the receiver class too there, Mark. I do. And looking at the board, it's kind of rough right now. Hawklad. You got that trademark, huh? Hawklad. I like that. With a $2 donation, thank you for that. Alien Wizard is advocating for murder of kids. No advocating for murder of children in the chat, please. First time I've ever had to say that. Oh, goodness. It's spicy today. It's spicy today, Hawkslad. Thank you for the donation. Paulie, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you, man. And you guys are just crazily awesome with all of your support to the channel here today. And just over this last even couple of weeks, even as we've been in the dead off season, you guys have been here every step of the way with me. I really do thank you guys for that. He says, I am way more cool with the deal we gave Darnold than the one Geno is reported to have wanted. If we go and address the offensive line, I'll be happy with it. Go shopping, John Schneider. Indeed. I think that the Tom Brady factor has really kind of shifted a lot of people's mind at times and thinking that these quarterbacks can kind of just, they play forever. It's kind of, they get to finish up when they want to finish up. But instead of that, what we really do see is what is really the tendency, quarterback after quarterback, is that after you pass this 35 years of age, there is much more of you having the chance of approaching that cliff. Kirk Cousins looks like he's fallen off the cliff. Maybe it is the Achilles, maybe it's the cliff. Aaron Rodgers looks like he's very close on that cliff if he hasn't gone over. Drew Brees went over the cliff. Matt Ryan went over the cliff. Phillip Rivers went over the cliff. These guys didn't play into 37, 38 years old anywhere close to what they were at 33 versus what we had seen from Tom Brady and what he was able to do at that age. And so I get very concerned with looking at paying a quarterback, and not just paying a quarterback, but $45 million per year at that age. That gets dicey to me. And Darnold down at much less of an age, much younger, at a much cheaper rate. $33 million is a far cry from 45. That's a far cry. And so I like this deal a lot better than going with Geno at 40, 45. That one to me would just lock you into much more of the higher probability of mediocrity, not only in the near future for next year, but in the long future as well. Too much at that point, Paulie. I agree. Gabe, 2166. Thank you for the $5 donation, Gabe. You thinking we're going to just, you thinking we're just going to build off the draft to keep costs down in 2010, 2012 style? You can get young difference makers for a value. Kind of. I think that there's certainly, it's not the full-on blueprint of 2010 to 12 that we're seeing unfurl here, but there's some definite echoes of that blueprint. We've got the appearances, it looks like, Gabe, right now, I'm setting the stage for having 3 quarterbacks up, like we did a little bit with Russ, whereas Russ, Tavares Jackson, Matt Flynn, that's kind of in the place right now. If you did sign a Will Freeze and you did sign a Tevin Jenkins, there's just a Will Freeze and another offensive lineman, a decent value guy, and you're bringing them in, and then you're going to draft hardback on it. You're going to go draft your quarterback. So you have those 3 quarterbacks kind of duking it out. You have the defense that's starting to slide together. It improved last year, but you could see it taking another step forward into this season. It does have some alignment to that. Yeah. And I think when you're talking about keeping the costs down, it would seem to me what they're trying to do on this is they're taking the step back for 2025. And this is representative, of course, not only by the Geno Smith and DK trades, but also by how they have structured the Sam Darnold signing. Because it sounds like they have front-loaded the Sam Darnold contract. Why do you do that? You do that to give yourself that flexibility for future years, that you're not locked in there with him. He gets you through this year. He's got upside for this year if it can lock all in. But then you move into next year, and if you want to pivot off of him, you're not eating a ton of dead money to do that if you really want to. I'm not saying the team will. But then they free up all of that money that they have freed up to go spend in the next couple of years when they might be in a better position at that point as a team to go and truly kind of contend, to go make those moves to push you up over the top. Not to get you up to the top, but to push you up over the top. And I think that would be the key difference in this. And I think you're insightful in seeing that that's a little bit of what they're doing at play here. And the real indicator to me is that if they're going to front load that up on the Darnold contract, all of these deals that you give out, if you look at the Geno deal and the new money he's got in the first hit of that cap hit, it's always going to be very low on that first year hit. So them going the opposite direction shows you on this a little bit of that they have the eye more to the 26 than they do to 25. Doesn't mean we're completely out on 25. It just means that there is a, like I say, a bit of a visionary approach to this of let's take care of all of our business. Let's clean up our room. Let's get the backyard clean. Let's rearrange our garage. And then we get bound to next year and then we sell the house. Now we'll remodel the bathroom in that time. You know, we're not going to sell the house when there's a lot of work that needs to be done, which is just going to lower down our bottom line that we get for the returns. Let's get all this stuff cleaned up so we can maximize out our returns. And I think the team is taking this direction, and it's very important because it kind of reigns over everything else this offseason, and it's why I'm so supportive about what they're doing, even if there's some deals here I won't like, or I don't like that part of it there. The grand scheme of things, the big picture outlook of this and their approach of this right now seems to be smartly applied. And I will get behind that. I will support that. Going to run them over the ringer if they ain't going to deal with this offensive line, but on that part of it, you can see the intelligence behind it and that there's some smart thinking behind it in that way. Oh, MJ Seahawk not only dropping donos, he's dropping gifted donations at that. Thank you for gifting these memberships like you are, MJ Seahawk. You are the man. You are the man. I appreciate you for that. MJ with Mick Frewer, you have been gifted a Hawks Nest membership. Jim Campbell, Baller MJ31, Wittimus, Motive, you have all been gifted memberships by MJ Seahawk. MJ Seahawk, thank you. Thank you for doing that. I really, really, really do appreciate it. If you are a member of the channel, keep an eye on your community post, as that is where I post the membership benefits over there on that side of it. We're going to be doing a call-in show here within about the next week for members of the channel. If you want to chat and discuss and talk a little bit about what's going on with this team with me, and call me crazy for some of my takes if you want to do that as well. I'm open to you guys doing it on that side of it, but please do keep an eye out on that community post, as I want to continue to be expanding those membership benefits here throughout this off season. Keep the action coming to you guys, because I really do appreciate you guys being members of the channel. Really does help round things off here to keep this thing in good straits, as they say. But MJ Seahawk, you are the man. I appreciate you for dropping that monster 5 gifted donations in that way. It's really appreciated, brother. Thank you so much. Chris Hawksnest, Brandon, what is the prognosis on Will Free's recovery? Food for preseason? I hadn't looked up his injury situation as in depth. Sounds like he suffered a tibia injury. So maybe a fracture of some type. Yeah, suffered a fraction right tibia. So broken bones in football tend to be better than ligaments and like ACLs and stuff like that. So it's a better, Chris, in general, that kind of injury is going to be a better one to get around, and he should be fully recovered for it by next year, as the bone tends to heal, of course, stronger than before when you do that, versus you tear an ACL and you're only, if anything, kind of a little bit more susceptible to having it happen again. So it shouldn't prove to be too bad of an issue for him. The question to me more with Freeze is less of the injury and more of that 5 games of really good level of play. Is that now who you are as a player, or are you the player you were the past couple of years prior to that? And he still is a young guy, so it could be he's just kind of reaching his prime, but that is the part that I do wonder on this one a little bit. Carl Parker, Freeze is a mammoth difference maker. He's an NFL starting guard when we have been barely above average 1987 replacement player level. What a difference it'll make, Carl, when we don't have lawyers and doctors and stuff out there on that line. Yes, I do think he will be at least a big jump from what we've been trotting out there at the position, which has been god-awful as of recent note. As people noted above on the chat, while Luamea came in there and gave you good run blocking, he was an absolute nightmare when it came to being a pass protector. Alien Wizard, don't follow the players, follow the team. That's right. That's absolutely right. I get the rooting for players, but always make sure we're putting the team at the head of the stack on this. Metal Dragon says the injury concern, though, is he broke his leg last year. Is he going to be the same player? I hope we don't pay him much. It sounds like it's a fracture, which wouldn't be a full-on break, but broken bones you can tend to come back from. Those in football are ones that don't tend to be ones that necessarily reduce you as a player. It more is those ligament ones that can be the one. I'm gonna have to go watch the Brandon Nelson video, man. The way you guys talk about it. He sounds like he had a day. Hang in there, Brandon, man. Hang in there, brother. You tripping Shorty says we were spoiled at quarterback, but nothing else really. Yeah. Or Chief B, I would be happy with any interior lineman at this point, but I pray whoever gets hired doesn't retire in the middle of the season. Yeah, no more mid-season retirements. That wasn't any fun. That wasn't any fun at all. Zombie Central, Brando, at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. The Seattle Seahawks to win another championship. And that's the important part for us to remember. That is. And that's why I harp on the team aspect centric of this, is that it can be hard to see players leave, and understandably so. It's not that you're not right for going, man, I love this guy, and they left, and they were a great player, and they're still a great player, and we're just letting them go. That frustration is well-founded. It really is. But if the flip side of that can be that the team ends up benefiting on the back end of the grand scheme of things in the team building process, it can make that difference. And that's why I wanted to reference a bit of that Langston situation. My heart was ripped out as a kid. I'm a lefty. Mark Langston was a lefty. Seeing him move to the Montreal Expos for a Mariner team that wasn't very good. You had Alvin Davis and you had Mark Langston, and that was it. This was prior to Griffey. And you see him now move to the Montreal Expos, and you're like, oh, man, we can't have anything good. But then you got Randy Johnson back in return. You got a better player back in return because you were able to make that parting of a way. And sometimes that's the way that this can work in all sports, not just football, but I'd say most especially football, where everything just moves so very fast. Kieran says Brendan is in his feelings like a lot of us who aren't ceaselessly positive and hopeful people. Some of us are realists, seen as pessimists when put next to those folks. Beautifully put, Kieran. Beautifully put. It's something that I wrestle with at times, in the fans that you sometimes will deal with who just want you merely in sort of that pom-pom waving mode of things. And that's why I say with people who try to be hard on Brendan, don't be too hard on Brendan here. I mean, he's being honest with you. He's being real with you. And that's what you guys should really want from your content creators. You want us to be educated. You want us to know what we're talking about. You want us to be able to see it true and clear. But you also want the passion, and you also want the care. And you don't get care with the care and the love of the team without also having sometimes the times where you're in your feelings. And we all get there and doing this, man. We all get this. Doesn't matter what team you're following. Everybody gets in those days where states of it where it's, but he's being honest with his approach on it. And I appreciate that. That's what I want above all else. King Bomber, I think the broken leg is the least career-affecting injury out of all the ones the free agent guards have endured. Yeah. Great. Well put. Well put. Nick says, you like Shock or Dart? Shock has been the biggest riser on my board as far as any quarterback. I have lifted him all the way up into the high portion of the 4th round. But I would go with Dart. There is a thing with Tyler Shock that's a double dip that's got to keep him in the 4th round. Number one, injury concerns. Big time injury concerns with him, broken collarbones or clavicles or whatever. And he's had a couple times it's happened to him. It's also with him that he gets injured not by sort of happenstance. Shock gets injured because he plays the game like he thinks he's indestructible at times. And he takes some brutal shots in the open field playing the quarterback position because of that fearlessness. You both like it, and you go, boy, you're built a little bit more Mr. Glass like. You shouldn't really be kind of quite playing like that. Dart's younger. Dart's got a little less size. Shock, I think's got a little bit more arm talent. Dart's got a little bit more mobility. So it's a bit of a, I've got Dart in the 3rd round. I've got Shock in the 4th round. So they're very close with me, Nick. They're neck and neck. It goes for me, Dart, Howard, Shock. And so it's very close between the two of those guys. Kick up Bears are an elite front office. I like the moves the Bears have made overall. I like what they've done with their offensive line especially. Oliver, you're getting some timeout requests. Be nice. Palestine Liberation. Go Hawks, man. The Big Bean, man. The Bengals really trying to put money in the defense. They're trying to win Burrow over, man. They know he's an angry Burrow. Kyler says just watched some Will Freeze footage and looked at him a bit. He's legit. Let's go. I'm going to have to do a little bit of a deep dive on him as well here. I watched a little bit of tape leading into free agency, but I didn't do the deep dive on him, which is what I got to do. Carl Parker says, wow, my heart just broke. Just learned Largent was a POS that crossed the picket line and played. Indeed he did. Strike was lasting long, and some of those players didn't like how long the strike was lasting. Kevin Klein, where does Cooper Kupp go after he's released? Well, I think Seattle's got as good a possible destination location for him as anywhere else. And, this works this way in divisions like this, where you have a guy like Kupp who sees the Rams move on from him to go to Devontae Adams, an older player than him. That probably stings a little bit. And does Kupp then go, I'll go to Seattle and I'll go beat your ass twice a year? Maybe you get a highly motivated Cooper Kupp that's not going to cost a lot of money coming to Seattle. I think that's very, very possible here, and how it could go. As good a possibility of him coming here as I think just about anywhere else. Carl says, wow, my heart just broke. Oh, sorry, you read that one. Polly, thank you for celebrating 5 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate you for doing that, Polly. He says, I also would not have gave DK that $150 million either. 5 years is wild. They paid all the money. They did. Not only $30 million on a 4-year extension, which is, I think, as far as Seattle would have gone, but that extra 5th year in addition to it. That is a spicy meatball, as they like to say. And, I think I would have been willing to give DK the 30, but I don't think I would have gone to the 5 years of it either there, Paulie. I think you get to that 5th year and I would have been definitely going, no, that's a bit too much. I'll go 4 years. I can get out of it after 3 years if I need to. If his game doesn't age well, going to the 5th year pushes you that one extra year. You got to kind of ride with him to make it work. But may prove to be a great contract for the Steelers. You've got to give the Steelers some props on this one, as it's an aggressive move that they don't typically make. And that this is an organization that can be stuck in their ways a little bit like we have at times, to where they just will not move off their process. And then that does stymie them. Not stymie them like us in the way of it does make you a bad team. It stymies them and making them an elite team. And so them being a little bit more aggressive, I like seeing a bit of a change of approach from their standpoint of it. I like the combination of Pickens and DK as your two outside receivers. That's a handful. Now you got to get the quarterback right, though. And let's remember, they're getting that line slowly built up, especially if Fatanu can come back this year for the Steelers. That line will be in good shape to get the most out of those two wide receivers. But at 5 years is a bit much for me too, Paulie. Especially too, because I think there's something a bit to this on, was DK really truly a fit for this offense and the kind of routes that you're going to ask him to run? And I don't know if that would have been the case as much. I think that would have been a big question. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. This feels like Matt Flynn to me. I was super excited last night. Now I'm confused as to what their plan is. I think there's some people that have that confusion as well, Keon, and where they stand today on it. I think that this is a lot like the Matt Flynn signing in what you're setting the stage to happen. And what you're setting the stage to happen for this season and for the next season is that you're going to have a bit of a competition battle at the quarterback position, rather than being that this is the guy we ride or die with. Everyone's behind him in support. It's all about him. I know that's that's probably what you would like to normally have your approach be at the QB position, but it's just not going to be this year. And the good news for us is that the last time we went down this road with the 3 quarterbacks and there being no real certain starter for the position as it stood, is that you came out with Russell Wilson. The cream rose to the top and you got yourself a top-end quarterback out of it, albeit as an alternative way of doing it versus what other teams do, where they just pick one guy and they ride with that guy and that's who you're rolling with. When it comes to the comp between Sam Darnold and Matt Flynn, there is a place where there's a divergence here, and I would say, Keon, a heavy divergence at that. And it comes down to one word: talent. Matt Flynn was not a terribly talented guy. Not a lot of mobility, not a lot of arm strength. Sam Darnold was once a former top 5 pick because he has good mobility and a whole hell of a lot of arm strength and a whole hell of a lot of arm talent. Matt Flynn got that contract from Seattle on the back of one game. One game that he came in for Aaron Donald at the end of the season, threw for, I think, 6 touchdown passes in that game, and that got him that contract. Sam Darnold's coming off a full season of playing almost near MVP-like level in his level of play. So it is a much more improved, for about the same money and equivalent dollars, just about, for where today's dollars stand versus where Matt Flynn's dollar stood in its day. It's about an equivalent contract, but for a much better player with much more upside than you were getting in Matt Flynn. I like this contract way better than and I'm speaking even at the time when Matt Flynn was signed, not knowing in hindsight 2020 that Russell Wilson was going to come along and be so good. In the moment, I hated the Matt Flynn signing because it was also coming on the heels of Tavares Jackson and Whitehurst coming out there, where you had already gone kind of weak at it as it was. You'd already gone for the light hitting, get on base second baseman who's all about on base percentage. No, give me the slugger. Give me the guy that can drive the ball out of the park. And I'll say this with a guy like Sam Darnold. He can do that. He's got those raw goods to get that done. You got to set the stage for him. You got to get the line right on it. But that is the place where he is a massive upgrade over a guy like a Matt Flynn in that way. Similar signings, but a much better chance of this one actually giving you some fruits. Whereas Matt Flynn, of course, gave us nothing but a withered vine. Blackout Brown Dreams, thank you for the $5 donation and your multiple donations today. That was really kind of you, and I appreciate it. O-line is talented. They need to be coached up. And trade Reek, what is the draft compensation? O-line is talented. They are. I think you have your pillars in place, Black Thought. So you have your 2 tackles in place. You're good there. Mike Terrell gives you a swing tackle for both left and right tackle. You feel good about some of the depth that you have there with him. You like certainly some of the depth pieces you have in Sundell, Oluwatimi, Bradford. Haynes may be a guy that can truly develop in that way to become a starter eventually, especially being more of a fit for this zone system. So there is some talent on this line. It's not completely bereft, not at all. It does need to get kind of fully reworked a little bit and to find the 5 true starters. And you've got a ways to go in that it's been an underperforming, bad offensive line for years on end. So while it's talent, it's unrealized talent. It's not talent that's shown you that it's quite close to getting to that place of realizing being a strong enough unit to make Sam Darnold work. But there's a lot still left to be done here on this. It's not a finished product at this point in time, especially as we're just starting to kick into free agency here today. Tree Reek with the trade compensation. You're probably getting back a late 3rd to a 4th round pick in trade compensation back for Reek. Whoever trades for him is probably likely then going to want to sign him to a contract extension. And with the new market being reset for a 4-year, $100 million deal, I don't think Reek can quite get that amount, but he can start the negotiations off of that part. So is the team going to be willing to move a 4th rounder and pay him that amount in a draft that's very deep for cornerbacks? I wouldn't think so, but it would certainly be possible. And Seattle might be open to it, Black Thought. If you get a 3rd round pick back for him, I would do that all day for Reek if we could, because of those reasons I just gave. That deep draft for cornerbacks, and we're not going to be intending, I don't think, to pay him to some big compensation down the road myself. But that is a guess on that one. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. Paulie, thank you for the $2 dono. Signing the 49ers fullback would be a good FU. Kyle Juszczyk would be a cool FU on that. He is getting older up there, Paulie. I mean, he is long in the tooth. And Niner fans have been saying for a while here, he is just not terribly effective at this point in time in his career anymore. But that would be a hell of an FU to them, you know. It would be a big, big FU for them. I'd have to be on kind of a veteran minimum deal if we're going to do something like that. But it would be interesting. That would be interesting, Paulie. I heard they were trying to renegotiate him last. Did they just flat cut him and say, bye-bye, we're done with you? Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $2 donation. He says you have to build the offensive line. No excuses. No excuses this offseason, man, Addis. No matter what you want to pay, John, you got all the money in the world this offseason. No matter how much highly you think they're overdrafted, you have a litany of offensive linemen in this draft in the first, in the second, and the third round, which are very likely to be better than what you have in-house already on the interior of that offensive line. So whichever way you want to go on this, pick which way you want to go, or double dip each side way you want to go with it. But there's no excuses not to be able to hammer this in a major way just because you have some reticence about overpaying. I can get not getting into bed with the Aaron Banks contract because that was ridiculous by the Packers. But, you know, not blowing the Bears out of the water on the offer that they gave for Drew Dahlman doesn't make as much sense on that side of it. But I'm going to keep my mind open to this. It is early in free agency. It's the first day. Not everybody's been plucked off the board here. There's still some linemen out there that are available. We just got to kind of monitor and track it. But your bottom line point is the right one, Addis, which is that there are no excuses for this. You got to get this fixed. Got to get this right. Taker610 with a $2 donation. He says, Russ is back in Pittsburgh. A sure thing now? Well, I would think it would be much more likelier than not likely, I would say. Because it hasn't quite made sense to me on the Steelers going back to an Aaron Rodgers, I would say. So it could be the way that they go there. There was some thinking that they were going to Rodgers. I'm seeing if we got an update on this. And we got Cooper Kupp due to be released at the start of the new league year, according to sources on that. So it's possible. It's very possible. I do wonder on that, though. I thought Russell would be the front runner to come back there, but Steelers haven't seemed to be fully locked in on him either. But that makes way more sense than Rodgers does to me. Especially with having DK back there, and you get to take advantage of some of the chemistry he's got with DK at that point. I would think so, Taker 610. But Pittsburgh seems a little wishy-washy on Russ. R. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I view today as a huge letdown. Same old Johnny boy. Until you do something different, you don't get the right for the benefit of the doubt being John Schneider on this one. And I think that's where this frustration is validly placed. I think fans have every right to be annoyed and at their wits' end with this situation as far as the offensive line goes. Because it's been a long period of time, and they're not addressing, they're not fixing it, and they're showing some of the same signs initially here out the gate of this first day of maybe that being more of the same. And Sanchez, I'll be right there with you on it and calling this a letdown. We're going to walk out of free agency with a Will Freeze who started 5 games of good play, and that's been all he's given in his career. I tracked through Will Freeze's first 3 years in his career. It's like you're getting a lot of nothing from the guy. And then this former 7th round pick has a little bit of a sample size of 5 games, and now you're going to reward him. And that's our pinnacle offensive line signing of the offseason. Yeah. That's going to be a tough one for me to get sold on too, Sanchez. And I'll definitely call it if it goes that way. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I wonder if Chris Olave could be had. He'd be a good fit. He would be a good fit, Randall. I would measure to guess that Kellen Moore does not want to offload one of his few really good receiving talents. I think the part that really prevents that deal from getting done too is that you have the Saints just on the heels of making him a first-round pick, who's been a very productive receiver, who you feel very good about his talent, but he's got this concussion issue that's propped up, and that's going to hurt and hinder his trade value. And so what do you get back in return at that point for Olave? Like a 4th round pick? I think from Seattle's perspective, they would certainly jump on that. But from the Saints' perspective, they probably feel like they were giving him away at that point. But they probably then, Randall, have to give him away if their intention is to move him because of the concussion situation. I mean, his whole year got shut down last year due to this very concussion thing. Didn't help that Derek Carr threw him a hospital ball. Some of it was on Derek there. But that would be the part that I think is going to make that a little sticky to get that deal to be going, is that he's not really expensive, Randall. So it wouldn't be a big trade release, cap relief situation from the Saints' perspective on that one. And I think that they just wouldn't be getting back the value that they'd want back in return, which would be probably a pretty healthy amount of money or healthy draft pick returns on that one. Danlos, it just dawned on me. We have McDonald, we need Will Fries, and Jake Berger. Complete the process. Dogs O's, as best I can tell, all the Hawk channel creators were shocked when Geno got traded. Every one of them. Yeah, it was surprising. Lit Trash Bag says James Daniels gone now. Options coming off the board as we speak. Gonna get thin through the night. Through the night it shall. Palestine says good vibes to Brendan, good vibes to Brandon, and good vibes to Pumpkin. Well, thank you, man. And yes, certainly good vibes to all on that one. Good vibes to all on that one. Wait, what? Says thoughts on getting Kupp for a 1-year deal. We could also draft a wide receiver to learn from him and JSN, with also the fact wide receivers are always better second year. When Kupp is gone, we have JSN and a new stud wide receiver. Kupp to me is much better than any of the options we were turning over today early on. Wait for what be. I mean, it's, you go through these guys and they're old and they're slowing down and their skills are diminished from what they once were. And in Kupp, is he what he once was? No, not necessarily. But as a bridge wide receiver for a season, while you then draft a guy or two in addition to that, yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense. I don't think he would cost a lot. I don't know what exactly the deal would work out to, but I would imagine it'd be kind of a 1-year, $7-8 million deal for Kupp, something like that. And I'd be willing to do that. Be a cool story to bring him back home. Lethal the Lance, basically only Tevin Jenkins, Will Fries, and Will Hernandez are left. Getting nervous. Yuquan says, damn, Chase Young is going to the Saints. Back to the Saints, you mean? He's playing with them last year. Leopold says, looks like news is picking back up. Kind of goes in those waves a little bit through the day. Najee Harris to the Chargers was an interesting one there, Jose. They must not be spending a lot of money on him, I would guess. But giving any running backs money in this free agent class is strange because you have really one of the best running back classes we've seen about the last 20 years. Especially for the backs that Harbaugh likes. Get downhill and just get after it. You know, no extra this, no extra that. Just get downhill and go. Cody Funk, yeah, Shock was really impressive at the combine eye test wise. And there were guys that weren't as impressive, like a Will Howard, who I do like a lot. Yuquan, maybe Burrow next year, man. You never know. It's a situation to continue to monitor. Seems like Cincinnati's going to at least try to make it roll another year, but you get him another year through and he gets even more impatient. Maybe that's a deal that you can go out there and play. And now when you go to if you were to go to the Bengals a year from now, and if Darnold has a good year from you, and you're like, well, We'll throw you Sam Darnold on a real functional contract for 2 years. You give us Burrow back. We throw you picks on the other side. Something that could come to be down the line on the way that this could play out. Skylar says, I donated to Brendan earlier when people were saying he was crashing out. Thanks for the honesty. That's why we watch. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. And people push back on me the same way. I mean, the same criticism I'm hearing lobbed at Brendan certainly gets lobbed at me as well at times. And it's rightfully put at times, but it is what you get with doing this. I think people kind of want us to sort of, and I don't know why, but they want us to kind of raise on high, be floating on high like an angel and placid, and that we always have to kind of keep our emotions in check, and we can never be passionate about this. And I don't know why that sometimes gets inferred that that's the way we have to go about our business. Fans are passionate. Fans are emotional. Fans will go overboard at times toward the reactions of stuff. That's what being a fan is. And the reality that we somehow, because we're broadcasting out and talking to people all the time, and that we're pushing content out, that we somehow have to have a more even-keeled approach, and that we can have those moments of getting a bit emotional on this, I think it's unfair of an outlook. It's not realistic. We're humans too. And we love this team every bit as much as all those people out there that we do interact with. And I think that gets lost sometimes in this being our job and what we do in covering the team. But we aren't just purely non-biased reporters sitting back, observing, and then writing down. We're people that want to see this thing do good and be great again. And that's the driving force. And that's where I think it is completely understandable to have some of those emotions. And let's not run away from emotions. It's a good thing in football. It's a good thing to have that passion. That's why we're here. Saints are a dumb chance. Saints are a very, very dumb organization. Paulie, 704, thank you for the $2 donation. Still $67 million in cap space. Do something. I don't think it's quite to the 60 million side of it, because you do have the cap's not been taken into account yet for the Darnold deal. And if the Darnold deal is front loaded, as we're kind of hearing, that's going to significantly reduce down that amount. But sounds like the Fries thing might be imminent. Let's just do a double dip. Fries, Tevin Jenkins. Fries, Tevin Jenkins. Fries, Tevin Jenkins. Let's go. Hang in there, Paulie. Hang in there. Paulie's got the meme with the guy poking the dead horse in the stick. Do something. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $5 donation, Michael. Tell John Schneider I'm willing to eat 10 bowls of French fries while he has a gun for him to sign Will Freeze and Micah Becton. There you go, man. It's on the table, John. This offer's there. Pick it up. 10 bowls of French fries. It'll be like Cool Hand Luke, but instead of eggs, it's French fries. It's like, one more large, Michael. One more large. Come on, buddy. One more large. Got another bite. This is too many fries. Guts all out here. All bloated. You got the fry bloat, Michael. One can hope, brother. One can hope. You do get a little redundancy there where Becton's not really a left guard. He is a right guard. Freeze is a right guard. So there's a bit of redundancy there, but I'm sure we could make it work. I'm sure we could find a way. If Damian Lewis can move to left guard, why can't Micah Becton? Solomon says DK wanted to go to a contender and is now going to on a team with no quarterback that loves to go 9-8. I think it's his. I do think, as Chase says on this was really more money, I think, than anything else. I know DK had said those items, but I think it comes down to brass tacks. Wants that cash. Which I can't blame him for that. It's not a knock. Everything just football. Cooper Kupp coming back to Washington. You know, he's mighty prolific out there at Eastern. Tap back into that old magic. Yuquan, I'd rather get Stephon Diggs over Cooper Kupp. I don't know, man. Diggs is coming off that torn ACL. I don't think he's going to be back anywhere near, and also a guy that's been a bit problematic when it comes to locker rooms. Kieran, there are far worse moves we could make than to go get Kupp. It would still confuse me. Are we going for it or not? Whatever. Yeah, it would be a little confusing on that. Charles, do you think there's any interest in signing Kyle Juszczyk? I wouldn't think so. I just think he's gotten to be such an older player at this point that there's not a lot to be had left in that tank. Spencer says, Brando, can we flip our lowest pick this year for Joe Milton? He reminds me of a very young, raw version of Jalen Hurts. I kind of think right now that the Patriots are in a little bit of the catbird seat with Milton because there seems to be some general interest out there, and they can just as soon as sit on him. They don't have to move him. You can hold him this year and then move him next year, and maybe even the assets are even more than they are this year. So I don't think that they're going to look to move him. And if you did look to move him, I think you're going to end up having to give up more prime kind of capital than you want to give to go get him. It's not going to be kind of that buy low because they're not just going to just give him away for nothing. JSD says, Anoop Grawal Singh just said Will Freeze is unlikely in Minnesota. Good news for Seattle. Let's go. Let's go. Chase Young back to the Saints, shaking my head, says Duran. Hey, they can't help themselves, man. They just can't help themselves. Cody says dream setup, JSN and Tatora McMillan. I'd love that, man. McMillan would make the Seahawks fan base fall in love very quickly with his game. Silas, the Bears have done exactly what we should have. Look at their interior offensive line now compared to the end of the season. Super impressive. Very impressive, Silas. Very, very impressive of what they've done. You've got to completely laud them on it as they've done a very good job of not necessarily having to go out there and pay insane amounts of money. And with Dahlman, you got him on a very good contract. So nothing but props to the Bears organization on the way they've run that. Well done. I would have loved to have seen us done something similar. Certainly you'd have a lot more fans that'd be much more comfortable right now if we had taken that approach. His boyfriend go. What, Harris 1 year, $9.5 million? Wow. Harbaugh must really like Najee. Ugh. Cyberhawk says, hey, if this means we draft a rookie that'll take us to the Super Bowl win, I'm all for it. Let's go, buddy. Drew says, should we go for Kyle? I don't think so. I'm out on Juszczyk myself. I'm not going to hate it. You're not going to sign him for a lot if you do bring him in, but in general terms, I'd probably be no. Nah. S. Jamora, bro, the Bears fixed their offensive line in one day of free agency. You can't convince me John Schneider doesn't care one bit when it comes to offensive line. He's certainly not making it more of a priority than ever. We're not getting that feeling here off the start of free agency, that's for sure. And the names are coming off the blocks fast. Robbie Red says Steelers draft Nashan Genti or Amari Hampton. Good chance of it. Good chance if he drops to their spot. He does drop to their spot. Lucky says, when are we signing Freeze? We're hearing imminently, but nothing tangibly of imminent. That makes sense, Lucky. Like the tea leaves, the wind is saying, we'll freeze. We'll freeze. But we don't have it in hardline. We don't have the Schefter tweet yet or whatever, you know? 360 bets, how you feel if we sign Freeze from Indy? It's a fine signing, but this is far from what we've been asking to be happening here, which is to go at really certainty. Go at tangibility. Go at what has a track record of being solid. Stop taking the flyer. Stop taking the, penny stock risk on your offensive line at every turn. And it's maybe not full penny, but you can't tell me that Will Freeze has had some really solid career and you had 5 games from this guy. 5 games. So I'm hopeful it could work, but this is not a landmark signing that shows somehow that John is changing his ways and understanding the value of offensive linemen. It's not that. It's a good step in the right direction, but this is more closer to alignment of more of the same than it is to a changing of the ways. Ox says the fabulous hair was worth every dollar we paid for him. Robert Santiago, I says, don't understand why there aren't more moves. We need a wide receiver in free agency and another in the draft. I think that when it comes to wide receiver right now, they probably don't like the open market of where it stands. You're going to probably maybe wait a little bit more for Cooper Kupp, who's not going to be released until the new league year. So you're going to have to wait a couple days for Kupp to come onto the market. But it's a real weak wide receiver class. It really is, Robert. And I think John looks at that and goes, rather than buying some old guy that's not likely to stay healthy and is not likely to be very productive, I'm just going to kind of stay in the pocket where we're at with this. I'll probably address it big time in the draft, probably double dip it in the draft if they don't get the free agent guy out here. Maybe there's also a way to make a trade here. Wide receiver does tend to be one to where you can flip a 4th, 5th round pick and go find a real functional receiver out there for a team that maybe is looking to move off of contract for a player who's still a pretty good player. They're running up against some cap situation stuff. Freeze is still available, Michael. Yep. Hawk Maniac, 2 weeks ago, I didn't hear anything about trading Geno or DK. I believe we all said, please fix the O-line. What happened? How did we get here? The DK and Geno stuff is a little bit harder to quite pin down. Was it just purely those players pushing for the trade, or was it Seattle driving a little bit of that in both of the camps at the front end of this? I could guess on that, but I don't know for sure. And I think that the fan base hasn't moved on this, Hawk Maniac. I mean, I've had, probably a good 35, 40 donations today since we've gone live about 4.5 hours ago. Of those 35 to 40 donations, probably 31 of them are referencing a frustration with the fact that they're not doing anything on the offensive line. The fans are here. The fans are here in uniformity. It is not consensus. It is, everyone, just about 99.9% of the fan base is in this spot of it. And I wish I had a better explanation for you why they're not doing more towards it. I don't know why you wouldn't have blown, for instance, the Bears' offer to Drew Dalman out of the water. Obviously, just maybe don't like Drew Dalman as much, but he went far below the cost of what Creed Humphrey went for last year. So I don't know. I don't know. Cody Funk, I traded for T-Mac too. Only the cost would be tremendously a lot, and I think he's a much different type of receiver in this draft versus the others that are in it. Specifically being able to fill that X role very easily. And the X receiver is one of the harder positions to find. Guys that can take on that press coverage at the line of scrimmage. And Grenade, this time on days of our Steelers, the Black and Gold Brigade, led by General Aaron Rodgers, enters the AFC North battleground for one last shot at glory. I like it. Let's go. Addicted says, Brandon, thank you for being on the Get Something Done, John, or Get Something mantra. Love it. Yeah, man, I've said to you guys, I'm watching John like a hawk, no pun intended, this offseason. And I'm really specifically looking for what he does with his offensive line, and I'm looking for a change in the ways. And if he doesn't do it, I'm going to hold him to account. Sam Darnold, fine. Move Geno, fine. DK, move on, fine. I'm not as into an emotional state on any of those moves as some of the other fans are. But I am going to get emotional when it comes to this offensive line and treating it in the same way that you've treated it the last 10 years. It defies logic, reason. It's insanity at this point, just about. If it's going to be more of the same on this. But we got to give it time to make sure it's going to really plow out to be more of the same too. Can't jump the gun on it. Okta Kuryoga. I just hope we draft a center who won't snap the ball over the quarterback's head 2 to 3 times a game. That would be nice. There's some decent centers. They're more 4th round and onwards in this draft, but right at the 4th round, there's about 5 of them in there you could go pick from. Carl says, as bad as some of us may feel about Darnold, at least we ain't in that situation of having to decide between Rodgers and Russ, laughing out loud. That's true. And that is a good point. Can't undersell that part of it, my man. That's for sure. Alpha says, I did a mock earlier with the idea of trading 18, 82, and 4th next year to move up to pick 12 for Will Campbell, providing he falls. Offensive line be Cross, Campbell, Olu, Freeze, and Abe. I kind of love it. I'm with him, man. I think Campbell's got a lot of I think he's got a real safe floor to him, and especially a guard. Feels like a guy's got a really good floor to him, and then you might even have that upside, might be also legit on the other side, like real true upside. But I feel really good about him being one of those safer picks in the first round, in that you know what you're going to get with the guy. He's young. He's a badass in there. He's going to fight his butt off. Mickle Cam, greeting Brandon. Always a pleasure to learn from one of the best. Thank you, Mickle. Keep up the amazing work. Wow, you're very kind. I appreciate you for saying that. What positions do you see being addressed with those first 3 picks, 18, 50, and 52? Do you think offensive line, wide receiver? I think there's probably going to be a bit of a draw, Mickle Cam, to picking towards value with the 18th pick. And I think the value at the 18th pick is, it's a bit of reading the tea leaves here, and it's definitely a fluid situation, because the stuff can always kind of adjust a bit. But I would say with the 18th pick, you're really going to go to value, and the value is much more likely than not, much like last year, to be where you're looking at a defensive player on the board as being your highest graded player at 18. That you see in those first 17 picks, a high run on the offense, a couple quarterbacks off the board, McMillan off the board, a few offensive linemen off the board, but it's mainly offense on the front of those picks to 18, and then you've got a value-based selection for defense at 18. Now, when we get to 50 and 52, though, that's where I could see the team doing more of a reach for need kind of situation, where do you go with a Donovan Jackson, Tate Ratledge? Got my left and my right guard then. Something like that. That would be more of kind of the stretch there, or a 50-52 where you do a Donovan Jackson, Jack Besh, Donovan Jackson, Savion Williams. Kind of a combination of that there in the second round. Donovan Jackson, Jaden Higgins. Maybe something like that too as well. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint down whether you would double dip on the lineman. Probably just one lineman, probably just one receiver. That's probably what you would do with those 2 picks there. But 18, I would feel more like it'll be the value guy that lands there. A guy like Kenneth Grant, does he drop into 18? Michael Williams out of Georgia, does he drop to 18? I think that they're going to be too hard to want to go after that value guy and feel like they're reaching for need if they try to address offensive line. Receiver's a possibility there too at the 18th pick, Mickle Cam, because of Golden's presence. McMillan will be off the board, but I think Golden will probably be there at 18, and the value is right there. It's a little bit like the JSN one where you're getting him at a really pretty good value, all things being considered there. So that's the one guy who might be a pull on that one, but I do think defense will be more of the pull. They'll look at the guy that's the defender there, and they'll say, this guy's got more upside, this guy's got more ability than the offensive player picking there at 18. But it is a guess. Paulie, you got to go to work. Have a good night, y'all. Go Hawks, Paulie. Thank you for riding with us today. Wes says, Schneider working for the Hawks if the O-line stinks this year. I gotta think, Wes, that if it goes that route once again, that the seat on him is going to go from cold to hot real fast. Maybe even some flames under that seat beneath him. I've long suspected that would be the way that this goes. There's no guarantee of it. We don't know where Jody Mine's at with it. The potential imminent sale of the team coming down the line a few years from now could factor into this too as well, which makes it even more cakier and harder to kind of figure out. But I mean, how much longer do you need a guy to fail at one section of his job in one specific area of his job so thoroughly before you've got to say, look, he just can't fix that part of his game. And I'm going to get to that spot with John if we're going to ride back down this same road once again. You're going, really, man? Again? You won't do it? BJ says, I think our cap is more close to 30-ish million. Yeah, that's especially if we're to learn where Sam Darnold front-loaded his deal with that first year, like we're hearing. I mean, if $37 million is the report as far as the first year of the cap hit goes, then you're more down into like $30 million as far as what you truly have to spend. So you are a bit, that does affect things when you're going to kind of dial that down and have that first year cap hit come up in that way. And those numbers aren't quite on the books yet with over the cap yet. Daniel says, even if we didn't sign interior offensive line, I won't be upset until after the draft. If we leave with 2 high-ranking interior offensive linemen, I'll be happy. That's fair. That's completely fair. And this is Brian. I think the Haynes will own RG spot, so LeMay will be a solid backup. I think Bradford can back up wherever we need at left guard. He was a left tackle in college. We just need that starting left guard. Amen. Very well could work out that way for sure, bro. Got a lot of love. Got a lot of Kyle Juszczyk love in the chat. Okay. I hadn't expected that. I hadn't thought we are going to encounter that tonight, but that's fair enough. Let's go. One sec here, folks. I'll be right back. Again, guys, while I'm away, slam that like button if you could. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance. I'd appreciate it. Hey, what is that? Bum, 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 ba, 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 ba. Amaze. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Amaze. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I thank you for that. Very kind of you. Do keep an eye on that community post, as I'll be posting the membership benefits over there as we do. Keep an eye out on that side of it. Black Thought, Brown Dreams. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, okay, Brandon, you're the general manager. What are you doing with the first 5 picks in the first 92? You're on the clock. Go. Well, I think especially that little bit of like I was discussing on that chat there that was just to blow you on this one, Black Thought, being that first pick at 18 has really got to be driven by value, in my opinion. I'm a little bit more open to the thought process, and I don't like doing it. If I'm a general manager, I do not want to be picking for need in the first or the second or the third round. That specifically, that part of the draft, I want to be full value city. The problem on this one comes into the fact that right now it's looking like there might be a decent chance here that we don't address those things in free agency. And so now we get into really this is where I would not be operating as a general manager, where I'm coming into a draft and I'm having to pick for positions to fill holes. It's not a good point of success, but it would be what it is at that point. You know, I can't control whether John signed or not, but if he doesn't sign, then what my opinion of this would be is that first pick is all about value. A Kenneth Grant, a Michael Williams, you're just taking the highest guy you got on your board, and it's very likely to not be an offensive lineman, nor is it likely to probably not be a wide receiver. I would then come through on those next few picks, those next 4 picks, and I would certainly say on the next 4 picks, I want to come away with 2 interior offensive linemen. I want to come away with a wide receiver, and then I'm probably less flummoxed at that point, or less, it's got to be these picks for the other spots. I just better be coming out of those picks with those 3 players, because I need to pick those guys high, because I need to get impacts from those guys and impact kind of immediately. I can't be going and getting a 5th round wide receiver who I'm expecting to be my starting X from the jump, and it's just going to work out. Not in this draft, not with these wide receivers that are offered. So it would be kind of that way. Value first at 18, come back with in those 3 of those next 5 picks, and early on those next 3 of those 5 picks, come away with 2 interior offensive linemen, Donovan Jackson, Tate Ratledge type. Go get your Jack Besh or your Savion Williams or your Trey Harris as your other guy then as one of the other deals. And then you're kind of freed up to do whatever one of the other 2 picks. Do you want to go cornerback? Do you want to go look at a safety position there where you like that value instead? Maybe tight end. I think you just kind of then pick for value at that spot. But that would be in general terms the way that I'd like to see this go. If this fits to form with this free agency where we're not going to really address as hard, we're going to maybe go just get Will Freeze, and that might be just about it. Will Freeze and Kevin Zeitler. I'm going to need more than that at that point. Great question. Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Jerry Jones in draft room being collaborative. Jerry Jones in draft room being collaborative. I'm confused on that one, Thrill House. Sorry. Thank you for the donation. Jerry will come in your draft room. I'll pick your Seahawks, rat. I'll get you good selections. I'm a general manager from hell, man. I'll put your team together. You want an offensive line? I build an offensive line. It's what I do. It's what Dallas Cowboys do. We build lines. We build oil fields. We build lines. Pump jacks and big men. That's what we do. Kevin Lonice, thank you for the $10 donation, Kevin. Says, B, the only thing that makes sense is John has some questionable pictures of Judy. 10 years and no O-line. Go Hawks. It's a long period of time to ignore a particular position in the manner that he has so thoroughly ignored it. Take this last season. You have an offensive line that has as little of expenditures into it as anybody in the league. You're putting as little of money into your offensive line as you humanly possibly can. You don't sign rookies that play well to second contracts. You always let them walk. You don't make any major trades for offensive linemen absent one move made in 15 years for a quality offensive lineman. This has been the route he's gone, and it's been thorough. It's not been, well, there's been some divergence here, and there's been some divergence here. No, John has gone down this line, and he's been militant about it, and he is not leaving this lane. And it is so frustrating to see because it's cost them so much, so very often. But he just hates where the offensive line has gone to. I think we can absolutely read into this, which is that John Schneider just does not trust offensive linemen at all. He doesn't trust the good ones. He doesn't think there's a difference of the good ones to the bad ones. I think if we pinned him down, he would say it's a situation that really just their performance fluctuates year by year. It's almost like he would apply like a kicker kind of thing on the top of offensive linemen a little bit. But he just doesn't see there being something worthy there to go and jump on, in his opinion. And it's frustrating, and I don't like it, and I don't get it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I do think that this very well could end up being a thing that ends up costing him his job if he doesn't pay attention to it. Certainly can address it in the draft and do all that. But again, on this, for those folks saying, well, we can still get this in the draft on this thing. This has been your approach for 10 years. It's not merely that it's failed for 10 years and every year you're taking a different approach in that failing. It's that every year it fails in the same way. That's the issue at play here. It's the doing the same thing that people have referenced in the chat of the definition of insanity when it fails over and over and expecting it to just suddenly fix itself because you're going to get it right all of a sudden. So that's really what's worrisome here is it's not just a matter of you getting it wrong or having misses or taking big swings and those swings missed. It's that you're not taking big swings. You're doing the opposite of taking big swings for the position. Thrill House, I had the $2 donation I had from you with the Jerry Jones and Draft Room being collaborative. And you said, I think you missed my dono gifts on the $2 dono. I just didn't know what you meant on the Jerry Jones and Draft Room being collaborative. I didn't know what you quite meant on that one. But I don't think I missed any others. Nothing's coming up on my deal. I think I got the rest of yours through there, Thrill House. I just didn't know what you meant. If you can elaborate, I'll go down to the bottom of the chat. If you can elaborate on that with the Jones. I'm 5 hours in the stream too. I'm getting a little in that sort of wonky eye cross period where it doesn't always kind of click. Sorry if I missed it though. Phoebe says Hawksnest, he took less to do to be with the Bears. He was offered more money. It could have been us. One thing I'd wonder about that is how much more we were offering. Because I think if it was significant, then you could pull them in. But did you just try to barely go over the top on that deal? That'd be what I'd wonder. Gen X US Marine. I don't follow college ball, but I really like that kid, Emeka Abuka from Ohio State. He's really good, Gen X. He's a really good player. One of the better wide receivers in this class. Number 3 on my big board as far as the pecking order for him and where he stands. But he is a slot wide receiver. That's his real position. That's where he's going to work at the next level. Robert Santiago, thanks. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you. Ricky, Brandon, what 2 guys would you want to sign in free agency, and what 2 guys do you want with the first 2 picks in the draft? I'd go with Will Freeze and Tevin Jenkins at this point as my top 2 draft guys I would be looking at. Mekhi Becton, Tevin Jenkins, I'll go that route too. I can kind of go for an either or on that one myself, Ricky. But give me double dip on 2 offensive linemen. That started out this process of what I wanted. It's really what I want. I don't really care about the other positions in free agency that exist out there. I don't like the corners. I'm not a fan of edges. I don't like the wide receivers. I think the tight end class is a little bit weak. There's nothing really else out there that we need to go and address for this team as far as free agents that are really attractive pieces that are better than what we have right now. It's really that offensive line. That's where I'm locked in on. New me, McMillan is a stud. 100%. He's awesome. And yeah, Moho, Cooper's he's as fast as he ever was. It's the changing direction of things that's the problem, which maybe moves him more into that outside receiver role where he's at least still got the speed to do that stuff, and he's got the size to do that stuff on the outside. Joseph Beck, I'm going to wait and see what the Hawks do in the draft. That's a fair approach. Completely fair approach. Jesse, have we made any moves besides Darnold? No, we have not. Funny Money, how is Darnold's cap hit only 13.5? He was getting 37.5 in the first year. I don't think we know. I think there's people trying to jump the gun on this, Funny, and it's, I get this pull at times from the fan base where there's this real draw to like, we got to find out the information. It's like, well, we're going to find out the information in literally 14 hours. Yeah, but I need to know it right now. I need to know right now what the first year cost of Darnold is. Exactly right. Why do you need to know it right now? Because I need to know. It's like, well, we'll find out in 14 hours. So when it comes to the Darnold thing, let's just give it the 14 and we'll figure out the final cost. And then we don't have to do all this back. It's 13.5. No, it's 37. No, it's 14.5. It's like 14 hours. We'll know exactly what it is. And then we'll know where they're at and how, when, all that good stuff with it. Josh says, Cards fan, and I love your channel. What's your thoughts about the Niners losing everyone today? Well, thank you, Josh. Always appreciate a different fan base in here checking out the channel. That's a high praise, as I know it's not easily given out on that side of it. Niners are going to lose a couple of guys here. I think Aaron Banks was way beyond what they were going to be willing and wanting to spend. Dre Greenlaw, they had made their peace with the fact that he was going to move on as well because the money was going to be too much. We heard this offseason that what's happened and occurred is that the ownership group is tired of how the Niners have spent their money, and they have stocked a lot of their cash and a lot of the voidable year contracts down the line on their cap situation, and really have put their owner in a position of really having to come out of pocket heavily in order to sustain the Super Bowl window. This offseason, what we've heard from the ownership group is that we're tired of this. You're going to tighten the belt strap. You had us spending crazy, and it's not brought us a Super Bowl. So now you're going to tighten that belt strap up. You're going to make some hard moves, and you're going to make it work with that. We're not giving you the blank check anymore. And this stuff is representative of that. But the losses they have is not going to be enough, in my opinion, to somehow sink them as a franchise. It hurts. But Kyle Juszczyk was at the end of the line. Dre Greenlaw is coming off that Achilles injury, and he was never even at 100% really fully last year. Will he get back to 100%? Maybe, maybe not. But that's not something that the Niners want to get in bed with signing some big contract at that point, going over the top to match that up and make that fit. So the guys they're losing are not insane losses. I mean, Banks is not that good of a player. Not for $77 million. They can replace that in the draft. And so I think the Niners are still a dangerous team, Josh. I don't think these hurt that bad. I think you let go of a Brandon Ayuk and you just basically give him away. Now you're going to start to feel a little bit more of this pain. Hargrave, you just sort of give him away. Now you're going to start to feel a little bit more of this pain. If it's truly kind of a teardown at that point, we get into a little bit of a different phase of it. So it hurts, but it's not going to decimate them. BK voiceover says, just give me a side of fries so I can go to bed satiated. There we go. There we go. Joseph Beck, I want to buy the t-shirt you have on. Where can I find it? It should still be on Walmart. So just type in Seahawks shirts on Walmart. Should be, or not Walmart, Amazon. Should be one of the ones that's the first one coming up on Amazon. If you just search Seahawks, it should come up. Oh, Thrill House. No, I thought I had mentioned those gifted subs. No, I mentioned it, Thrill House. I saw the gifted subs. I mentioned them on the stream. Or meant to, maybe I saw just the 5 there on it. Well, I thank you, man, for all of the gifted subs. If I did miss it on it, sometimes with the gifted subs on my mini feed, the way it shows up. So let me show you this. What we kind of run into like days like this, Thrill House, is when I've got when I've got all the people in like this, we've got like twice, 3 times the viewers today we normally get. And the chat will update on me to where I can't always keep it in track. And so I scroll down and it updates. And if it's had too much chat, if there's too many people that are hammering the chat, it'll flow the messages up. And when it's a donation, it tracks for me on the donation. But when it comes down to like this, let me show you on this here. I never mean to miss donations, guys, but this is something that's a part that I can't kind of do anything about when it comes to this. Golly, I'm on. So this is the way it kind of shows up for me, Thrill House, where when you put a donation in, it shows the donation, but with the way that Streamlab OBS works, it doesn't actually show gifted subs in there. So I have to catch it on the scroll on the chat, and I got to see it on that and pick it out. And we've got, like we do today, we've got 450, 500 people in, and the chat's just rolling like this. It doesn't show up as clearly for me in retrospect, so I can keep it out. So I thank you. I definitely thank you at the bottom of my heart on the 10 subs. I don't like to miss that stuff. But if you do gift out subs, that's the one downside of gifting out subs is I can't kind of catch exactly who got gifted their subs. They're going to be notified. They're going to be let know that they got gifted a subscription. But it's just the hard part when I'm, trying to read all the chats and read all the things and get back and bouncing back and forth. And, I'm always trying to stay up on that Thrill House. I really am. But it sometimes does get hard on this when we have this many people in, because you're going to have way more extra eyeballs on this given day because everybody's watching free agency right now from a Seahawks fan perspective. So we're normally like this. Today we're going to be like this. And things will get a little bit lost in the shuffle. So I'm sorry if I didn't see the individual memberships on there, but that's the downside of it, is it just doesn't show up on my mini feed for the donations or for the gifted subs. It only shows for donations on the feed. So there's a small chance if you do the gifted ones that I can't quite see that on that side. But I thank you, man, for $50 in gifted donations. Very, very, very unbelievably kind on your part. And I really do apologize for missing it. I'd hate when that happens. I wish that this thing didn't update like this. It's so freaking wonky, but you got to use the broadcasting software on this. Is the best thing so that I can use the other items within the broadcasting software to make it work so I can give you guys the best show. But thank you, man. I really, really do appreciate the gifted subs. If you did get gifted a sub by Thrill House, we're going to be doing a call-in stream here within about the next week for members of the channel. So if you got some feedback on John and some of these moves once we get through post-free agency, maybe even this upcoming next Saturday, in fact, we'll be doing those member-only streams. So thank you, Thrill House. I really do appreciate you. I'm really sorry I missed it on that. Wasn't purposeful by any measure. It's just that the chat's flowing tonight, man. We've got so many people in here cooking up and everybody's talking. So it pushes that chat down like that. And I can't catch it on that, unfortunately. So sorry about that, man. But thank you. That's unbelievable support to the channel. $50 donation. You guys dropping this amount of money you guys are on this. I really thank you guys. I really, really do appreciate it. It's what lets me do what I get to do here, Thrill House. So thank you so much for that. And sorry, man, I missed it on that side of it. That's my bad with it. A lot of good discussion today, man. You know how it does with me is it's kind of the negative side of it, and people point out to it a lot of like, man, you're reading all the chat, man, you're really getting and it's like, I tell people on this, it's not done begrudgingly, or it's where it's like, it's me doing an assignment or somehow this is work. I get lost up in my chat because I really do love the chat and I love the discussion. I like the different ways it goes, and it does sometimes kind of keep me from always seeing the domos coming down and people wanting kind of more, hey, I'm over here, what am I doing? And it is kind of just my way. It is maybe my failing on it. It's where I kind of suck on this a little bit, where I just can't, I can't shift in that way. I get kind of tunnel vision on it. So that's my bad, but I appreciate you. I really do for that donation. Hawk's Eye View, thank you for the $2 donation. Have Walken tell John Schneider to sign Walken. Go Hawks. John, I don't know if you know this about me. I was a dancer back in my day. Smooth, feet, moving, all the time. You need a receiver now. Get off press. I'll dance around that press coverage like a ballet dancer. That good. All the time. I will. Yes. Sign me now, John. Vet minimum. I'm old, but I'm quick. Let's go. Now, please, John. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, so do you got info on Darnold's contract? Thank you for the donation, man. I will definitely have that for you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to wait for over the cap to update. I'm not going to do conjecture on this or what somebody else is reporting. We saw this earlier today. What happens is that there's such a rush for people to be ahead of the game to report the numbers that they're not reported accurately. and then you start posting inaccurate numbers, and all it would have really taken is just giving it that 10 hours to find out those numbers. It's not like we're going to have to wait until 2026 to find out the contract details here. It's a mere 10 hours, and we will know the exact numbers and how it fitted out, and then we'll know how much cap space that we have on the other side of that. But I know you're doing that tongue-in-cheek a little bit, and yeah, I get the push for it, but I don't like guessing, and I especially when I hear a variety of different answers, it's front-loaded. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I see it's front-loaded. Well, I'm seeing over here it's this way. Well, I'm seeing over here it's that way. Well, I'm seeing it's this. Well, no, it's actually like, okay, let's wait the 10 hours. We'll come back. There's tomorrow, and then we'll figure out what's what kind of at that point. And Thrill House, I'm with you. No thanks on Bond. No. Minty, it blows my mind how poverty the Saints are. They just can't call the ball there, Minty. That's their problem. They can't call the ball. And that's what they need to do. Like the Cowboys needed to do this. Joseph Beck, I want Boston College center Drew Kendall. Grab the son of the once former Kendall that we had here at center, Joseph. That'd be cool from a lineage standpoint. He's all right. 4th, 5th round kind of graded guy. He's definitely got that. You can tell his father was a former pro. Fundamentally very sound, very advanced in his way. Steve says, our offensive line has sucked ever since we traded Max Unger. Yes, it has. As Jim Campbell says, the curse of Max Unger. Thanks for understanding Thrill House, too, on the gifted subs. I really do appreciate you doing that. Sorry I missed those. Thrill House says, how many jerseys does Dalton Risner sell? Dalton Risner? All of the jerseys. Canada McAfee, Star Headline Tribune. Vikings have signed an Aaron and a Rodgers, but thankfully not Aaron Rodgers. Laughing out loud. That's pretty funny. Nitro says, what's the most hyped you've ever been for a draft pick? Mine was Abraham Lucas. I remember you were also pretty hyped for him. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a really good question. It really is. Probably Joey Galloway. Back in the day would be my most hyped one that we drafted. I'd probably go with that. But Lucas is one in recent years that would certainly be probably the top of the stack for me as far as recently goes. Daniel, can we do a mock with our new picks? I'll maybe try to run a mock before we leave out here today. I did one a little bit earlier today on that one, but we'll maybe run another one. It wasn't the best mock on my part. I could have done better. Dig Doc, Brandon, your BPA in the first 18 and players of need in later rounds sums up Schneider to a T, but it usually means the late round guys were passed up by other teams. True. Yep. Definitely where he tends to go. BK voiceover. Could you explain the hype for Savion Williams? I see some people compare him to Metcalf, but he doesn't have the speed and athleticism. More of a Quentin Johnston. Yeah, I think what you do tend to see happens here, BK voiceover, a lot of this is that with these prospects is that people really go head over heels in wanting to drive these comps. Rather than be realistic with the comps, it's always going for the craziest upside of the comp that you can find on the player. And with Metcalf and Savion Williams, they are, quite frankly, completely different players all the way down the line. The only thing really that is similar about them is they're about the same height. Savion Williams, I do have a 3rd round grade on him. So that's a far cry from having a 1st round grade or something that's really high at that point. That's it's a good grade. It's a solid receiver. Here's what he brings to the play. Number 1, yak. Get the ball, get this guy the ball in his hands, bubble screens, fly sweeps, This guy's going to be amazing in that role. He gives you a Cordell Patterson kind of ability with the ball in his hands. He is extremely hard to bring down. He runs very hard with the ball in his hands. Just a great player, dynamic. No doubting that. The other part that he brings that's also not DK-like is going to be the contested catch stuff. He had a 90% contested catch win rate out there at TCU. And so when you do make the comparison to Quinn Johnson, for instance, Quinn Johnson was not a good contested catcher. Quinn Johnson was not a guy that flashed very good hands. He was a body catcher coming out of TCU. And you could kind of see some of the issues with Quinn Johnson coming from a mile away because of that. As I always say, you get a quarterback that can't throw the ball particularly well, that's a problem. You give me a wide receiver that can't catch the ball particularly well, that's a problem. The deficiency really within Savion Williams' game is going to be not necessarily a lack of a lot of top-end production throughout his career. And then the fact that there's some issues with him running routes, and he needs to refine his route running and get better in that way. So there's definitely some places for him to clean up. But ability-wise, with the yak and the contested catch ability, those parts are very legitimate with him. And two parts when it comes to this receiving core recently that have been missing from this receiving core. But he's more of a third-round guy to me, BK. I don't see him first or second-round graded guy. I'm more of a fan of even the Jack Besh guy at TCU than Savion Williams, too. But I do like them both. Dogzilla, if they leave the offensive line to the draft again, we are in for some long-term and hopeful plan. Very true. I see it the same way. Vinny says Chicago has a franchise quarterback. Ben Johnson is a coach and money. Pretty simple reasoning why they're doing so well. Yeah, they got to still land this thing. And we'll see how Ben Johnson is as a coach. Dan, this is Mike Green or Kenneth Grant 18. Both would make a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Hawks Eye View says JS must like the fries cold. Trading for a lineman might be in play, Jo. There are some creative ways to get this done, and it's one of the benefits of having so much draft capital is that you can swing that capital for potentially a lineman. There are creative ways to get this done, that's for sure. Still no free signing, King Bomber. Sorry, man. King Bomber Zeitler doesn't want to play here, Brandon. We've tried to get him in the last 2 times he's hit free agency. Oh, well, that's for the better anyway. I don't want a 35-year-old offensive lineman. Not for a scheme that's going to ask for mobility from it at the forefront. June 36 and B, I can't tell if I like that they signed Darnold. Sorry if I missed it, but how are you feeling about it? I feel fine about it. It's always the details that matter in this. You're not overpaying. There's not a 4th year on the contract. It would appear by the looks of it, but I'm hearing differences of this, that this seems to be a little front-loaded. At the very least, we can get out of the deal after 2 years. It doesn't, we don't put ourselves into better, marry ourselves to Sam Darnold for the foreseeable future. You can still go draft a quarterback this year. You can still go draft a quarterback next year. It's a thing to get you by. And at the cost at $33 million, you've done the real rare thing in the NFL, which is find the true blue chip, blue collar contract where it's not all feast or famine, where it's not all bargain basement or top of the market costs. You actually find that kind of in between middle of the road place, which makes a lot of sense for both player and team. So I find myself more in okay with it. At first blush, I wasn't a big fan of it, but I'm more finding myself going, wait, I can get this. This makes sense. Looking at the details of it makes sense. I got to find out what the final contract parameters are. I've got some back and forth I see in the chat on what the actual true cap hit will be. So we'll learn about that the next day to know for sure. But at first blush, after kind of initially getting through my Sam Darnold hate a little bit, I was able to make some peace with it. Jim Campbell says, obviously, John must make contract negotiations excruciating. He must be. Must be. Thrill House, there we go. Your gifted memberships just showed up now, Thrill House. I don't know if you dropped another 10 spot on me with it, but Thrill House, thank you for the gifted memberships. If it just did show up on me on that, we've got Tucker, gifted membership, Justin Rockstar, Kelly, Logan, Tyler Muir, Eric Barrera, Sean Edwards, Richard. You have been gifted a membership here by Thrill House. Randy Thomas, you've been gifted a membership here by Thrill House. Thrill House again, man, thank you so much for doing that. You are the man, as well as being a member and a longtime contributor, donator to this channel, as I know many times over you have. I really do thank you for that. That is very kind of you. If you've just been gifted a membership by Mr. Thrill House, do keep an eye on your community post, as that's where I post the membership benefits We'll be doing a call-in show for members only here this upcoming about Saturday, talking free agency, talking what they did or didn't do. And so please do join me over there on Saturday. I'll be posting that up on your community post. But Thrill House, you are the man. I thank you for that 10 gifted memberships. If it just came in, finally the notification came through, or you might have just double dipped me on two sets of 10s. And if you did the 2 sets of 10s, I thank you for that as well. You're awesome. Awesome for that kind of support, man. And congrats to those that got gifted a membership. Amazing Mario Brothers, that walk-in's legit. Thank you. I'm ready to go, John, now. My release is so sweet. My hand's perfect. All day. Thrill House, hey guys, Chris Pratt here. Would stop and pray with me and Mark Wahlberg really quick for our Seahawks. Please God, let the Seahawks go out there and make an offensive line signing. We've been waiting for so long, Lord. We've been waiting in vain, and we've been hoping. We've been just tell that Schneider, just get in his head and say, get it done, John. Tevin Jenkins, Will Freeze, get it done, John. Just tell him that, please God. And let us move on so we can get this offensive line right, so we can get ourselves back to contending status once again. I pray to thee on the Almighty, please, my Lord. I think we did it with that, Chris. I think we did it with that. I feel bad when people give 10 subs. That's $50 there. So I feel bad if that got missed. I hate missing that kind of support on that if I don't see it. Thrill House, let me use the company credit card tonight. I guess so, Thrill House. Let's go, bro. Big dub on you on this. Thank you, man. Really kind of you, bro. I appreciate you. Hang in there, Brennan. Hang in there. Nagasa Ernest Jones cap hits. First year $5 million, says Nagasa. Second year $10 million. Third year $10 million. Very cheap. Great deal for the team. Great deal for the team. Those are great numbers and home run signing. Home run to make the move for him in a draft pick for the 4th round and come back and get him on this kind of deal. Home run all the way around. You weren't getting a 4th round inside linebacker with his kind of talent, and that's very, very reasonable rate, Nagasa. Very reasonable. Troy says, minus how it turned out, Galloway hype over Boz hype. Yeah, because the Boz was like a weird thing. You know, he was coming in as a supplemental guy. And so, he was going to be good. You were definitely hyped for him too coming out. But there was a little bit of that fact he was supplemental, where even as a kid, I was like, well, why is he supplemental? Why is he not just in the regular draft? What happened? But Galloway was such a freak show. He was so good coming out so fast. I am kind of trying to go deep into my memory banks on this one, though. Back to late 80s, early 90s time. Like, oof. The man, Thrill House. You the man. Let's go. The Big Bean. Freeze won't get signed until probably till after teams can get a physical, says Condota. Oh, that makes sense. You're going to worry about that leg with you want to make sure the tibia is good. The tibia is right. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. More contract deals for Ernest Jones came out. Yep, as Nagasa was just saying there above on that, thank you for the donation. $5 million first-year cap hit, a couple of the 10s on the side. That's all very, very feasible hits. Again, just it's nothing but good as far as you would look at those numbers and going, okay, this works. It's all very fair. So, you not only get the contract done, but if something happens, a little bit like the Darnold deal, is you get the interim where you think you're getting good and better level of play than you've had recently from the inside linebacker position. But then if it doesn't work out over the next couple of years, you can move off of it relatively easily. So this is a lot of stuff where this makes a lot of sense to go down this line with it. I get it. Good deal. Good move. Very good move. Carmen, thank you for the $5 donation. Carmen, Brandon, where do you place tight end in terms of importance for the Hawks to get in the draft? Which tight ends are your favorites, and do you think we keep Fant? It would appear right now that we would be looking to keep Fant, because I would have thought that he would have been cut if that was the intention, rather than holding him like they are. So I think Fant probably stays at this point, though they may try to restructure a little bit of his contract to free up some money to make that work. I love this tight end class. The tight end class is the best that we've seen, much like the running back position. I know it might seem like an overstatement, but people that have been following this channel know that I don't state this in this way for these positional groups. And the tight end in the running back room is as good a draft as we've seen in at least 10 years and maybe 20 years on both, as far as just the pure depth and how many guys you got that are legitimate guys coming out of this draft. I really enjoy the guys at the top of the draft. I don't quite have a first round grade on Loveland and Warren, but I can understand why some do. And they're really fun talents that are probably both going to be picked in the first round. And maybe even one of them will be there for your Hawks to be picking there at 18. I really like Carol Fannin as well, and Mason Taylor into kind of that second, third round range. Mason Taylor is smooth. He's got the lineage of his pops. He just does everything so well on the football field that I think he's a very safe tight end to be taking in this class. Great hands, great contested catcher, great extension. So there's a couple guys right there that I do like quite a bit. As far as getting into more of a sort of secondary position on this, Gunnar Helm's good. He didn't test well, but he rolled his ankle. He's a lot better than how he tested. The testing numbers were definitely depressed by that injury. Terrace Ferguson's kind of a yak Oregon tight end who I like a lot in more of the fourth round, but a guy that the Hawks have met with and might have some real general interest. And then Jackson Hawes and Mitchell Evans would be the two other guys in that fourth round. Jackson Hawes for the blocking that he brings, and then Evans for kind of the all-around play that he would bring on the other side of it. But I think any of those guys could be kind of interesting. There's even more beyond that, but those would be the kind of the top guys that I'd be more favoring too. In regards to your question about the importance goes up much more highly than it would have been under Grubb, because you're going to be running much more two tight end sets, and even in I formation, if you don't add a true blue fullback here, you're going to need three tight ends to have one of them serve in that fullback role in this offense. And as it stands right now, we only really have one tight end. I know Brady Russell's on the roster, but you'd like to ideally add two different other tight ends on this to be able to run all of the formations that you want to run in this offense. So as far as its importance, especially measuring it up against, let's say, a wide receiver, yeah, you need to get these two starting wide receivers on the outside, and that those become a little bit more of a priority in the overall spectrum of things. But both things have to be kind of accomplished. You need to get two wide receivers and you need to get two tight ends. And they're sort of neck and neck on that, Carmen, as far as importance goes. But at the very least, you need to get one more tight end as just as important as the receiver position, because of how much you run that formation in this offense. Vital is the word that I would probably use to kind of grab there. Aqua 20K, how would you feel if we drafted Milrow with one of our second round picks and Gray Zabel with our first? I think Gray Zabel is a little early to be taking him in the first round, but if at this point we might get to a desperate stage that just take offensive linemen for God's sake by that point. I could literally get to that place maybe, especially if we don't do much in free agency. I'm not a fan of Milrow, Aqua. I don't think that he throws free and easy. I think he's got a lot of physical, dynamic, natural ability as far as he can throw it hard. He can run for days and all that. But I just don't think he's a quarterback, man. I think he's a wide receiver playing quarterback. I think he's a tight end playing quarterback. I think he's a running back playing quarterback. And so I don't think that he's going to come along all that much further in his game with time. I don't. And I feel pretty strongly about that evaluation of him. I've seen enough of these kind of guys through the years that can kind of wow you with the physical skill set to where, like, wait, are they just a natural quarterback, though? Is this naturally their best position? And I think that's not a question being asked as much about Milroe because of how high value the quarterback position is. Like, where it's like, well, it's worth it for the position being as high value. Well, no, is it the best fit for the player? I think he should make a Taysom Hill-like transition, become a tight end. I don't think he's going to come out much further in the wash as far as him as a player, as a quarterback. Hey, Bomber, when are the comp picks going to be announced, Brandon? Just before the league year, the 11th tomorrow should be the date that we learn for sure on the comp picks. That's when I did research King Bomber on it prior. That was where the spot was. That was where on prior years it was like the 11th, just before the new league year, is when they announced that. Thrill House is, see, maybe you can't do it on a phone. Oh, okay. Oh, you're responding to the thing. Jim Campbell says, thanks again for the sub. MJ Seahawk, you're the man, man. You're the man, man. Space is slow day. Darnold's the only signing today. That is it. Vinny says, imagine complaining that a historically slow free agent team continues to be slow. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely been the trek that they've taken in prior years for sure. I think there was a little bit more of a hope this year that there might be a willingness to change your ways with it because you've not had any real success on the backbone of this strategy and approach. So while it has been the way they've gone, it hasn't brought back necessarily the returns and going down the road of it. Greener says, heck yeah, HawksNest is a believer. Let's go. Let's go. Herbicide, did we ever figure out what comp picks we get? It is going to be probably tomorrow, but the NFL could be a little bit weird with this. I kind of had thought we were already going to learn about this, Herbicide, but based on what I was reading up and trying to look at this last year, I think it was the 11th last year that you had the deal come out, where it's essentially just the day before the official start of free agency, where the numbers really count. Dan Lowe, I get that. New grandson and my dad living with us. I totally get that. Sorry. Aqua says, I still think we draft a quarterback with one of our second or third rounders. I do too, Aqua. I think you're coming out of this draft with a quarterback. I do. And there are a lot of other guys, even though I'm not big on Milroe, I like a lot of these other guys. I don't want to take Shador or Cam in the first, but I like those quarterbacks. Jackson Dart Howard, I'd rather get him in the third round, but I like those quarterbacks. Tyler Shock, Kyle McCord, Riley Leonard, Quinn Ewers. You want to take one of those guys in the fourth round? I'm okay with that. Even Milroe. If you want to take more fourth round for me, I'm with it there. I just don't want to do it in the second or the third round because there's so much of a better player that you can get at that spot in the draft. Don't disrespect the boss. Copper says Galloway was awesome, but when he sat out demanding a trade, he became dead to me. Yeah, it was definitely not a cool situation to have the guy sit out, especially in a year where you were playing so well that year and you could have really used him right from the jump. But the team didn't really want, I think, also give him that new contract. I don't think he was a real receiver. It's a little bit a bit of echoes of a DK Metcalf situation where Mike Holmgren's coming in with the West Coast offense, and that's not as much a pure fit to Galloway, who was more of a turn and burner like DK a little bit in that way. And so it just wasn't as much of a fit for the type of player we're talking here. As far as the fit between Holmgren and Galloway. But Galloway was awesome. And at least, hey, Copperwise, you did get the 2 first-round picks back in return for him. So you found a way to get the value back. Kick up if Freeze is not a guy you get now. Go get Tevin Jenkins. John, don't run from this belt if you can't do anything about it today. Yeah, I'd like to see that too, man. I'd like to see that too. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation, Keon. Just for fun, what would it have felt like had DK and Geno got traded for Max Crosby? I would have felt real good about that. I love good defense and running backs. It would have been a fun way to go, Keon. It would have been a fun way to go. It sounds like Seattle was kind of trying to do a little bit of that before Crosby was moved to see if they could kind of pull him from there. But it was going to be very hard to grab Crosby because of Carroll's presence. Carroll loves his defensive line. He loves his front four. He knows they need to get the job done on their own. You need guys like Crosby up there to get that job done. But I would have been in favor of it if they had done it. I would have been cool with it. I think it would have been a good way to go. Really doubling in. I like doubling down on this defense. You got a defensive-minded coach. Lean into it. You know, you're trying to zig when everyone's zagging. Don't partially zag. Zag the whole way while everybody else is zigging. I'm with that. I'm with that completely, Keon. So I would have liked it too. Would have been an interesting way to go. I think the team did try for it. Just Raiders weren't letting him out of their grasp, and understandably so, as he is a really good player. You don't get better by letting go of guys like that, that's for sure. Jail says, I'd be down for shock. Me too, man. 4th round. I'm all about it. I'm all about it. Reside Jaden Higgins, Savion Williams, or Jack Besh for me. Ted McMillan ain't going to be there. True. I like those guys, man. I'd feel good about any of those guys, Herbicide. All good additions to this team, all likely be able to, relatively speaking, hit the ground running and good to go from the jump, I would think. Y2K, thanks for the $2 donation, Y2K. Can I get a deep dive on the top 15 FPS in the draft? Yes. You'd have, I don't have a list stacked up of my 1 through 15, obviously, on this, but you would have Genty, McMillan, and Golden, your 2 receivers. Josh Simmons, Will Campbell, Arante Arce are all going to be first rounders. Probably Arce's not in the top, you said top 15, so it would probably be Genty, McMillan, Golden. We got Simmons, Campbell, Mabu. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mason Graham, 7. Kenneth Grant, 8. Joel Carter, 9. Michael Williams, 10. Jalen Walker, 11. James Pierce, 12. Travis Hunter, 13. Will Johnson, 14. Jahad Campbell, 15. Jada Barron, 16. Malachi Starks, 17. And the 18th guy of the top 18 will go with Colston Loveland. Not my top 18, not my top 15 there, Y2K. You said 15, not 18. I gave you 18, so I gave you a little extra on that, Y2K. Those would be the guys. The order is a little bit subject to change on this one, but in general terms, those would be that would be your collection of guys that should go in that top 15. So Genty, McMillan, Golden, Simmons, Campbell, Mabu, Graham, Grant, Carter Williams, Jelon Walker, Pierce, Campbell, Hunter, Johnson, and Jada Barron. Starks is the extra guy in there at the end of that. Those would be my guys I think you're looking at locked in. And once we get a little bit through the free agent period here, I think we'll have a better idea of really where those guys will slot in to be picked at in that top 15 Y2K. Hard to say quite yet with the free agency, but down the line, definitely. Copper-wise, it's my belief that Jalen Milroe is just another Taysom Hill. I might be a little bit on a small hill on this one, that many do feel like that development is going to come with him. I can't deny the fact that he did come forward underneath DeBoers this year with Alabama out from Saban, so he didn't grow his game. That shows you a little bit of maybe some hope there that he can get better with time. I just don't like how he throws the football. I feel this way a little bit like watching at times with Lamar a little bit at times. And Lamar's really advanced his game, and he's a hell of a quarterback, and I'm not nitpicking away on him saying he's not a good QB. He is. But you do see it from Lamar when he's trying to, for instance, throw the deep ball, or it just doesn't come out free and easy. He can't throw it with accuracy. You always feel like he's trying to kind of aim it a little bit down the field. And I feel like that with Milroe as well. Is when he's slinging it, I just don't feel like he knows exactly where the ball's going to go. And I don't think it's going to get better with time. You can improve accuracy with time. We saw Josh Allen do that out of Wyoming. But I don't see it with him because mechanically he's just not very sound either. His bottom half doesn't talk to his upper half. Ball comes out a little weird out of his hand. Jim Campbell, with the offensive coaches hired, it would be stupid not to fix the O-line. If not, then why waste the hires of these coaches? IMO. I think we're all in that same stance of it, Jim. think we find ourselves all in kind of a same or similar standpoint of it. Thrill House, thank you for the $5 donation, Thrill House. And again, man, thanks for all those gifted subs as well. Did you like Marquise Tuiasosopo? Sucks how it worked out. I played with Matt at Woodinville. He's the Braves' third base coach. Can you explain 3-4 defense? Yeah, certainly. Marquise Tuiasosopo was an amazing quarterback at the University of Washington. We all remember the game against Stanford where he had 300 yards passing and 200 yards rushing. Back in the day where it wasn't as often that you would tend to find these guys that could have the mobility they could have. Kind of a forerunner a little bit for a guy like Tim Tebow kind of type and what he brought. Marquise could probably throw the ball better than Tebow could. And you had a hell of a Husky team at that time. I think he even won the Rose Bowl at that time at the end of his career there. But Tuiasosopo was a guy that didn't quite have the arm strength, arm power, the accuracy, I think, as far as a thrower of the football to be a real tried and true longtime pro in this league. He got a little bit of a cup of coffee with the Raiders. And where I really did like him a lot as a college player, even at that time, you were understanding as a young buck that these college players can do something at the college level, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they translate to the pro level. There had already been a couple of guys I'd seen come through where that had been the case. And you could see how with Tuiasosopo that he wasn't just going to quite check that box as far as the throwing ability to really go. Wasn't a bad player. He's worthy of being in the NFL and being a backup for many years in the NFL in that way. But just not enough plus arm power, accuracy, that type of thing to really make it work. 3-4 defense has certainly been a little bit adjusted to the modern era of where it's at now versus where it was years ago. So I'll give you kind of the modern era versus the old era, because the old era in 3-4 defenses, you'd have guys lined up with, depending on if it's a bare front or just a 2-3-4. If it's a bare front, you're going to have those interior defensive linemen stacked really close, shoulder to shoulder on the inside with your outside pass rushers. If it's more of a traditional 3-4, you're going to widen out those front four, and you'll have a guy with the heads up over the center, and then you'll have the two others stretched out a little bit in their gap and where they're lined out at. For instance, in a lot of the 3-4 manners you have now, you get a lot of the 4-eye technique kind of look to it, where it'll be you get the nose tackle, and then you get the defensive ends with their hands in the dirt, and they will be arched inside the, essentially it's kind of inside the tackle's inside shoulder is how you have them kind of set up a little bit. So it's adjusted a little bit in where you can have the 3-4 alignment on the front three. But the thing that does remain pretty much consistent on the 3-4 defense is that your edges are going to be wide 9 edges in their alignment. So they're going to be not only on the outside shoulder of the offensive tackles, they're going to be an extra step on the outside of that outside shoulder of those outside tackles. But on the inside, you have some differentiation of how you run the 3 down linemen and where their alignment is, depending on if you're going to run a bare front or you're just going to run the traditional true 3-4 look defense kind of thing. The other place where there's been an adjustment on this Thrill House in a major way is the proliferation of 3 wide receiver sets and living in nickel defense, because the second you have to live in nickel defense now, you're not able to run some of the 3-4s purely. You're technically still a 3-4 defense, but the modern day adjustment seems to have been that you're going to kind of hybridize your front four. We saw Carroll trying to do a lot of this. We saw Coach Carroll trying to do a lot of this where you're going to take your down linemen and you're going to line them up like they're in a 4-3. So you're going to have a 1 tech and you're going to have a 3 tech, and then you're going to have your wide 9 standing up on the edges like it's a 3-4. And McDonald does some of that as well within his defense in addition to that. That seems to be a bit of the modern adjustment that the 3-4 defense has made here with time. And it's an interesting defense in that way, as it's not as affixed as it once was. But that's the general terms of it. It's supposed to be a defense that's really driven by the linebackers, your inside linebackers, your outside linebackers. The guys up front are really there and meant to be really just truly space eaters. That's the role that they're there to serve, and serve well, hopefully. So they're still kind of that in this modern age, but even that, again, can change up, because you sometimes will have a run like the Rams have run with the 3-eye kind of technique that they'll run out there. The 4-eye technique is that then you'll have those guys get upfield. You'll have them playing a kind of a gap and a half rather than 2 gapping. It's very hard to kind of generalize the 3-4 defense is what I'm getting at, Thrill House, in the way that I could have 20 years ago. 3-4 defense looked a very certain specialized way. It was what it was. The modern day 3-4 defenses are kind of all over the place. Some will gap and a half, some will 2 gap, some will adjust in, and the defensive lineman will be just 2 down defensive linemen instead of the 3, especially living in nickel. So it's hard to get exactly specific as far as tried and true how everybody's kind of running it. Every little 3-4's got its own little different adjustment and way that they roll it. What about the kid out of Oregon, says BJ? I do have Derek Harmon in the first round at this point. I don't quite have Derek Harmon into the high top 15, though. Thrillhouse says people were so worried about Will Campbell's T-Rex arms. He's going to be good. So young and really, really smart. 100% agree, Thrillhouse. 100% agree. I see it the same way with that. I think he's going to be a very safe guard inside. Very safe. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Says FBS equals fullbacks. Oh. I don't know the fullbacks too well in this draft, Y2K. I'm a little bit out on that one. So I'm a little slow coming around. I'm barely into the tight ends. Fullbacks, okay. Yeah, that gets a little bit outside of my expertise, my man. Sorry about that. Kyrie says Savion Williams and Dante Thornton. Let's go. Let's go. Nick, we did a mock earlier on this channel here. We'll probably finish up with a mock today as we get wrapping up here somewhat kind of shortly on this side of it. So I'll try to get a mock drop before we can. Dale Dillon says someone posted on X that Freeze will sign Seahawks 4-year, $74 million. We'll see on that one. We'll see. It's a lot for a right guard. Holy hell. Real says, Will Freeze better than Donovan Jackson or Zabel? I don't think so. He's only got 5 games through Alasa playing. So even if you want to go off that 5 games as his standard, which I think is I'm hard pressed to do that myself. It would be a risk. This would be a bit of a roll of the dice. But Seahawks might also be getting a little bit desperate on this one with the standing of the available offensive linemen that are at play. Thoughts on Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon, says BJ. Would he be a good fit for Seattle? I don't think he'd be as much of a good fit, BJ. He probably needs to go to more of a spread system conceptual thing, run RPO concepts, a little bit more in alignment with what he did at Oregon. He is going to be a smaller quarterback. I do think he is kind of this year's Brock Purdy. If you're looking for kind of a comp, he's like a left-handed version of Brock Purdy. You know, pretty not as good of a processor as Purdy was coming out, but similar kind of overall arm strength, quick delivery, fairly accurate with the ball, some good mobility and good short area burst he brings for the position. Also undersized a little bit like Brock Purdy is, but is he a guy that on a cheap rookie deal, put him in the right environment, who maybe could find some success like Brock Purdy was able to? I think there's a possibility of that. Brock was a little bit better player coming out probably in the overall stretch, and we all kind of missed on him being a 7th rounder and that he was better than that. But this gives you, they're much more similar than they are dissimilar, I'd say, BJ. I wouldn't go for him, though, because I'd want to get more of a guy with prototypical size for this offense. Some of what you do in this offense, a big part of what you do in this offense, BJ, is try to target the middle of the field. And when you have the smaller guys, as we've seen in the past, they can't always see those reads over the middle of the field. Julian Garcia, would Matthew Golden be in at 18? He would, Julian. He would definitely be in play at 18. Absolutely. Good value, good spot to select him, not a reach at all. Jordan says Drew Brees couldn't see over the line either. That's true. Drew Brees is also a little bit of an outlier, though, I would say, on that, Jordan. There's not been a lot of Drew Brees that have come down the line that are able to be successful as he was at that size, playing within the pocket. There's been guys at that size that have come out that have been able to be improvisational and work off their movement ability. But guys of that size working within the pocket, being as prolific or as good as he was, we've seen very few of them. The big part of what the Saints did was they would create those passing lanes for Drew Brees, which is not every offensive coach is doing that type of stuff. King Bomber, have you ever heard anything about Tevin Jenkins or Mekhi Becton market, Brandon? Wonder if either of those guys will be signed before Wednesday. I've heard nothing so far, but I would estimate that they will definitely be signed by tomorrow. There's too few offensive linemen available to where these guys don't go probably fast one way or the other. Randy, if we had kept DK and he left in free agency next year, what would we likely have received as far as a compensatory pick? Nothing, Randy. Reason being is that you're sitting on some of the most cap space in all of the NFL next year. You're going to go out there and sign free agents if DK left. So you're offsetting whatever you lose from DK, you'd be offsetting and signing on the other side of it. If you were a little bit of a tighter cap situation, it would be easier to predict that it'd be just fully a return of a third round compensatory pick back. But you'll be making some other signings on the other side of this. I think right now, Randy, you're like top 4, top 5 in cap space for 2026. Minty says, guys, Anthony Bradford isn't listed on the depth chart on the Seahawks website. Did he get cut or something? Nope, he's still there. He was injured last year, though, so it might have been because he was on IR, Minty. As King Bomber says, yeah, he's on IR there. Mock drafts have been fun. Yeah, they haven't updated the thing yet. I got to do the trades to make them work, but they are fun. You got so many picks now. LeBron Sausage, Coop, and Juszczyk to the Hawks. I'm not in on Juszczyk. He's old. He's done. I don't want to go with Kyle Juszczyk. He knows the offense, that's for sure. But I'll take Cup. I'll go with the Cup. King, I'd love to sign Freeze Jenkins to a 1-year, $6.9 million contract or a 3-year deal with 1 year out, like 30 APY for either. That'd be nice, King. I think the cost is going to be significantly more for each of them on that, unfortunately. That's too loud. Hey, man, straight up, are we cooked? No. We're just trying to build this right and properly and not trying to take any shortcuts. And that's going to sometimes challenge the patience of fans who want to see this done a little bit faster, but it doesn't mean you're not building it and putting it together right. That's for sure. Not Vexo. Besides Freeze's, who else in free agency should Seattle target? I didn't like this free agent class a lot for a lot of the other guys at different positions. There's a guy like Asante Samuel Jr., who I like as a corner, who has a little bit of an injury thing with him, but has played really well when he's out on the field. He'd be maybe an interesting guy to reinforce your corner depth as far as that stands. I don't see them targeting a free safety or any safeties. I don't really see them targeting inside linebackers. They've got their 2 guys. They can get the depth in the draft there. They've got their 3-tech set. There's really no nose tackles available on the open market to fill the nose tackle hole that we have. That thing's just probably going to remain. Maybe Tier Tart from the Chargers might be a guy. He does some 3-tech, some nose tackle stuff. You have already some redundancy with already Jaron Reed and Byron Murphy here. And you probably want more of a pure nose tackle at this point. And there's just not really one available out there in free agency as it kind of stands right now that I think the Hawks are going to look to target. Your edges are already 3 deep. I don't think you're going to look for another edge. You're more likely to draft a guy. So it's really where there's not as many holes or positions for them to go out there and target for free agency as it stands right now. They can take a flyer on this guy or a flyer on that guy, but you're not really going to go to look to bring in any real measurable impact kind of guy with some of these other positions at that point because there's just not good enough guys out there to go and be had, really. Ari says, how do you feel about Kyle Juszczyk? I like him for this Kubiak off season. A lot of people, as you're seeing, I'm sure on a couple of the donations that have even come before yours on this one, there seems to be a lot of people that really do like Kyle's Juszczyk. I don't know if I quite understand quite as much why, because Niner fans haven't liked Kyle Juszczyk. You know, he's not been very popular with them recently, and I know I understand that he's a rival and you can pull from the rival and, hey, we can clown on the Niners because we're like going at their guy. And so like, isn't that kind of cool? Isn't that, kind of awesome that we get to take down the Niners and we're going at the Niners? We're making ourselves stronger and we're making them a little bit weaker. I can kind of get it in theory a little bit, but he's not a good football player at this point. And what we really want to be adding here is good football players, not just guys that we're taking from, trying to bring up the thing here so you guys can see, so we can maybe kind of dump the Kyle thing because it's getting brought up a lot here. Man, when the 12s get a bone, they will chew on that bone. I'll tell you what. Okay, so Here's your grades. Oh, shoot. Okay. Here's your grades for use check. Okay, so this is why you can see why I'm kind of like with you guys on this one. I'm like, where are we coming from with this? The guy's been in the league since 2013. He's 11 years into the league. You can look here with his PFF scores that he's been downgrading on a consistent basis with his PFF scores since 2020. The guy is a shell of his once former self. He was a really good fullback back in the day. I understand the draw from many of you to want to go get him. No on Kyle Juszczyk. No, we don't want to do this. No, this is not going to help us. No, this is not the good move to make. This has kind of popped up in the last hour and a half. I think I've seen about 25 Kyle Juszczyk. Let's go get him. What's the draw here on this one, folks? What am I missing? Niner fans don't want Kyle Juszczyk. Niner fans were ready to get rid of him 2 years ago. Not a young player, long in the tooth. For the last 5 years, he has gotten worse as a player every single year. It's not going to suddenly trend in 2025 where he has he suddenly finds this like 10th win to his career at that point. So I can understand it on theory on this one, but more than names in free agency, you want to look at where these guys are at and where they're at recently, or else you'll get caught up in a name and not really caught up in, where the player is truly at in his career at this moment. And I know he's got the familiarity with the offense area. That's a very, very fair and fine point on your part for sure. But that's the part where I come down and go, yeah, but he's not good. It's kind of the most important part. Well, he's cheap, but is he any good? No. And we probably want to take the pass on him at that point. Steve, are we getting freeze or what? Maybe I'm hearing that we got to get him in on a they got to fly him out and get him on the physical because there's a little worry about the tibia that he had fractured last year. They want to make sure that that's clean before they sign the contract and probably before they announce the signing of that contract would be my guess on this one. We seem to be the lead dog, Steve. We've passed the quarter turn. Our horse is one length ahead of whoever else is in the neighborhood for him. So it's not looking too bad as it stands right now, but you know how this stuff goes in free agency. You can get it right up to the doorstep and then not able to take it through. Somebody comes and snatches it like one of those Amazon package thieves, You set your fries out on your porch, Amazon's delivered it, you see it on your porch cam, you're like, oh, my package is here. Then all of a sudden the porch cam comes up with another video and you're like, who's that? Who's that guy? Why's he grabbing my bag? He's taking my package. He's taking my Will Freeze. Is that a Viking? That's a Viking taking my Will Freeze. No! We got a signing? Josh who? So he was with... Okay. Yeah, that's just going to be like a vet minimum kind of deal if it's this Josh Jones. Yeah, if it's the Josh Jones I'm thinking about, is this the offensive lineman Josh Jones? Well, it's been hard to get the updates today on stuff. Tell you what, usually these sites are supposed to be all connected in and giving you the goods, and instead, okay, Josh Jones. Okay, this Josh Jones. There we go. This is the Texas kid? Houston, I mean? Is that who this guy is? Oh, bear with me, guys. One sec. So it looks like we signed him to a $1.475 million deal, Josh Jones. It's going to be tackle depth that you're looking to go here with. I would say, yeah, Houston. I remember this kid. I liked him a lot when he came out of college. I'll say that much. Okay. So here's his grades right now by season. He's a former third-round pick out of Houston. Liked him quite a bit coming out of Houston. He was, I think, formerly drafted by the Cardinals. That's right. Taken by the Cardinals. Just hasn't quite worked out in the league in that way. Barely played at all for Baltimore last year, though he was active, it sounds like, all the games. Never was able to amount to much in Arizona except that final year where he posted a pretty good grade in 2022. Went on to Houston, did not work out too well in Houston, went on to Baltimore, was not able to crack in the lineup there, though they had pretty good offensive line last year, so that's not representative necessarily not having something workable there, I suppose. But this is a low-end signing. It's just to essentially get the vet backup that gives you the insurance policy for Abraham Lucas, and if Mike Terrell doesn't come forward as a real developmental guy, then you have at that point an ability to have your swing tackle there who can fill in. So, not bad. AI, I wonder if Stone will be out of the league now. I think I could see it happening, AI. He did some big time damage to himself with how he played last year. It was really brutal to watch. I think there's a really good chance of it. Robert, my brother's in the house. Thank you, Robert. It's good to see you in the house too as well. He says, how do you feel about the Josh Jones signing? I'm fine with it at 4.75. I mean, the offensive line rates are high right now, and this guy's going to be an insurance policy for you for Lucas. It's a better probably, or it's equivalent insurance policy what you did with George Fant last year. This kid's a little bit younger, doesn't have as much of the injury history as Fant. Fant was a little bit of a better player, and when you signed him in the track record he'd given you. So it's a bit along those same lines in what you're trying to do here, Robert, is just make sure that you have some certainty behind those guys so that if Lucas or Cross goes out, that if you're not just hitching all of your hopes upon Mike Jarrell coming forward and being able to save you in that situation. It maybe also does point a little bit to the fact that the Hawks are not going to be looking as much to drafting an offensive tackle in this draft, that it will be guard, center heavy. And this is a bit of an indicator of it. We knock this out. We don't have to dress in the draft, and we can just hammer the interior of the offensive line. So it's probably also an indicator of that. But he's not going to start. He's not going to be kicked into guard. He's just essentially your swing tackle, really Abraham Lucas insurance policy as much as anything else. A $4.75 million Abraham Lucas insurance policy. That's what I would call that, Robert. Thank you, brother. Love you, man. Much love out to you, bro. Hope you're doing good tonight and hanging in there well. And thank you for 44 months as a Hawks Nest member. Iron Demon. I like that name. Thank you for subscribing, Iron Demon. I really appreciate you. You guys are awesome today for all of the new subscribers that joined up here to the channel. We were right on the edge today of pushing over into 19,000. Let's see how close we got today. Let's go! 19,000, 18 subscribers. Hey. Thank you, Iron, helping us get there. Got ourselves over 19,000 today. That feels good. We are officially on the downhill run to 20,000 subscribers. We're cooking, baby. We're cooking with oil. I love it. Thank you, Iron Demon, helping us get there to that spot. Thank you to all the new subscribers for joining up here on the channel today. I really appreciate you for doing that. Very, very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thrill House, thanks for the $2 donation. Can see Raiders cap room after Geno and Max? Yeah, I think that's actually on the books right now, so we can actually take a look at that. Verse, we don't yet have the numbers in. Yep, they got the Geno deal in there. Good. So, The Raiders, after the Max Crosby and the signings that they've made so far that we have on them for the books, are sitting at $48 million. They started out about $100 million, so that's a lot of juice that's taken off the books with the Crosby-Geno deal on that. You can see with Geno, his cap number is going to be sitting at $31 million per next year. Well, maybe hold off on that, because they have not. I know Geno signed a contract extension, Thrill House, and you can see on here that when I go to 2026, we got no update on the Geno. So I think that they've updated the Max Crosby numbers, but I don't think they've updated the Geno. He's just carrying essentially the contract that they had in the books that they inherited, but they have signed a new deal, so it has just not quite gotten to the over the cap yet on that one. Because that first year hit will change. They'll have more, I would imagine they'll have more room once the new contract is signed. So instead of being sitting at around, they're right here at $48 million, they're probably sitting at about more like still into the $60 million range of things. Would be my guess on that. Good question. Steve says, if next year is a failure, would Jody fire John? I don't know. I don't get the sense, Steve, that the seat is very warm underneath him. Does it go from ice cold to burning hot in one season? I guess it depends on maybe the level of failure. But some of this really depends upon where Jody's mindset is at. And she's pretty quiet. We don't hear much from her. We don't know where necessarily her mentality is at on this stuff. And so it is very much a kind of a blind guess. Jose House says, is this stream delayed? Why is he answering chat like 20 minutes late? It's a good question, Jose. And the reason is that I'm a very unusual cat. I love having people take the time out to watch my show and to comment on my show and whatnot. So I really do try to make a lot of time of really trying to respond as much as I can to as many people in the chat as I can. And that then does put me behind. But I tend to lean into thinking that people at the end of the day, rather than me being as fast on the chat, that they like the fact that as an overruling factor that I am responding to more people rather than trying to respond the fastest to people. So it's just kind of my general way. I know I'm a little bit unusual in that respect of things, but it just kind of works for me and the channel on that. As he says, where the hell is Becton, Freeze, or Jenkins? Freeze is reportedly a deal that they're getting done and they're getting hammered out, but they need to get him on a physical here. So I think we'll probably hear about the Freeze deal by tomorrow morning. We're hearing nothing when it comes to Micah Becton or Jenkins at this point. Just for eye candy and blocking ability. King Bomber, $4.7 million goes steep for a backup tackle who isn't a vet. It's not cheap, that's for sure. But the going rate on these prices is kind of the going rate too, and it's sort of the new market prices on this type of stuff. Jamora, isn't this just John Schneider not wanting to pay for a proven lineman? It might be, that's Jamora. It might be. Hard to say at this point. The Drew Dahlman thing, for instance, what we heard with that scenario is that Drew Dahlman was being offered more by another team and he took less to go to the Chicago Bears. Was Seattle trying to blow that Bears offer out of the water and he just turned it down? Well, that would certainly not be evidence then that John wasn't trying to go big on the lineman. Hard to say on this one exactly. There's a lot of reason to maybe believe that's a bit of the case of what's happening here to a degree, certainly. But it's hard to say exactly that I know for sure that that's the case. It is a little bit kind of open-ended right now still on that. Rev Rye, draft Josh Simmons at 18. He's your right tackle. Slide Abraham Lucas inside to guard. John doesn't believe in drafting guards highly, but do they have to draft a guard high to prove the position? No, they don't have to do that at all, Rev. I don't think that that's necessarily a necessity as far as you have to take a guard high to make it go. Maybe that is the direction that they do look to go. I will say just by my evaluation of it and where I stand on it, and look, it's many people have mentioned about moving Abraham Lucas into guard, Rev. You're not alone on that.
I would tend to look at it, though, a little bit like this, that I walk into this offensive line in this offseason knowing that I've got my left tackle and my right tackle secured. Those are two of my most important positions on the offensive line. I don't know if I like the thought of weakening my right tackle role potentially to go for to move a guy to left guard where he's much more likely to be a lesser player at left guard than he is at right tackle, where he's a very good right tackle, and then taking a guy in Josh Simmons who's really a pure left tackle and is going to be picked to be a left tackle in this sport, and then you're forcing him out of position at right tackle. I think that's more representatory, Rev, of what this team has typically done in the past, which is at times taken high picks and move them off of the wrong position where they're best suited to play. And so now you're filling holes for what you need on the team for offensive line positions, but you're not necessarily putting those offensive players in the best position for them to succeed at their best as a player. And that's what I'd more rather be liking to try to do. If I'm going to go be taking a tackle convert to guard, if that's the approach to go with, then I'd much rather be drafting that guy and from day one of his career, he's starting as a tackle guard convert, as opposed to taking a guy in Lucas who's played there for 3 years, who's played there all through his college career, and now asking him to play guard. I think that's a path that's wrought for more peril than it is for more success. I think, though, it also is a little bit null and void because Josh Simmons is going to go before we pick at 18. I think Armand Mabo is going to be the first tackle off the board. Josh Simmons is going to be the second tackle off the board. And those guys are going to be taken in the first 12 picks of the draft. Kick up. Greg Bell, Seattle just now. Methinks the Seahawks' next signing should be a free agent guards, Will Freeze or Micah Becton, or hell, both. I think if you did something like that, you'd get a lot more warm, fuzzy feeling from the fan base if you could pull something like that off. Love to see it. Love to see it. Avon Hunter says, build the team around the quarterbacks we already have. Let's go. Robert's down with Becton. Let's go, Becton. Hoop Craze says, Greg Bell better not be lying. Don't play with our emotions, Greg. It's been a long damn day, Greg, okay? We've been going through it, Greg, okay? We've been going through it, man. Don't mess with us like that, Brent. Don't mess with us. Thank you on the congrats on the 19K. We did it, guys. We're rolling. Feels good. Feels real good. We're kicking some ass here. I'd love to see it. Addis says, I get the depth again, but I do got to hope this isn't the only signing for the offensive line. Maybe I'm overreacting a bit, but still, please continue to find ways to support Darnold now. The trepidation is valid here. Some people want to push back on this at times today on this, but I don't. It's a valid trepidation to have in regards to this offensive line. And last year, you went out with a George fan and you signed that guy and you went, oh, okay, I get the insurance policy, but it's not a good insurance policy. Like the insurance policy where you're spending all this money and then you go to pay it in. Like, okay, the house burned down. And they're like, okay, we'll give you $5,000. No, my whole house burned down. Yeah, $5,000. That's what the policy covers, sir. Yeah, but it's a homeowner policy for a $500,000 house. Yeah, we know. We just cover $5,000 and that'll be a $1,000 deductible. Hey, hold on. I only get $4 back. Yes, sir. That's the way this works. So this is a little bit more like that. Where it is a guy that's not necessarily proven to be a particularly good player, but former third-round talent. That's the best thing maybe about him. But the cost of these linemen are getting high. And if you're going on a short-term deal like this, a one-year flyer deal, it's going to be much more than the vet minimum that you'd like to be at. You'd like to be about one year, $2 million for this kind of player, but the new going rate is 4.75. And I don't like paying that amount either, but if it comes in conjunction with other moves like Will Freeze and Micah Becton, Will Freeze and a Tevin Jenkins, I'm perfectly happy with it. Hoop Craze says, proud of you, Brando. Thank you, Hoop Craze. Feels good getting over that mark, man. It took us a minute to get through 18. We were taking some time through there. Ooh, let's go. Me coming in hot. It's good to see you, me, in the house, dropping your huge donation at the end of the stream like you are tending to do. I thank you for that, brother, dropping a $50 drop on the channel today. Very kind of you. He says, congrats on 19K, buddy. Well, thank you, man. We are making some great headway this year and just pump it along, man. We keep making progress. We keep flowing. We keep going. And I appreciate you guys for helping me get there and all of your guys' support. You hitting that like button, guys. When you do that, it does show this channel out to the algorithm and other people looking for Seahawks content. And it says to YouTube, push this up so they can see it because they're going to want to watch it because these people like it. So it's your guys' support, the donations, and the way you guys drop it on the channel. In addition to that, all is really, taking this channel where it's headed. And we've got, I think, a real bright future here. I'm really looking forward to that future with you guys. Thank you, me, for that huge and all of your huge donations lately. And on to 20,000. And like I said, too, once we get to 19,500, maybe right around the draft at this point, as we get to 19,500, we're going to do that 24-hour stream. So a 24-hour stream for charity. Once we get to 19.5, it's on the books. It's going to happen at some point this offseason. And we're climbing closer. We're climbing closer, folks, bit by bit here, bit by bit. But thank you for the kind thoughts, you guys. And thank you, me, for the $50 donation. That's really kind of you, my man. I thought Geno hadn't signed an extension yet, says New Blacks. Maybe not as of yet gone through. I thought they had the $45 million on point, but I could be kind of remembering. It's been kind of an action-packed couple of days. So you see something coming on news and you think it's sure, but it's maybe more of rumors are it'll be this kind of thing. So I guess we'll fully see when it all gets shaken out on that. Daniel says, Jalen Milroe interests me now. We can sit him for 2 solid seasons to develop a short game and use him as our Taysom Hill in the meantime. He would bring that. He would bring that Taysom Hill ability, and I think he'd give you those returns pretty quickly in that way. Thank you again, man, me, for the $50 drop, bro. You're so kind. You're so very kind for that. AI says, Geno hasn't been extended and probably won't be. Ooh. Oh, sorry, I missed it on that one. I was off. Albernickus hot tub stream to celebrate. Maybe it's time for the hot tub stream. Jim Campbell says, great channel. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. And thanks for being a member of the channel as well. David says, Dan B, you're still going? You're a legend, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. I've had a fun day today, man. I know it's some frustration for Hawks fans, but it's been fun chopping it up with you guys today on this. Rev Rye says, you're right. Tackle. I'm sorry, I read that one. Joseph says, going to need a couple of bottles of rum for that draft. That's for sure. Probably will, man. Probably will. We're going to have a lot of action in that draft as it's set up right now. Carmen likes Josh Jones. Let's go. Zayden Pax, why he keeps saying Micah Becton? That's not his name. It's Makai. Sorry. I'm late in the streams, Adam, and my mouth can get a little mealy mouthed at the end. It's been 6 hours of talking, and we did a late stream last night, so I'm definitely getting a little bit in that not speaking right thing. But you are right. Thanks for correcting me on that. Thrill House gifting some more membos in the house here, huh? Dropping 5 more gifted memberships in on this chat. Let's go. David, Jessier, Adrian X, Ryan Eddy, Trent Seinbots. You've all been gifted a membership by Thrill House. Thank you, Thrill House, for gifting those memberships out. Folks, do keep an eye on your community post as we will be doing a call-in show here for members of the channel here shortly. Be getting more of these membership shows out to you guys throughout this off season. So do keep an eye out for that. But Thrill House, thank you. You dropped like 25 gifted subs here today on the stream. I thank you for that, man. You are awesome. Awesome for that support, brother. Let's go. Let's go. Love it, man. William says, hey, B, do you like the Broncos Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw pickups, or do you think the 49ers wanted them back? I'm not really big fans of those signings on either side from the Broncos standpoint of things. Dre Greenlaw, if you give a guy that tears his Achilles heel and you give that guy significant money, that's going to bring me a heavy amount of pause. And with Hufanga, he's got exactly the same kind of injury concerns, albeit maybe he doesn't have the major injury thing. I think he had a torn ACL, but he's been beat up and knocked around as well since he's been there with the Niners too over these past couple of years. He's struggled to maintain himself on the football field. So in both accounts, I look at both those two players and I go, if I'm a Niner and I'm tight in my belt strap this offseason and I've got to cut the bad money out and I've got to start trimming away what we can't afford, I'd look at those as two different players that would be indicators of guys that we could afford to kind of let walk out the door. In Hufanga's case, they've got his replacement already in-house, I believe, in Mustafa. So he just slides right in and takes over, no problem right there. With Greenlaw, D. Winters gives him at least a viable guy there, and they're going to probably draft a guy in addition to that. David says, thanks for the gift at Thrill House. As does Jesse Air. You're the man. Thank you for doing that. War Chief Brandon, do you think that's where the players go in free agency when it's their choice? Has it anything to do with their favorite teams growing up? Like, I would want to play for the Seahawks if I could. I mean, that'd be a factor for me too, War Chief. I don't ever get quite the sense that you feel as much of that from players. Some, but a very small contingent that do feel that way. I think it is really down to just really the money at the end of the day that is the factor that's going to speak above all else. I think there are those players that are a little bit loyal where they might be willing to take a little bit less money to just stay with the organization, stay in the city, not have to move their family. I think you get a little bit of that. But I don't know about the favorite team thing. Duran J says, another cheap €1 offensive lineman. Yay. Frustration, well-founded, Duran. Frustration, well-founded, my man, for sure. Billy Henningsen, thank you for the $15 donation, Billy. That is very kind of you for dropping that dono. Absolutely love your work covering everything Seahawks. Very happy with the Darnold signing. Feels relatively low risk and high reward if he can build on last year. Well, thank you for the donation, but also beautifully put on your part, Billy, as that's where my standpoint is. And I was not a pro Sam Darnold guy. I was not the biggest, advocate for saying this should be who we pivot to. But I can't deny what is a very smart signing. You look at Geno, and if he does end up signing for that $45 million a year, we'll see where the contract finds out. Or if he does get that contract with the Raiders versus you having to sign that deal with him here, and you being able to come in at such a much lower rate for Darnold, who is much younger than Geno, who is that former top 5 pick. Geno's a former second-round pick. Darnold's a former top 5-round pick. Going into his prime, going into his physical best. And as you say on this, you're not doing it to where you're paying high cost. So it is and you put it the best way I can on this too, is low risk, high reward. And no matter where you stand on Darnold, this deal is that. You're not putting yourself into some future commitment. You're not putting yourself into bed with Darnold for 5-6 years. He's got to be in there for a year. You can get out from it after a year if you really want to. You can definitely get out from it after 2 years if you really want to. It doesn't prevent you from still going and drafting a quarterback, even drafting a quarterback high. Doesn't stop you from drafting a quarterback this year and next year if you really wanted to do so. So everything is still open up to still go find a different quarterback in the future. But in the interim, we can be competitive. We can have a guy who's still got some legitimate upside he brings into play. You got to get the offensive line right in front of him for sure. But low risk, high reward is exactly the way to put this, Billy. And that's the way I see it too. Even not being the biggest proponent of a guy like Darnold, I still go, yeah, but that's still this though. That kind of cost, that blue collar contract, these things don't exist in the NFL. It's high water mark or it's pennies. High water mark or it's pennies. Brock Purdy's going to be paid $50 million or you're spending $7 million for some backup quarterback. But we found that blue collar contract here and without really the heavy future commitment as well. Best of both worlds. So I'm not going to shake my finger at this signing at all. Much better route to go this route, Billy, than signing up for a 35-year-old quarterback who you're going to give probably more than 12, 13 million more per season for. This is a much better route to go, man, in every way. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your donation. But as well, thank you for the great thoughts on this as I find myself as well feeling the very same way. Post says, man, Brando's on a roll tonight. Thank you, Post. As is too loud, how much cap space do we have now? Not too sure quite yet. I'm waiting for some of the cap numbers to hit on where we're standing on this. Some of this depends a little bit upon where Darnold's true first-year cap hit's going to stand. So it's a bit hard to quite pin down at this point. Let's check back in tomorrow, and I'll have a little bit better of an answer for you on that one once over the cap updates. Skylar says, what you explained with the player in the wrong spots was Draymond Jones in a nutshell. Yep, another player that you did the same thing to. You signed this guy at the biggest free agent contract that you've given out in Seahawks history, and the first thing that you look to do is move him to the edge because you've not found a good enough edge who can play the run game. Not because that's what's best for him, but because you're trying to fill a hole like you did with Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy's not best suited to be in a nose tackle position, but you're forcing him into this position that he's not best at because you didn't fill the position with another viable player that could get the job done. That's not the pathway for success, is utilizing players in their wrong positions. In fact, that's the pathway to kind of disaster a little bit. Dan Lowe says Jenkins or Hernandez would be good. Give me Jenkins, man. Give me Jenkins. Hernandez is more of a pure right guard, and I do think Freeze is more of a right guard. So you're going to end up, if you do sign a guy like Hernandez, you're going to be like 5 right guards deep without a left guard. GSD, I've been refreshing Twitter so much I got rate limited. The chat's going to have to be my Adam Schefter. X thought you were a bot, man. X thought you were a bot. Ethan says, let's go, Brandon. Good job hitting 19K. Thank you, Ethan. Feels real good, man. Appreciate you. Silver Ace, Brandon, do you like Deontay Thornton? Him and Higgins would pair up nice from the draft. I haven't had a chance to take a look at him quite yet, Silver Ace. He's on my list, but I have to admit this past week has been so crazily packed with so much Seahawks news. It hasn't given me as much time to be on my P's and Q's with the prospect jumps. I'm getting through like one a day, and I'd like to be getting through like 3 or 4 a day. So I've been a little slowed down, got to admit on that one. But I'm going to try to pick it up here as we got to get through free agency for sure, because the goal is to try to get by the end of March to try to get to the spot where I'm about 300, right around 300 prospects in the books, locked in. And Thornton will be one of those guys on my list that'll be locked in that way, Silver Ace. So I'll try to take a look at him by the time we get to the next, maybe not tomorrow's stream, but some point this week I'll try to kind of put him up at the top of the list as far as to be paying attention to. Carmen says Becton's projected to go to the Colts. Okay, so they're going to replace Freeze with Becton, maybe is how that will go. Brian says, holy crap, Hawks Nest, 6 hours. You're nothing if not durable. Thank you, brother. You guys keep me going. Seahawks Gaming, what if Sam Darnold pulls out before the new league year because we didn't bring anybody in to protect him? I guess it's possible. That'd be a hell of a pull the rug out from under us kind of move on his part, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like that ever occur either. Thrill House, thank you for the $5 donation. Thrill House says, okay, rewatch Emawari tape. If he's there, I like Grant, but there's other nose tackles. Can you put up a short on him? 220, 438. I see a guy who tracks balls. He's one of my guys on my list for Thrill House. I'm sure you've been following along with me. If you haven't, folks, I'm trying to get, it's not at about a day, but at least every other day or so, I'm trying to get out a prospect, little 4-minute, just kind of here's a snapshot of this guy in general with some cut-ups, some tape, look at him and whatnot. Emawari is one of my guys I want to get a look at for the fans, to have them take a look at him and see what he does bring to the table. So it's a great suggestion, Thrill House. He's on my list. I'm going to definitely get to him before the draft on getting one of those little cut-ups, one of those little prospect films done. But certainly be on the lookout. That'll be over on the Hawks Nest Clips channel. I'll be releasing those. So if you're not subbed up over the Hawks Nest Clips channel, I'm trying to get about one a day out over there on that side of that. Because I'd like to get a good breakdown. I'd like to try to get a good number of them over there by the time we get to draft day. Probably like, if I can get around like 40 or so Thrill House, 40 viable guys that are really, I think, in the wheelhouse of the Seahawks being a potential picks. And it can't deny with him, Thrill House, the raw goods are as good as you will ever find at the safety position. Guy's built as big as he is, as long as he is, as fast as he is, as strong as he is. I mean, hell, the guy also put up another like 20 reps on the bench at 220. So he even brings that side of it in addition to that. But I will say I've had him more into that second round range of just where I stand right now. You're right about there being other nose tackles outside of Grant. You're not going to find as freakish a safety as Emawari in other places of this draft, but you can find still some very good safeties in different parts of this draft in addition to that if you wanted to go for it. Xavier Watts of Notre Dame in the second round is a hell of a player. Makuba from Texas in the second round, hell of a player. And I've said I think Makuba's tape's actually better than Emawari's tape. He's not the physical beast Emawari is, but the tape is just electric from Makuba. The HHG, how's it going? Spencer, Brando, in this draft, what are the best, most mobile offensive tackles that project well transitioning to guards in the pros? I want flexibility to go BPA with number 18, and that's a good way to steal an interior offensive line value later. The best, most mobile interior offensive lineman to the inside. Well, I think that I would go to, I think Campbell is definitely a guy that tests well as being a guy that's going to kick inside that could be there at 18 and makes a lot of sense. Arasay and Mabo, I don't think Mabo is going to last us at that point. Arasay might, at his size and how he moves, especially at 330 pounds, he'd be another guy that I would target in that way. Gray Zabel in the second round is a guy that was a tackle in college that's more center guard convert, but he moves well. Booker, Jackson, they're not the best of movers. Jackson tested, I think, pretty well recently, but he's not on tape the best of movers. Fairchild moves pretty good from the left guard position. He's kind of an interesting guy on that inside. He's not as much of a tackle convert. Maybe Marcus and Bo would be another guy on that list. Jonah didn't test well either. Tate Radledge tested really well. I was surprised to see he was a mover. And he's a guy who might be kind of like that kind of guy in the third round. Those would be about it, I would say, on my perspective on that there, Spencer. Those would be about the only guys. Maybe Kelvin Banks. But Kelvin's kind of more big than he is a mover, I would say. Spencer Brando traded back to 22, picked up an extra first, started the draft with 22. Kelvin Banks, Isaiah Bond, Josh Connerly, Jalen Milroe, Demetrius Knight. Would this be satisfying? I like the bank. I like in your burger. I like the buns. So I like your Banks. I like your Demetrius Knight. Both of those are great picks. I'm not a big Isaiah Bond guy. I find him to be very limited. I think most of what he's going to do at the next level is going to be operating out of the slot to do whatever work he gets done. I think Josh Connerly is more of a pure tackle at the next level than I do think that he's a guard. I don't think that he's going to kick inside, in my opinion, and that teams are going to view him in that way. Jalen Milroe, I'm just not a fan of as far as how he throws the football, and I don't trust that his development's going to come along. If you want to take him for a couple of years and have him as a Taysom Hill, and if he develops, great, and if he doesn't, you at least got him in as a Taysom Hill role guy that you take in the third or the fourth round. I could be okay with that. I wouldn't be completely against it. But I do not think he's coming forward as a quarterback. I think that's the important part to consider with this, is that if you draft Milroe, he's not coming along. He's not likely to come along as a quarterback, in my opinion. It's possible, but I don't think I would see it happening. Philip says, B, where did Nick Nash go? I didn't see a note about Nick Nash. Nick Nash. CD Woods, hot take. Safety, I think we should draft Malachi Moore day 3. Safeties from the Saban tree always seem to be amazing, especially ones that were starters as true freshmen like he was. Indeed, there's been a good track record of safeties coming out of Alabama's program, and I like that you've got him in day 3. I do have him as well in that place of things. He's a guy that the really reason, though, that you end up putting him into day 3, and I have him at the top of the 4th round as it stands right now. I have him in front of Katon Crawford, in front of R.J. Mickens, in front of Craig Woodson. I do have Kevin Winston as more of an upside guy ahead of him in the 3rd round, but he's a guy that really, he just drops the 4th round, CD Woods, because of size issues. He gives you the full meal deal as a player from the safety position. He can do free, he can do strong, he can do some slot stuff. He's pretty good in coverage, pretty good as a tackler, but he is a little bit lighter. And that's kind of the thing him and Billy Bowman both have kind of in comparison, is these guys have really good tape, but you have some big time worries about their ability to hold up at that size at the next level and to play in that same fashion at the next level at that little bit of a smaller, thinner size. But the tape is really good with Moore. He flies around the field. He is very savvy as a football player. He's played a lot of football too, so he knows what he's seeing. Great pre-snap recognition. Really smart in that way. It's just that size stuff that you really come back to more than anything else. Spencer says, my B pick with 50 was Ezreal Thomas. Interesting cornerback. I think I've got him in more of a 3rd round graded place, but he's the top of the 3rd round. So if you were to take him in the 2nd round, that's not a great leap, Spencer. You know, that's you're within the ballpark at that point. I thought his tape was okay on it. I could see why he's a high pick. You can see how he moves, good size and all that. It adds up. It tracks, as they say. It tracks. Evan says, I know yesterday you said you were saying you would rather us pick up Rodgers because he is so cheap. Are you happy with the Darnold signing, or would you rather have had the vet quarterback for cheap? Keep up the good work. Thank you, Evan. I really appreciate that. That's a great question. I think that my approach on this would have been still one of to say that I would like to have leaned into the rebuild fully on this one. And if I'm running the team, that I would have leaned into it in that way. But I'm much understanding that the value of this contract finds you down in the low 30s on a 3-year contract that you can get out from under very quickly. that combination of factors certainly brings me and warms me up to Sam Darnold, because you're not overpaying him. You're not putting a ton of future commitment into him. It's not at all the worst of ways to go. So while I would have still been on that at the forefront of this is the way and direction I would have gone, and a big part of that driven, Evan, by just fully buying into the rebuild fully understanding we're not ready to be a contender this year. No way, shape, or form. And then this is going to take a year to get this thing kind of right. And so that would have been my approach, but I'm completely okay with this too. Because I think there's some intelligence behind this. You're not spending a lot of money on him on it. There is the legit upside that's there. As somebody else said in the chat above on this, it is a low risk, high reward kind of maneuver. And those are the kind of maneuvers that I can absolutely get behind when it comes to my football team. All right, we got Mark Sanchez has got a donation here of $2, and what we'll do here is get the last dono here, and then I'm going to run a quick little mock draft for you guys, because the hope and goal here this week is to come at you guys both tomorrow and on Wednesday and be able to really hit this hard. So I want to kind of keep the voice a little bit relatively fresh as I kind of can. Mark, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, hey, B, Mike McDonald loves Josh Jones. Makes sense. Makes sense. And when Josh Jones came out of Houston, I will say that I thought that was one of my more favorite picks for the Arizona Cardinals in that draft for them. I thought he was going to be a pretty good tackle in this league. I didn't know if I saw star-driven power in his ability, but I thought you saw a guy that could be a functional tackle in this sport. And so maybe he's able to realize that still. Not an old player, a young player. You're not getting a guy that's been beaten up left and right and has a myriad of injuries, and he's older than dirt. That's not like what it is, like what the George Fant signing was, what the Gabe Jackson signing was, what the Laken Tomlinson signing was. So this is not that necessarily. You do have a guy that, albeit you're asking him to come in and be a backup, who does have some legitimate talent in that third round pedigree, and who is a guy that I did like coming out of college. So I don't mind that as a 4.75 million might give some people a little bit of sticker shock. But this is the going rate for offensive linemen. As I said, I get the frustration with John and that, man, these guys are getting overpaid. They're costing too much for what you're getting back. Aaron Banks on a 4-year, $77 million extension. Yuck. I get it. It's all true. But there is the going rate. And if you want to improve this thing, you get down to the bottom line of this thing, you're going to have to spend the money to get it done, because that's the main place, not drafting. You've drafted. The main place is you not spending the money. And that's the place that has a lot more due for an uptick, a lot more due for an increase. And hopefully we do get to see that from this team this given offseason. All right, let us bounce up and run ourselves a little bit of a quick mock here, because I messed my earlier one up big time. Big time. We'll get some wild randomness here. Bring it up for you guys. And then we'll go ahead and kind of wrap this one up, if that's all right with you guys on that. Kind of put a button on it as we kind of wind this down here today. Okay. So we will start the draft. Let's get our picks on point. First thing we want to do is trade the Steelers for 53 and Metcalf for trade. And we got to trade again. We need to go to the Raiders. Smith. And I'll take the Jets pick. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, we got Ashton Genty. You got Ashton Genty there. No, I'm playing. I ain't going to do Genty. We're going quick with this, guy, so I'm not going to turn these over a lot. We'll do these tomorrow. We'll do some mocks tomorrow, too. But Kenneth Grant will be my pick, number 118. Let's go there. Come back second round. No. Jeez Louise, man. That second round run on offensive lineman is real. Okay. Golly, they got Tyler Booker going 19. Donovan Jackson going 38. Well, this is where they say you got to trust your board a little bit. All right, we'll go back with Ursay. I'm driven by maybe going to the line, but I want to get my tackle guard combo. He can play guard. I'll go with that. Come back in the second round now, and Mason Taylor's in there. We got a wide receiver. Boy, the wide receiver crew's gone fast, hasn't it? I guess Jack Besh is now starting to rise up. Damn it. That makes me sad. It's kind of tough the way this draft rolls right now for me on this look. I'm not liking this at all with the way this plays out. All right, what do I like better? Do I like Mason Taylor or do I like the upside of Savion Williams? Probably gone by the next time I pick wide receiver wise. So if you don't go that, tight end. Still got Fannin in there. Man, these mocks have been tough today. They're kind of breaking my dome. I don't like my options, y'all. I'm going to go with Ravel. I know he got the torn ACL, but I like him. Okay, come back in now. All right, let's come back and grab Savion. We got to get a wide receiver in here. Okay, so Kenneth Grant, Arisay, Siobhan Ravel, Savion Williams. I think it's going to be Fannin in here. We got Arisay, that's my left guard. Let's say that we sign Will Freeze with this, so we're a little bit settled, I think, at that point. As far as the guard situation is, I could come back and just make sure it's completely addressed with Ratledge, but he's more of a right guard, so we end up just stacking right guards. Now, Milliam is a left guard, but then you got a little bit of redundancy there between Arisay and Milliam, but then you at least deal with the line in a major way. Hell with it. Let's have some fun. Okay, come back in the fourth round here now. These have been kind of tough today. I'm having a hard. I'm going to have to figure out this draft now. I got to rethink everything. Everything. Savion Williams and Quinn Ewers are kind of the pull here. Still got me able to get Tyler Shock later, so I'm just going to take advantage of that. So, Savion Williams in the fourth. All right. Kyle McCord, Tyler Coop. Cooper, Logan Brown, Stutzman. Boy, would like to get back in and take care of offensive line if we can. Here. Tyler Cooper's kind of the guy on that. Ooh, I like Fairchild. Fairchild shouldn't be this low either. Jackson Slater. Come back in the 6th round. I think I can come back and grab those guys there. Let's grab another receiver in Kyle Williams. I like him a lot. Back in the 6th. Yeah, Fairchild's my guy. I'll go with Fairchild there. Second best. All right, we'll go with my second best center in the draft, Majors. And Brady Cook. All right. So here we go. As far as how this rolled, we got Kenneth Graham the first, back with RSA, tackle God convert. I feel good about them. I know they don't like him in the draft, but he's going to be a first rounder by the time we get to the draft. Trust me on this one. Siobhan Ravel, a guy that tore his ACL, but might have been the number one corner or second best corner outside of Travis Hunter in this draft if he had been healthy and had maintained through. Savion Williams gives you the yak gadget guy that you're going to need this offense that can be dynamic with the ball in his hands. Harold Fannin also gives you that ability with also some fullback background to what he brings too. Savion Williams is an edge that I like quite a bit in this draft. I have right now, I think, a 4th round grade on him. Yep, I've got him in the high 4th round. So to be getting him right there is right about the right spot. Kyle Williams is really underrated in this draft as a wide receiver. I think he can serve to play on the outside. He's got that legitimate speed and great route running out there to make it happen. Dylan Fairchild can work for you over at the left guard role. He fills right in on that spot. If RSA can't quite fit, he gives you a little bit of redundancy there. Jake Majors, my second favorite center in this draft, and then Brady Cook, who a lot of people like in this draft with what he brings to play as far as his skill level goes. Getting him in the 7th round is kind of a flyer. So that would be my new updated draft, mock draft, taking into account some of the moves here that we're thinking is going to be made and where this team's at right now. Let me know what you guys think. We're going to kind of put a button on this at this point. I'm going to go get myself some food. Thank you guys for watching today. Nicholas Newton will finish us off right with a great donation. I thank you for that. Nicholas says, B, how would you feel if we took Jack Besh at 18? I think that would be a little bit early for me, Nicholas. I think you're going to have a guy in availability there in Matthew Golden, who's a better, that's a guy that I do have higher on my list. Now, let's say that if Golden was off the list, I will say what is technically true of that, when I look at it, is that I have then, as my pecking order on this, it goes Emeka, Jack Besh, Burden, Aiyana Moore, Higgins. So if you are looking at it from the standpoint of Nicholas, this team is so much loving what they see in Jack Besh and that they feel as true as I feel about it, that this is Cooper Kupp 2.0. Well, if that's where that's where their certainty is in their heart, then I'm okay with them jumping on it if they do at that point. It is early for me at that spot, but I have to admit that I trust in this being a guy that can play on the outside in a draft that's not filled up with a lot of very good receivers, in a draft that's not filled up with a lot of good receivers that can play absent just staying in the slot. He's one of those outliers in that way. He provides yak, he provides contested catchability, two things that have been missing in this receiving core hugely. And I think I would feel pretty good about that overall, Nicholas. Yeah. I mean, it'd be a little bit of a stretch. It would. But I don't think that there's any denying the type of player that we're getting back on the other side, and that I do trust in my evaluation of Besh. I really do. Cody says, I think Jack Besh has some star story potential with his brother dying in the New York terror attack and the game winner in the Senior Bowl. He might be something special. There's just something to the kid, man, Cody. I've gravitated towards it from the moment I turned on the tape with him. There's just something about him that just kind of caught me with it. And He's definitely one of my favorite players in this draft. And Charles E., I'm trying to get warmed up to a Rojo. There's a lot of folks that like a Rojo. I'm working my way to warming up to him. It's a slow process for me, though, brother. It has not been a fast one. I've been trying to figure it out. No word on Freeze yet, JL. Sounds like maybe they're going to have to try to fly him out to Seattle and get that physical done, which makes sense with the fracture he had last year. You want to make sure that leg is copacetic, 100% ready to go. Jamora, I don't think Grant's going to fall past Arizona either. I don't think Grant gets out as probably the top 13 picks as it's currently tracking right now. It does get a little bit hard when it comes to nose tackles, though, of course, too, with this being that we haven't seen typically very many nose tackles go in sort of that top 12, 13 territory. They're guys that even a Jordan Davis is going to go, what did he go, like 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there when he was taken. And that tends to be kind of the high water mark for those guys. It's almost like guards where that's about as high as you'll see those guys go. But Grant is the kind of talent, Shamora. Grant is the type of talent who might call to be picked even higher than that. No doubt in that. Brian says, HawksNest didn't even have a beard when the live stream started. Oh, Lordy. Siobhan Ravello has some interesting ceiling, but man, a torn ACL. Ouch. True enough. This would be a big risk on that one. I just didn't like my choices there. Looking at my first 15 options going, I don't like my value board. This value board sucks. No. I'm just went into full cleaning mode. She knows I'm wrapping it up. She knows I'm getting ready to give her some pets. John better be cooking up something, King. Let's go. The race also, I wasn't here for the Jones signing. Thoughts, old lineman? I liked him a lot coming out of college, out of Houston Silver Ace. I did. He's not been able to really realize the talent that he flashed back out there at Houston. But a guy that was a third-round pick for a reason. Legitimate talent. It's not really ever come together for him. I think he did come into this league as a very young football player. So maybe you can start to tap into that. This is just a bit of an insurance policy above all else. So it's essentially a lot like the George Fant thing. You're just getting a bit younger, a little bit less injury-prone insurance policy for Abraham Lucas than what Fant was, which makes a lot of sense. Not a huge amount of money. 4.75 gets a little bit of sticker shock for some people on this, but it's kind of the new veteran minimum a bit, especially when you're talking about an offensive lineman, which are going to be more valued than ever, that are going to cost more than ever. Space, is Olu going to be the center? I'm not going to count on it right now. My bet would be on it that somebody else is going to be your starting center by the time we get to the season. But he's not the worst of a hedge if you can't find a better option. It's definitely been one of my longer streams. Yep, that's definitely one of the longer ones for me today. Ricky says, tank for Joe Burrow, laughing out loud. Apparently, it's his last year in Cincy. Well, you could be setting the stage for this as well, Ricky, right? Where you get to next year, and you're not in bed with Darnold for multi-years. I was presenting this a little bit earlier of what happens you get through the season. Darnold plays well. Burrow's like, I'm done with Cincinnati. You go to Cincinnati and you go, hey, we've been building up our offensive line. Why don't we flip you, Darnold, who's got 2 years left remaining on his contract? We'll give you all these picks, and you flip us back Burrow on the other side. It's a way that this situation could play out. Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation, and finishing us off right here with the donation as we'll kind of wrap this up here. He says, Kelvin Banks or Kenneth Grant? Kenneth Grant would be the player that I would take ahead of Kelvin Banks, Thrill House. And the reasoning being is that I have Kenneth Grant very close to being a blue chip rated prospect. Not quite, but right on the line. I don't have Kelvin Banks quite there. I have a little bit of some worries with Kelvin Banks that he might find himself being a bit tweenerish. I think he'll work at guard. I don't think he's going to work out at tackle. I think he's going to be a good player. He does have a first round grade on my board there, Thrill House. But with Kenneth Grant, I think he's one of the better nose tackles that we've seen come out in recent memory as far as his ability goes. And having Daniel Jeremiah apply that Haloti Ngata comp to him like he did, that opened my eyes. I don't take that as just Daniel Jeremiah blowing smoke at that point. I think he saw something in Grant that reminded him of Haloti Ngata. And I see some of the same stuff on tape that reminds me of the same way. And so I trust in what Grant's going to become. And you'd build up what might be the best defensive line in all of football if you were to grab Grant there with that first pick. Like Banks too, don't have a problem with that being the consolation prize if it were. But I would definitely be much more in favor of going Grant. Absolutely. I will be streaming tomorrow. Stay with me on the timing of it. Probably in the afternoon at some point tomorrow we'll be going live. So we will be going live again tomorrow and keep tracking what's going on. You can count on that, you guys. 100%. 100%. King Brandon, have you seen the James Daniels signing? I didn't even realize he's off the board. I did, yeah. I wasn't really big on bringing in James Daniels as it was, though. That's one where you were going to, I think, kind of be overpaying on that deal and the looks of how this was going to line up with it. So not going after him was okay from my perspective of it. I got it. Grace says we should get Will Tater Tot, the alter ego of Will Fries. That's the evil alter ego, right? The evil alter ego. Garmin, what are your thoughts on both Gino and DK seemingly not posting the customary thank you to the 12s? I don't know. I think I get a sense more than ever that players are getting more sensitive than ever. So I wouldn't really understand their outlook of being all, pissy about that kind of thing. We'll see if something comes down from them. They're moving their families. They're moving to different cities. They probably have a lot more on their mind than making sure the 12s they've let the 12s know that they appreciate their support and whatnot. So, yeah, not a big deal. It's understandable. King says the ACL is concerning, but 3 years, $24 million is kind of a steal, not going to lie. Could prove to be that. Could prove to be that with him. Probably the ACL gave him a little bit of worry. Ricky said, love the way you're thinking, Brando. Laughing out loud, that's exactly what I was thinking about Burrow being here. Have a great night, legend. Hey, thank you, Ricky. You gave yourself an out in this deal. You got him on a low-end contract. One of the things that might aid the Bengals in being willing to move a guy like Burrow at that time is if you can flip him back a very talented and not highly paid quarterback on the flip side of it, if they're going to try to kind of have to reset themselves there as it stands with their fan base. So I maybe a little bit of a way that John's looking at this down the road on that, Ricky. Maybe just, hey, I'm gaining an asset as much as I'm gaining my short-term quarterback. Not a big asset, but when you're throwing the extra picks at them, and you're throwing the first rounders and you're tossing the second rounder, and then you're saying, well, here's a Darnold too. So you have your starting quarterback. It can only help the trade package returns, can it? Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation, Thrill House. He says, who is your favorite actor of all time? Great question. Boy, it's a really good question. I don't know if I'd have one that's really separated themselves at this point as being ultimately that guy for me. I have a lot of them that I really like a lot. Pacino was a guy that I always used to go to a lot as being kind of that guy for me. He obviously has gotten a little one note. I almost end up liking a little bit more of his earlier work than his later work, where he got real bombastic with it. But he was obviously a really good actor, I thought, when in his prime and what he did. And boy, his filmography is pretty outstanding when you look at it. Like, wow, he had a hell of a run. Probably Daniel Day-Lewis is going to be the all-time favorite actor, because few actors can immerse themselves in the way that he immersed himself in any role. You wish he took on more of them, but a guy that can play anything literally. Any part he could step into those shoes and go properly, and he just completely immersed himself into those roles. He'd probably be the best one all time for me. That would be the one. James Daniel had an ACL. Oh yeah, right. Yep. It's not a bad risk. I would have hated taking the flyer on that Gale King. Maybe they've got something on the other side they're going to look to do instead, like a Tevin Jenkins with it. But to your point on this too, the offensive line talent is starting to get thinner and thinner and thinner, and the amount of guys that are available out there are getting leaner and leaner and leaner. So hopefully something comes soon. Seahawks and to a fan, I'll lose garbage. It's kind of 20th, sort of his ranking in the sport at center. It's functional, but it's certainly not going to give you a lot of impact. Not Vexo, expect a better day too for Seattle and free agency. I would think so too, not Vexo. I imagine we'll get a couple moves going down the line tomorrow. I absolutely am expecting somehow or another, by hook or crook, that we are going to get an offensive lineman. Am I going on Twitch, Shoot Craze? Maybe not tonight. I got to kind of try to save the voice for tomorrow if I can. But maybe. Keep an eye out. Get subbed up over there on Twitch if you're not. I will see how I go. I got to get some food. Got to get some food in the belly. Got to put it in my belly. So I'm going to go make myself some cheese sticks and imagine Tevin Jenkins and Will Freeze. That's going to be my night. Just daydreaming of Will Freeze and Tevin Jenkins. Jason Bateman, yeah, he's all right. He's all right, me. Powerco, thanks, B. Love you, man. We'll pray for some O-linemen tonight. I'll be praying right along with you guys on that one. I'll be right along with on my knees, hands clasped, like a 5-year-old kid looking above. Willie says, let's just be honest here. I really think if we don't do what we got to do, John's got to go. Seriously, I really think that he's being cheap. At this point, he's been tanking this team. I can't trust him. You can't get the offensive line fixed after this offseason line or start taking the steps to really fix the offensive line. I'm going to share a lot of your frustration in this and being at a point of being fed up. And I think a lot of this fan base will be as well, Willie. Does that, shift and does that affect then the ownership and their outlook of it? I don't know. It should, I would hope, but it might not as well. But I find myself in the same place as far as my frustration goes with this. And I hope that there is going to be something substantial done here in free agency so that we're not just walking towards the draft saying, we'll get it all done over there. We'll get it all done over there. That's not a pathway, I don't think, to success. A pathway that's fraught with peril at every turn. George C. Scott, Denzel Washington are great names too. Those are some great actors, all-timers. Absolutely. And De Niro's good too. All great names on your part. Phillips says Nick Nash went to San Jose State. Yeah, I'll try to look at him. I don't know too much about him though. I'll take a look into him a bit. Probably just a flyer guy, Arturo, I'll try to let John know to sign offensive guards, man. I'm pulling on his ear, but he's just not listening to me, man. I'm screaming at him. I'm shouting at him. I'm begging him. I've tried every angle at this thing. I've threatened him. With his job. Nothing's working right now. There's always money in the banana stand. No, there is literally money in the banana stand. Hawksnest, I'll specifically make to ask Allah to tell John to sign off guns and guards. Bet. It takes all of this, Arturo. It's going to take the Christians. It's going to take the Muslims. We might even need some of our Jewish brethren in on this too. We might all need all the prayers. At this point, it's an unstoppable force, and only that can counter it on the other side of it. Only that. All right, well, we'll wrap this one up today, folks. Thank you guys again for a great show, almost 7 hours strong here today. Hit that like button if you could for me, as there are going to be people looking for hot content right now on YouTube, and you can make my channel show up to them by hitting that like button. If you aren't subbed up, please do get subbed up. Hey, we crossed ourselves 19,000 subscribers today. That feels really good. We're on the road to 20,000 this offseason, though, so help us get there a little bit closer by subbing up today and becoming one of those folks to get us a step closer. As I said, about 19,500. We're going to do a 24-hour stream for charity. I'm really looking forward to doing that, and we're getting closer and closer and closer to that mark. I thank you guys today for watching. I really want to thank as well the conversation, staying respectful, kind to each other. There's going to be a lot of a disagreement both today and in the next couple of days. You guys are going to see voracious disagreement online in Seahawks circles, and that disagreement's welcome. That disagreement's actually healthy for the fan base. It is. But let's keep it respectful. Let's understand that we all want to see the same thing. And there might be disagreement in how we get there. There might be disagreement in what people are seeing and the same items coming down the line. But the same at the point, we want to get to the same spot. All of us do. It's just a matter of how we get there, which is where the difference of opinion comes in. So do have some patience with your fellow Seahawks fan in the next couple of days. Do understand that there might be a sense of some frustration in your heart with what you're seeing, especially if they don't drill down on this offensive line this way, especially knowing some of the reverberations that still exist from the DK and Geno trade. Have that patience. Take that deep breath. Love your fellow fan. Know they are part of a family here, that we're all wanting that same thing. We just got to be patient with this and hope that this team is going to continue to operate, or at least operate intelligently in their approach as we move through this offseason. And I think they're showing some of the signs that they are indeed operating in that way. Got to fulfill it. Got to bring it to culmination. Got to play it all the way out now. But at least that's the way it looks as we're sort of entering into this, albeit I know there's some frustration on not coming away day one with at least one offensive lineman, say coming away with two. Thanks for watching today, you guys. I appreciate you. We will be back tomorrow with some more streaming and hopefully some more updated news on that side of it. Be back soon. But until that time, pray for an offensive lineman tonight, and maybe you'll be granted one by tomorrow. Until next time, please don't you ever forget, this offseason's just getting warmed up. We're not reaching conclusions yet. It's just warming. I'm just warming up. I was the man I was 5 years ago. I take a flamethrower to this place, as Al Pacino would say. So keep that faith, damn it. Keep it. Don't lose it. We're still rolling. We're still going, and you never know. John might just have a few tricks hidden right up that sleeve. Back soon, but until next time, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.